Anyways, now that we finished watching the 1963 to 1964 run of the Beverly Hillbillies, I have a question. Is anyone getting a little tired of everything we've been watching being in black and white? If that's the case, I hope you're really going to enjoy the intermission I have planned today. In this segment, we're not going to be watching the Beverly Hillbillies or Petticoat Junction on TV. Instead, we're going to be making a special review of a medium you may not associate with the franchise, because we're going to be reviewing the American Beverly Hillbillies and Petticoat Junction comics. And since these American comics were printed in color, it means we're going to be seeing these characters in color for the first time ever. Some panels from these comics will be specially acted out by the creators, so please consider supporting them. Especially Bragg TV, since I owe him money. So let's start things out here with Petticoat Junction issue 1, which has a cover date of October to December 1964.
So when we open the comic, one of the first things we see is an advertisement. Obviously, these were more common back in the day. I'm going to try and cover all of these, because I find old advertisements really fascinating. Here we see a 132 Roman soldier toy set for only $1.98, which is almost $19 today. This is a pretty good deal, considering finding one of these sets used might cost you almost $200 at the moment. At the start of the comic, we see that the cannonball apparently runs next to a cliff, and inside, we see presumably Floyd and a passenger. We then learn that the title of this issue is The Secret of Uncle Joe's Wooden... Oh boy. Yeah, so this entire story is dedicated to exploring the lore of Uncle Joe's Indian. Floyd announces they are stopping at the Shady Rest, and the disgruntled passenger asks what's going on, as he didn't know about this stop. It turns out this passenger got on the wrong train. Lord knows how, because there really isn't another train he could have got on. He says he's much too important to be wasting his time at a place like the Shady Rest, and within moments of meeting him, Uncle Joe is contemplating murder.
Madam, I've suffered a great indignity. I insist on an immediate solution.
I'll give him a solution. A poison.
Your wife should have checked the trains.
The stranger is so angry that he starts turning into the Incredible Hulk. But as soon as he sees Joe's wooden Indian, he calms down and starts being real sweet to Kate, and Joe thinks he'll have to keep an eye on him. We find out his name is Rufus P. Billings, and he works in investments, and he says he was just joking, and he's looking very forward to staying at the Shady Rest. And by the way, if you haven't noticed, the wooden Indian looks a lot different in this comic. You know, it's bad enough that they have the wooden Indian in the show, but then they put him in the comics, and they whitewash him. So later in the night, we see Rufus studying a piece of paper.
That night, in the privacy of his room, Rufus is studying a yellow parchment in the harsh light.
That Uncle Joe's wooden Indian looks exactly like this sketch. Every detail, even the coloring. But I've got to make sure.
For the 1000th time, Rufus reads the priceless paper. He knows the fabulous story by heart, but again, as he reads, his imagination runs wild at the thought of the millions that might be his through The Secret of Uncle Joe's Wooden Indian.
Then we have a flashback, which is completely unnecessary at this time. The year is 1857, and a French nobleman is visiting New Orleans to invest in tobacco and lumber. He pays in raw jewels, as you do when you're French.
Monsieur, we have made the bargain. Now look at the jewels. They're magnifique.
Never have I seen such jewels.
But someone's watching them from a window, and it must be the bad guy, because look at that mustache. The next day, it's discovered that all the jewels have been stolen by the window bandit, who makes off with them in the night. The bandit stops at a seedy lumberjack bar and tries to order wine, showing off gold coins he stole, and saying he's better than anyone else because he's also French. So, one of the lumberjacks stabs the man to death. The lumberjack goes through the bandit's belongings and finds more than logs. Once he finds the jewels, he knows someone will come looking for them, so he decides to hide them in a wooden Indian which he is building for a local hotel. He then leaves a drawing hidden in his chimney, depicting which Indian he has hidden the jewels in. This implies that the Shady Rest was built in 1857, which is much earlier than any of the origins given in the show. Also, this would mean that Petticoat Junction is set in Louisiana, which is far more specific than any details given in the show. Or maybe the Indian was built for another hotel, and Joe just got his hands on it somehow. Presumably, though, it's his plan to hide the stuff in the wooden Indian, wait for things to cool down, and then go back for them. Ironically, weeks later, the lumberjack is killed by a group of American Indians, leaving the treasure unclaimed. 40 years later, the papers are found by the U.S. Cavalry, and a sergeant keeps them. Then he dies. Someone else steals them. And then the papers get lost in a poker match at a prison, where they end up in the hands of our friend, Rufus. Years after this, Rufus overhears an urban legend about jewels hidden in an Indian, and presumes that his Indian drawing must be that sculpture, and eventually he ends up at the Shady Rest. Not a convoluted backstory at all. Back in the present, Rufus tries to sneak downstairs to study the Indian, but is given away by the building's creaky floors. The Joe sisters hear the creaks and think someone is raiding the kitchen in the middle of the night, and they catch Rufus studying the Indian with a match in hand.
Caught in the act.
You can't cook the Indian. The kitchen is to the left, Mr. Billings.
Kitchen? Ha! Yes. I thought I'd see if there's any raisin pudding left. Miss Kate's an excellent cook.
Come on, we'll all raid the kitchen together.
Kate catches the girls in the kitchen and yells at them, and the girls tell Kate about all the stories Rufus has told them. He claims he's been to Paris, known princes and princesses, and is a well-traveled man. Kate buys into these stories, and begins dressing herself up pretty the next day to impress Rufus. It must be easy to fall for a guy when he's the only person in the room who isn't just a poorly traced photograph. Rufus senses that he needs Joe to be out of the house for him to be able to study the Indian, so he convinces Joe to go to town to see a local museum. But when Rufus gets back to the hotel, he finds the Indian is gone. He runs after the train to tell Joe that someone's stolen the Indian, and Joe explains that Kate and the girls hide it all the time. Rufus gets off the train and sets off to figure out where the sculpture has been stashed. He gets to the hotel and tries to get Kate to tell him where it is, and he says it's of some historical interest to him. During the conversation, he invites her to the Hooterville concert the next night, but they're interrupted by the girls, who tell Kate that Horace Tanner, the banker, is coming up the road, and he looks angry. Wait a minute. Coming up what road? I guess they're being metaphorical. Mr. Tanner arrives, and it seems his patience has run out, and Kate prepares to lose everything. Uncle Joe rushes in with a book. He says he's subscribed to MacGuffin Monthly, and he's just been delivered a book filled with Wild West stories. He says one of the stories seems to be about his wooden Indian. Rufus enters the room, saying he'd like to hear the story too. The book says when the Indian was built and by who, but it doesn't include the details about the jewels. Rufus offers to pay up whatever the family owes the bank, but only if he can take the Indian as collateral. Uncle Joe is against selling it, but agrees to the plan if it means saving the hotel.
I never thought that old Indian was worth a plug nickel. Rufus sure is a bug on history. I don't figure it.
Well, he better not figure on taking my Indian. It's just security till we get the mortgage money.
We'll never get the mortgage money if you keep buying every dang thing them salesmen peddle.
It's hard to keep a natural-born business tycoon hogtied, Kate. Come to think of it, where'd you hide my Indian?
In the middle of the night, Joe and Rufus both go looking for the Indian as they hunt around in the basement. Rufus ultimately finds the Indian, hanging from the ceiling by rope. Good job, Kate. You found a way to make it more offensive. Rufus pulls the Indian down and notices one of the wooden pegs is square instead of round. He suspects if he presses the square, the treasure will be revealed, but Joe catches him in the act. Joe says that something fishy is going on. Rufus says he was just studying the Indian and that he wants to paint it to be more accurate to whatever tribe it represents. But Joe sees through the conster and thinks that he's just there to steal it. Kate is woken up by their argument and says that the Indian is going away the next day, collateral or no collateral, and she even threatens to burn it. The men agreed to compromise to stop this, and Joe agrees to have the Indian painted. The next day, the girls and Rufus box up the wooden Indian and get it on the train, and Rufus agrees to send it back freshly painted. Also, I guess he has given them the money by now because they don't lose the hotel. When Rufus gets to the other end of the train station, he is recognized by an investigator who says he is wanted in all 50 states, even Alaska. So Rufus tells the man at the depot to ship the crate back to the return address. He then sends a telegram to Kate, saying he's now tied up in South America. Must be hard to send a telegram while you're being arrested. So the family gets back the wooden Indian, they get to keep their house, and they never become the wiser about the great fortune hidden inside it. In the sponsored final pages, we see an advertisement for diamond-shaped stamps, which I figure are just stamps printed stupid. And more interestingly, a color advertisement for a BB gun for kids, with the selling point being that it looks just like a real gun. What could go wrong?
That was the comic's first issue, and it was a wild one if you ask me. So now let's move on to the comic's second issue, which has a cover date of January to March 1965.
So issue 2 starts with a little black and white prequel, because I guess they couldn't get enough ads for the opening page. Uncle Joe is mad because it's his birthday, and he can't find his rocking chair, and he thinks it's been stolen. However, the girls reveal they just repainted it as a gift. Also, the comic briefly misspells Bobby Joe's name. It's Joe without the E, if you didn't know. So on the proper first page, we learn that an opera singer is coming to Hooterville and wants to book out the Shady Rest. The family rushed to clean the hotel, and they've somehow moved the elevator, because it's not there now. Kate waxes the floor, and everyone starts to slip, even the wooden Indian, who falls on top of a priceless vase. The next day, the group wait on the opera singer, and Uncle Joe comes out wearing a worn-out suit. He says he's trying to seem high class, and that he hasn't worn these clothes since his uncle died in 1909. He must have been a mighty big 5-year-old. A man named Mr. Twill arrives and says his car broke down. You may have noticed that the comic writers have not picked up on the fact that there is no road near the hotel. Well, on second thought, maybe that's why his car broke down. Twill is a member of the Hooterville Opera Committee and is there to announce the arrival of the opera singer, the great Ranroli. Ranroli appears and trips off the train. Mr. Twill responds to this by pushing Kate in front of Ranroli.
How stupid of me to trip! Never have I seen such devotion. This dear woman sacrificed herself to break my fall.
Ranroli is upset about the accident and retires upstairs. Later, the singer is heard causing a ruckus, and his assistant complains that there isn't hot water. Kate says she'll have Joe look at the boiler later, and that she's preparing a special dinner for Ranroli.
Well, everything's ready, and it's just 7 o'clock.
I'll bet that Ranroli fella ain't ever seen victuals spread out like this.
Don't it look great?
I wish I hadn't eaten so much for lunch.
I hear footsteps. They're coming, Ma.
But it turns out the assistant has come down alone, and he says Ranroli isn't feeling well and can't make it to dinner. Joe tells Kate not to worry.
Buck up, Kate. These great artists are real delicate people. Besides, you got all us. We'll pack these victuals away real good.
Meanwhile, the next day, the Joe sisters run in and say that there's a group of people on the front lawn playing music to try and impress Ranroli. Kate says she's going to call the police. I'll say that again. Kate says she's going to call the police. How are you going to do that, Kate? Thinking the visitors might be good for business, Kate throws a hotel reception where everyone gathers and plays music, while Joe sells lemonade and cakes for 25 cents, which is roughly $2.39 today. The next day, the recital happens, and nearly all of Hooterville is there to see it. But at the last minute, Ranroli's assistant comes out to announce that the singer has come down with a case of laryngitis. The assistant says that Ranroli regrets this more than anyone else, and he'll do another show in a few days. Backstage, we find out this was all a ruse.
A few minutes later, backstage.
Laryngitis. I never felt better in my life.
Woo! Well, if they ever find out you're a fake, you won't feel so well.
Quiet, you fool. I could sing good at one time. Now let's get the money and scram.
That ain't gonna be easy. There's 1 million people outside, and Kate's gone for a doctor.
Doctor, that'll ruin everything quick. Let's get to Shady Rest. We'll pull a special rest routine and sweat out a few days.
I hope we can make it out to Shady Rest. There's a lot of people out there.
Ranroli locks himself in his hotel room, and the assistant says he's refused outside medical care. We soon learn that Uncle Joe has knocked himself out trying to drag his wooden Indian up the basement stairs. Billy Joe reveals that he wanted to show it to Ranroli, thinking it would cheer him up.
These is nice people. Makes it hard to swindle them.
Now what?
Ma, there's a guy at the door with a lantern. Claims he's got the best formula in the world for laryngitis.
One thing you'll take note of is whenever they show the Shady Rest in these comics, it's almost always obscured in some way. This is because at this point in the actual TV show, we had never seen the full hotel outside the porch. A full model wouldn't be built until 1966, but we covered that in a different intermission. So because the artist had no real reference material, they instead would draw the Shady Rest with basically no details at all. And as we'll see later, when they try to guess, they get things really wrong. Speaking of contradictions, a giant crowd gathers outside the Shady Rest to see Ron Rowley, and the hotel's phone starts ringing off the hook with people trying to reach him, which is really impressive since it's not even hooked up. I ask you, how did the writers of this comic know what the Shady Rest phone looks like, but they didn't know that the phone doesn't work?
The sound wasn't on, but I think I got the gist of it.
The next day, Kate cooks a morning meal for Ron Rowley, and wow, is that kitchen not right. I mean, just look at the stove. The Shady Rest does not have a stove like that. Ron Rowley hears Betty Jo singing in the other room and says she has the voice of an angel. Hopefully she doesn't have the mouth of a sailor. Ron Rowley says he can make her a star. All he needs is $5,000. In today's money, this is nearly $48,000, which is a ridiculous amount to ask someone for. Kate is uncharacteristically supportive of Betty Jo leaving school and touring the country, and promises to raise the money. To do this, she decides to mortgage the hotel. Later that night, Kate privately cries over the situation, as she fears she'll be losing the hotel and Betty Jo all at once. Ron Rowley's assistant overhears this, and decides to stand up for the family.
Minutes later.
Well, P.O., how did you find things with the little people of Shady Rest? Restful, I trust.
Listen, Fatso, your son and me is gonna have a little talk.
After this, Kate, the sisters, and Joe hear clashing upstairs and think the two are tearing the hotel room apart. Kate heads up to administer a can of whoop-ass. She threatens to call the police, again with the phone, and the two men exit.
Silence. Then the door opens.
Oh, 1,000 pardons. Artistic temperaments will flare up, but it's nothing, eh, P.O.?
It's just a little difference of opinion. Now everything is okay. We'll pay for any damage.
Later, Ron Rowley and the assistant argue again. The assistant wants to take the concert money and run, but Ron Rowley wants to take Kate's money as well. Kate comes back from the bank and says they want to do an in-person inspection of the hotel before they approve a loan. Meanwhile, Betty Jo has been taking singing lessons with Ron Rowley and says that everything he teaches seems to be wrong. Suddenly, the hotel shakes like an earthquake and smoke bellows from the basement. We learn that the boiler has burst and it will cost $700 to get a new one. Kate says she will now need a few more days to get the money for Ron Rowley, and he says to forget it. He'll be refunding the concert tickets and leaving that night. He also says that Betty Jo's voice needs a few more years of maturing before she's ready for stardom. Betty Jo is relieved, as she never really wanted to be an opera singer anyways. Ron Rowley gets on the train and leaves, just as Kate gets a telegram that a birdwatchers committee wants to rent out the hotel, so they'll be able to afford to fix that boiler. On the same page as the final panel, an advertisement sets for a glamorous gown for a teen doll. Apparently this was a company that just made doll dresses, but not dolls. Thank goodness the previous owner of this comic ignored this, as cutting out this clipping would mean destroying a panel on the previous page. Instead of an ad, the page after this is another black and white quickie. Kate finds all three of her daughters are skipping out on their household chores, respectively vacuuming the rugs, polishing the silver, and waxing the furniture. It turns out all three girls have dates with boys that night, and Uncle Joe thinks of a way to teach them a lesson. Later in the evening, the women find their suitors are all late, and Bobby Joe suspects they've been stood up. Outside, we see their dates running away, as Joe has put up a sign that reads "Quarantine," making them think the girls have the Rona. Real nice of Joe to use a plank of wood instead of a sheet this time. Finally, in the sponsored final page, we see an advertisement for a set of 100 toy soldiers for $1.25, which is almost $12 today. You might remember these things from Toy Story. In grade school, I did a gift exchange, and I got a bunch of these as a gift. I always thought it was the worst gift ever. I just couldn't imagine someone who would want to play with these.
So that's issue 2, good and done with. Let's move on to issue 3, which has a cover date of April to June 1965. Okay. Nero, you're hurting me.
At the start of the issue, Uncle Joe is running a pyramid scheme. Just kidding, but this was an actual pyramid scheme that was advertised on page 1, the $100 a week club.
Let me put you in a profitable business you can run from home. Spare time, full time. If you've always dreamed of getting into the $100 a week bracket, here's your chance to join the club. Men all over the country are doing it with my simple proven plan. So can you. The 60-year-old Mason Shoe Manufacturing Co. will set you up in a profitable shoe store business. In your spare time, this business can add enough to your present paycheck so your weekly income is at least $100. Or run this business full-time and earn as much as $960 a month. But you should never make less than $100 a week again if you take advantage of this opportunity. No wonder you'll make so much money.
This really does feel like something Uncle Joe would fall for. So this issue has a title. It's called Bombshell Betty Bomb Shady Rest if you trust the opening page, and When Bombshell Betty Hits the Junction if you trust the front cover. So Floyd comes down to the Shady Rest saying he just got a telegram and has great news. Years ago, his little sister married a rich Hollywood type, and now she's coming back with her daughter Betty, who he hasn't seen since she was knee-high.
How great! Where's she live?
Hollywood, the movie town.
Oh, she must know all of the movie stars. Imagine living in Hollywood. I can't wait to meet her.
Hold your horses. She'll be here tomorrow. I wonder what John Wade is really like.
I presume that she means John Wayne. So Betty arrives at the Shady Rest the next day, and the hotel is flooded with teenage boys. And hey look, I found Waldo. So the boys in Hooterville are already obsessed with Betty, and offer to bring all of her luggage up to the hotel. Floyd has a monkey on his shoulder, and I presume that's hers as well. Betty continues to flirt with the boys from Hooterville, and pretends to sprain her ankle so they'll carry her up to her room. The Joe sisters say they've had enough of Betty already, and leave her luggage behind, meaning Uncle Joe has to get it all himself. The boys invite Betty to a dance that Saturday, and she asks if Kate has room service, as she isn't sure if she can make it to the table, and she wants a salad for her monkey. After dinner, the Joe sisters keep being jealous, and decide to dress up like Raggedy Ann and imitate Betty. Kate tells them to knock it off, as the problem with young folks is they try to grow up too fast, then run out of things to do in life.
Movie stars dress like that only for the movies and show. Around their homes, they dress like us, especially the young ones.
I don't remember the young ones dressing like that. Well, maybe Neil. The next day, the boys come back to see Betty again, and Uncle Joe rips his pants while bending over. Betty runs around the hotel lobby, trying to redecorate while saying that she knows better because she's from Hollywood. She says the wooden Indian should be in the middle of the room, and tries to get the boys to help her. Uncle Joe is furious to see someone's messing with his Indian, and Betty's monkey bites him, which she says is a sign of affection. That night, Betty plans to throw a party, and the three Joe sisters skip it out of protest. The next night, Betty throws another party, and the Joe sisters finally decide to join in. Suddenly, a fight breaks out on the dance floor, and someone gets knocked into the wooden Indian. Luckily, Joe catches it, and Kate comments that the Indian is extremely heavy. And you'd think it would be, since it's filled with priceless gems and jewels. Kate has finally had enough, and kicks everyone out of the hotel. Floyd apologizes to Kate for the trouble, and she says she's sorry too, but she wants his niece out of there the next morning. Suddenly, a handsome man checks into the hotel, who the girls identify as Larry Grant, clearly a parody of Cary Grant. But he says his name is actually Buck, and while he is from Hollywood, he has no relation to the film star. We see an interesting panel of the Shady Rest, where a bunch of mailboxes sit on a tree, which is ridiculous, as the family gets their mail from Sam Drucker. After this, more Hooterville boys talk to Betty.
What's Hollywood really like, Betty?
Yeah, and all them pretty stars.
Hollywood isn't like Hooterville, and the stars would be the first to say so.
What's wrong with Hooterville? We got lots of great places. Did you ever see Skunk Creek? Or Big Snake Cave?
Hooterville is the best place in the territory.
Betty sees who she thinks is Larry Grant, and he asks for directions to the post office, and Betty offers to take him, and suddenly they're in a really big town. I have no idea where this is, but it's not Hooterville. But Betty is disappointed that Buck keeps talking to her like she's a child, and she eventually gets flustered and runs to her room. So Betty throws another party at the Shady Rest, but at this point everyone in town has grown old of her attitude, and no one wants to dance with her. She goes to her room, but later comes back with her hair let down, which I think means she is nice now. Everyone forgives her for being mean, and she realizes she needs to celebrate being young without trying to grow up too fast. To show her newfound immaturity, Betty even gives her pet monkey to the town zoo. You remember the Hooterville Zoo? Of course you don't. In the sponsored final page, we have yet another pyramid scheme. Yay! They'll send you American plant seeds for free, and you just have to sell them to your friends and family, then send the company back the profits. And once you do that, the company will send you so many valuable prizes. What the ad doesn't tell you is that if you don't send the money back, the mafia will come and break your kneecaps. Other ads in this issue include a range of rare stamps you could buy if you were into stamp collecting as a kid, and according to the ad, it only cost 25 cents, which is $2.35 today.
With that, let's move on to Petticoat Junction issue number 4, which has a cover date of July to September 1965.
So this comic has an interesting start, as it's the first issue to have an actual illustration on the front cover instead of just a photograph. Text at the top reads, "There's magic in the air when two mad magicians start playing tricks on everyone at the junction. The three Joe sisters stand aghast as Uncle Joe has been transformed into a two-headed jack-in-the-box. Or perhaps a Joe's in the box. Kate stares in shock, as if it's the most terrifying thing she's ever seen. This scene will not happen within the comic itself. At the start of the story, everyone excitedly runs toward the cannonball, as there are two magicians on board, the Lafarge twins. Uncle Joe is confused and says he's seeing double, 4 Charlies.
Step down, oh mighty engineer. Your steady hand at the throttle has made a fine trip possible. Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Your clear vision has guided us safely to Shady Rest.
Conductor Smooths, you conducted a Grant trip, so don't trip as you detrain. If I did, I'll land on you. Then we'll both be in pain.
So everyone in this comic keeps calling Charlie and Floyd Pratt and Smoots. These are the characters' last names, minus the last S in Floyd's case, but I've never brought it up because no one really calls them that in the TV show.
Hey there, you two Smoots and Pratts. What's going on? Tell me before I have you arrested.
Uncle Joe, wait, there's a trick here somewhere.
So one of the Floyds takes off his mask, revealing himself as the Master. Okay, he says his real name is Felix Lafarge, which sounds like a name the Master would make up. Probably an anagram of a fragile flex or something. A large argument begins, until one of the Charlies takes off his mask, revealing that he's a different incarnation of the Master. But really his name is Frederick Lafarge, and he's the other Lafarge brother, and his name is an anagram of Serial Dragriff, or maybe Farce Glared Fur, or Fecal Drag Fryer. All valid names for a subpar punk band with a $5 cover. We see in the next panel that this whole scene is apparently taking place outside of Sam Drucker's store, which is odd as I've just now realized we never see Sam in these comics. I guess likeness rights are expensive. The 3 girls wish that the Lafarge twins were triplets because they find the men attractive, which is really creepy writing. Suddenly the Lafarge twins are on top of the cannonball and announce that one of them is going to jump into the smokestack and will appear at the Shady Rest unharmed. Everyone is in disbelief of this, as they think the man will be killed. But Lafarge takes the leap, and the train heads to the hotel. Kate, the girls, and Joe run after it. When they get there, both men appear, until one suddenly vanishes. He then reappears on top of the Shady Rest, which is drawn like a 1-story building, and Joe falls over. Eventually, the Lafarge brothers check into the Shady Rest, and Charlie struggles to get his luggage to the hotel. Suddenly, Uncle Joe hears a noise inside one box, as if there's someone inside it, and one of the brothers appears to say that there is someone inside, as it's a good way to travel. Kate insists the man be let out, and Joe threatens to call the sheriff. Once again, phone doesn't work. I will point it out every time. So Lafarge hits the button, and it's a jack-in-the-box, and a ventriloquist dummy. His name is Jumping Jimmy, and he asks you to respect his lifestyle choices. There's a crash upstairs, and everyone runs up to find the other Lafarge brother has fainted. He soon wakes back up, and there's a bit where both brothers grow beards. Billy Joe is enamored with the pair's act, and asks them to teach her magic. They start by performing another impersonation, as one of the brothers suddenly becomes Uncle Joe. Suddenly, the real Uncle Joe shows up, and the two fight over who is the real Fat Boy Shady.
You don't recognize me? Eh? Well, I'll be danged. You look sorta familiar, but we're always getting straight characters around here. Well, I'm Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe? You can't be, 'cause I'm Uncle Joe. Billy Joe, who's this danged imposter? I'm Uncle Joe and you know it. Billy Joe, where'd this idiot come from? Call your ma. Kate'll get this straightened out. Don't stand there, girl. Call Kate and let's throw out this blasted imposter. Imposter? Why, you dang gazook. I'll take you apart with my bare hands.
Kate gets Lafarge to cut it out, and Uncle Joe is relieved to find out he was the real one all along. Billy Joe suddenly realizes she has a crush on one of the Lafarge twins. The only problem is, she's not sure which one, because all white people look the same to her. Uncle Joe and the magicians walk around after supper, and the twins use their ventriloquism to make Joe think his wooden Indian is alive and can talk. Suddenly, a painting in the hallway of Joe's dead uncle also starts talking. This uncle is apparently a different one than the Uncle Joe mentioned a few issues ago. The next morning, the Lafarge twins stand out in front of the hotel and do countless tricks for visitors, including turning into Abraham Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt. Kate and the girls grow anxious that if the twins keep doing magic this out in the open, they'll run out of material by the time of their big show. So Kate tasks Joe with trying to hide them away from people visiting the hotel. And so Uncle Joe decides to lock them in the basement. This won't be the last time he does this in the franchise. The twins quickly break out and play more tricks on Joe and Kate. The night of the big show, the brothers come out and start doing their tricks, but everyone in town has already seen their material and begin booing. An angry mob forms and begins attacking the men. Backstage, the twins begin to fight over who is to blame, and eventually the Shady Rest family convinces him to try again. So a few days later, they do another show, present unseen material, and the show is a hit. The moral of the story is, never do anything for free that you could charge money for, I guess. In the sponsored final page, an advertisement asks you to send in drawings to see if you're talented enough to pay someone to teach you how to draw good. Other ads in this issue promote such things as the diamond-shaped stamps again, a rocket model kit, and international correspondence schools, which I guess must have something to do with OWL correspondence schools.
So let's go ahead and move on to the final issue of Petticoat Junction, which has a cover date of October 1965. And as you can see from the front cover, this one's all about baseball, a topic I know absolutely a lot about, so I won't be at all confused about this one.
So at the start of the comic, we find out that a famous baseball league is coming to town, and Uncle Joe gets into an argument with the elderly Mr. Dancroft over who knows more about baseball. They run into the team at the Shady Rest, and the baseball players play various pranks on Uncle Joe. Eventually, a baseball gets loose in the hotel, and in the process, the wooden Indian falls on Joe and snaps in half. So maybe Joe can get to those priceless jewels and emeralds now. Joe fixes the Indian, and Kate tells him to get rid of it again, but Joe says it brings the hotel class. Kate says she wants the Indian out of the lobby, and that goes for the baseball players too. One of the players speaks kindly to Kate, and she gets flustered, and Billy Joe says he reminds her of Rock Hudson. So it turns out the baseball team needs money, and can't even pay the hotel bill if they don't get some. So they decide to try and hold a game at Hooterville. To find a challenger, they do an open pitch session where one of the men bullies a local boy and mocks all of the Hooter villains. So a game is announced, and Uncle Joe is selected to be the team coach. That night, everyone decides to party like it's 1965, and in the process Uncle Joe breaks his leg. A group of men carry Joe away, naturally holding him from the broken leg, and it's announced that he won't be able to coach like he wanted. One of the baseball players breaks a window at the Shady Rest, and a fist fight starts outside. Kate tries to intervene, and in the process is decked in the face. Kate announces the ball players need to leave, as she's done with them. At the big game, the Hooterville baseball team is losing bad against the out-of-towners, even as Uncle Joe makes it to the game on crutches. Anyway, you remember Mr. Dancroft? The old guy? Turns out he has a nephew, who's sort of like a redneck Fonz, and he's good at everything. He joins the baseball game, and he throws a homer. I don't know what that means, but he does it. And Hooterville wins. The baseball guys decide to pick a fight with redneck Fonz, but end up losing again. In the end, they say they've all learned a lesson. The end. The sponsored final page is our final pyramid scheme of the Petticoat Junction run.
Boys, girls, men, women, if you know just 10 people, you can make at least $50, more likely $100 to $200 in your spare time.
Joke's on you. I don't know 10 people. Other advertisements in the comic include a company that sold jewelry with your name printed on it, a poster for the least controversial Jerry Lewis film to feature him playing a clown, and an advertisement for the, quote, world's biggest life-size poster of the Beatles. If that's true, I figure that woman must be almost 8 feet tall.
This comic sucks. It's easily the worst of the 5 issues. I mean, we established in season 2 that Betty Jo plays baseball. And so you do a comic about baseball, but she's not even in it. It's just about some guy we've never heard of? All in all, I did enjoy the Petticoat Junction comics. But for the most part, they're just fan fiction. They're really at their best when they're so stupid they just make you laugh. With that out of the way, let's move on to the big leagues. With the Beverly Hillbillies issue 1. With a cover date of April to June 1963.
The comic starts with a 1-page black and white introduction. Granny gets a new washing machine from Jed as a gift, but she can't figure out how to use it. So she goes back to doing it how she did it back home and starts cleaning their laundry in the cement pond. So on the actual first page, while serving hot pancakes, Granny begins to complain that the family has nothing to do, causing Jed to say that millionaires don't have to do anything. He recaps the plot of the pilot episode, and right away we can see that the writers of these comics don't quite understand the show's plot.
When I struck oil on our farm back home, we couldn't rightly stay there and keep on farming and all.
I don't know why not.
I'm sure you don't need me to tell you this, but back home, the Clampetts didn't run a farm. They lived on swampland. So I'm sure from here on out, we're going to see even more inconsistencies. Granny says that living in Beverly Hills has made the kids lazy, and that they have nothing to do. Jed says that maybe she's right, and they should try to get Ellie and Jethro hobbies. Just then there's a knock at the door, meaning that the mysterious music never plays. We find out it's Earl Chester, one of the Clampetts' neighbors, who says his car is broken down. He was hoping that the Clampetts could give him a push. Jethro comes out to push the car by hand, and Earl explains that he thought they could push his car with their car, which is a very non-millionaire thing to request. But Jethro pushes the car by hand, and the neighbor thanks him, and now he won't be late to the studio. He explains he is a producer at Golden Harvest Studios, which must be one of the main competitors of Mammoth Studios. Oh wait, you won't get that yet. So the man says the studio is having a lot of problems and heads off. Jethro asks what a producer does, and if Thomas F. Wilson doesn't know, Jed certainly doesn't. So Jed comes up with the theory that a producer is a man who grows produce, and that Golden Harvest Studios is a massive farm. Jed speaks to Granny, and says he's decided the family should go down to Golden Harvest and try to give them some help with their farming. He then notices that Granny is washing dishes by hand instead of using the electric dishwasher he bought her. She says the dishwasher is too loud, and besides, it's a great place for their cat Lulu to snuggle with her kittens. Because if Granny is known for one thing, it's loving critters. And if that wasn't bad enough, when we see the family driving to the movie studio in the next panel, Jed is the one driving. Now as a reminder to everyone at home, Jed doesn't drive the Clampett mobile. Jethro does. Jed driving the truck is a common image in Beverly Hillbillies secondary media, and is a common Mandela effect in former viewers. They go to the movie studio, where the gate guard thinks they're in costume, and lets them in once they mention they're friends of Mr. Chester. Once inside the studio, the family think all of the sound stages are greenhouses, and they take to exploring. Incidentally, as I implied before, this comic has accidentally predicted a storyline that we're going to see at the start of the show's 3rd season. The group discover a stage full of conga girls dancing, and Jethro interrupts them to try and take one of them home. A director tells Jethro he's wasted $10,000 worth of film, which is almost $100,000 today. Ellie finds her way onto a set with a matador and a bull, and she thinks this is one of Chester's farmers. Ellie stops the bull from lunging out, but causes it to crash into a brick wall. The director curses Ellie for ruining his film, but she tells him not to put farmhands at risk like that. She then gives the bull sugar, apparently having already tamed it. Directors at the studio demand to talk to Mr. Chester, but he is unavailable as he's meeting with his psychiatrist in his office, because the psychiatrist does house calls apparently. Chester tells the shrink about his recurring nightmares, where people are trying to help him while unknowingly making his life worse. Meanwhile, on a set depicting ancient Troy, Jed and Jethro discover a massive wooden horse being boarded by actors dressed as Greek soldiers. One of the soldiers insults Jethro, and he goes on a rampage. So Granny discovers a set that's supposed to be a beach, and accidentally hits the one lever that automatically makes the studio flood with water. And you see, that's what you get for hiring non-union engineers. Inside his office, Mr. Chester tells his shrink about the hillbillies and how they helped him with his car, and he realizes that he should have been more grateful for their help. Meanwhile, the hillbillies end up in a room that looks like the planet Mars, where astronauts and aliens mingle. Suddenly, a giant metal bug emerges and begins attacking the planet, but the guns of the locals have no effect. Jethro decides to intervene, chopping up the monster with his axe, much to the anger of the crew, who reveal it took 6 months to build the animatronic. Finally, the hillbillies end up in a room with overgrown plants and elephants, but the hillbillies think the elephants are all overgrown pigs. So Jed decides to scare them away from eating Mr. Chester's crops by shooting into the air. Jethro notes that Jed has struck oil again, as it's now dripping from the ceiling. Someone at the studio says this must mean that Jed shot a hole in the oil tank on the roof. Soon they see a, quote, native kidnapping a woman and tying her to be burnt at the stake. Naturally, the hillbillies decide to rescue her. As the room is filled with stampeding elephants, fleeing conga girls, and the migrating Trojan horse, one of the actors says that whatever movie this shot is for, it will be the greatest of all time. Mr. Chester eventually finds out what's been going on and curses the hillbillies, until Jed reveals he wanted to make a donation to Chester's farm. As Chester starts counting, he realizes it's enough to build a new studio, and he doesn't even notice that he's being picked up by one of the giant pigs. As Jed leaves, he says that Mr. Chester doesn't run a very good farm, but he'd be smart to consider turning it into a movie studio instead. In the one-page black and white page at the end of the comic, Jed buys Ellie and Jethro some books so they can commence to learning. But they get easily distracted, and so Granny decides to put the books to better use.
Now that's more like it. They can keep all the furniture from wobbling. I guess maybe books can be useful, Jed.
Granny, you's the stubbornest woman on 2 feet, but we all love you.
In the sponsored final page, a set of 147 miniature cars are advertised. Readers who sent in the slip on the final page would receive 3 cars for only $2.49, which is about $24 today. However, according to some sources I read online, the company was later sued for false advertising, as the cars were 2-dimensional cutouts and not actual models.
With that, let's talk about issue 2, which has a cover date of July to September 1963.
Issue 2 starts off with a one-page black and white comic where Granny needs some fish. She wants to catch them herself, but Jed says she'll have to settle for going to the market. There she finds fish which are so fresh that they're still alive, and so she has put them into the cement pond so she can have the satisfaction of catching them herself. The main story of this issue is titled Living Elegant and begins with Jethro and Ellie lounging in the mansion's front yard. Jethro says that every day at 4, it starts raining upside down on the lawn, which Ellie doesn't believe until she sees for herself. These are, of course, the sprinklers, which we haven't seen since way back in Season 1, Episode 3. Jethro takes an axe and starts hacking up the yard, but is interrupted by their neighbor, a bald man wearing a Hawaiian shirt and holding a cane. Strangely, the comic clearly identifies him as the banker, Mr. Drysdale. So clearly what's happened here is that the writers found a reference image of Raymond Bailey without knowing that he wore a hairpiece for the show. This art wouldn't be so pitiful if it wasn't for the fact that the show had been the #1 program on TV for almost a year, so they really had no excuse. Jethro says that the upside down rain always comes when he's trying to rest on the lawn, so Mr. Drysdale changes the settings on the sprinkler so they go off at 5 instead of 4.
And along come Mr. Drysdale, and he up and shuts off the rain just like that.
Them bankers is all alike. Now they even runs the weather.
Ellie comes in and says they have new neighbors who talk very strangely. Jed figures they must be foreigners, like the hillbillies were when they moved to Beverly Hills, and says they should help them feel welcome like Mr. Drysdale did when they moved in.
Meanwhile, the new neighbors are getting settled.
Count von Strom, everything is ready for you.
Excellent, Fritz. The Countess and I will want to rest before dinner. You will show my son and my father to their rooms.
I do hope my room has a decent view of trees. I would hate to look out on the neighbors.
Bah! Eric, the trouble with you is that you were never in the army.
Grandpa, you promised not to pick on the boy anymore.
I realize we are all quite weary and irritable. Ever since we were exiled from Volvania, We have searched the world over for a new permanent home. Perhaps we shall find the peace and privacy we seek here in these lovely hills.
Let us hope so.
I still say we should have remained in Europe.
I figure Volvania must be where they make Volvos. So the hillbillies come to the front door and offer some home-cooked victuals, but the butler turns them away. Jed becomes convinced that their new neighbors are just shy, and they decide to climb their mansion's wall and end up at their cement pond. After explaining that they're the neighbors, the Von Stroms become more friendly with the family. The mother of the Von Strom family passes out, so Jed gives her some corn liquor, which is pretty out of character for him. But she jolts up and jumps into the cement pond despite not being able to swim. Meanwhile, the oldest Von Strom, a former military man, takes after Granny romantically. Okay, so they go to the Von Strom dining room, try some of Granny's victuals, the family pretends to like it, then the old general guy shoots Jethro's gun, ruining their chandelier. Ellie plays football inside, the Von Strom mother is an alcoholic now and keeps finding excuses to get more white lightning. Pretty typical comic stuff. The hillbillies invite the family over, and the mother and old military guy insist they go. The Von Stroms decide to dress down so the hillbillies feel more comfortable, but the hillbillies decide to dress up in the fancy clothes Drysdale brought them. So when they all show up for the party, neither families are dressed as expected. Granny has managed to cook a dinner of authentic Volvo cuisine, using her picture cookbook. The two families get along fine, and the comic comes to an end. There are 2 sponsored pages at the end of this one. In the first, it is the 100 Toy Soldiers ad that we also saw in the Petticoat Junction comics. The second is another ad for an authentic 1960s BB gun.
That's right. Back then you could just order firearms through the mail back then. At some point, an adult just needs to be responsible and say, "You'll shoot your eye out." Up next, let's talk about the Beverly Hillbillies issue number 3, which has a cover date of October to December 1963.
Issue 3 starts with another one-panel comic, where Jethro appears in the kitchen and complains that the TV in the basement isn't working. Jed comes down, and sure enough, it's a new dryer, which Jethro misunderstood as a television. This is only fitting, as in the TV show, Granny thought a TV was a washing machine.
It was some type of misunderstood technology.
Today's comic is called Community Chaos, but for some reason when you Google Community Chaos, this isn't what pops up. So in this comic, Ellie and Jethro have been playing pranks on each other, much to Granny's dismay. She thinks the community should do something about these sorts of things. Meanwhile, by complete coincidence, a council has been put together to do something about these sorts of things. They are the Beverly Hills Betterment League, who wants to better Beverly Hills, and they're a league as well. However, they are all locals, so they don't know what Beverly Hills is missing. To fix this, they decide to contact someone added to the phone book recently, and by chance they pick Jed and head to the mansion. One thing you'll notice is this comic clearly has better reference photos than the last 2 issues, as at the very least the mansion is dead on accurate in this comic. So Jethro has set up a bucket filled with water in order to prank Ellie Mae, but he accidentally gets the committee wet instead. Jed apologizes to the committee, who explain their goal is to better Beverly Hills. The Clampetts all agree it's a cause worth joining, while Jed floats in the air, because the artist traced a photo of Buddy Epson sitting down, and forgot to also draw the chair. So everyone in the family comes up with their own ideas about how to better Beverly Hills by making it more like back home. Granny takes a train out to a farm and buys a cow, but then she's told she can't take the cow on the train back to Beverly Hills. And you know, you'd never get that kind of treatment on the Hooterville Cannonball. But she eventually manages to get it onto the train.
Come on, Nellie. I never heard of any such bad treatment riding a train before. Next time we'll take the bus.
That woman's trying to turn the railroad into a cattle train.
She must be here to make a new movie. I'll bet that's a talking cow.
Well, I wouldn't watch a movie about a talking cow. But a TV show about a talking horse? That might be worth watching.
Meanwhile, Jethro has had a truck filled with possums imported into the city, believing what Beverly Hills is missing is things to hunt. Ellie follows suit by releasing fish into the city's public fountains. Jed contributes to the city by doing the most out-of-character thing in these comics so far. He uses tools from a hardware store to build the world's greatest moonshine still. The same Jed who is always trying to stop Granny from making moonshine is now converting water from the cement pond straight into the stuff. However, suddenly, the still explodes. So everyone in the family gets arrested, and so does the hardware owner who sold Jed the equipment to build his still. The woman in charge of the Betterment Society comes to the jail, hears the family story, and bails everyone out. To thank her, the family throw a party at the mansion just for the society. Jed gets his still hooked up again, and everyone gets drunk and has a hoedown. However, the still explodes again, and everyone jumps into the pond to escape the blast. As they do, one of the hillbillies say,
I guess I won't be needing a bath this month.
Which is against the Prime Directive. Remember, the hillbillies were poor, but not dirty. The police come again, but let the group off the hook when they learn the party is benefiting charity, and everyone present will be donating $10,000. Because when you're rich, you can get away with anything. The final page is a family portrait of the hillbillies, done in the style of a photo from the 1800s. The sponsored final page is for the 132 Roman soldiers, which we covered already.
As I said, this issue is very out of character, but at least it's a lot of fun. Now let's talk about issue 4, which had a cover date of January to March 1964.
So we start off with a one-page comic advertising a racing car toy, Fly Over Chicane. The gimmick of the toy was that it would drive on a track which would then split, and you wouldn't know which way it was going to go. Today you can pick up one of these sets for $50 to $100. Act 1 of this comic is called Culture Vultures, and in this issue, Jed is now mad that Ellie and Jethro never do anything. Groundbreaking stuff. So he announces an emergency family meeting. So with every issue, the artists and writers are starting to understand the show a little bit more. Back in the early issues, Ellie kept calling Jed Daddy, which isn't accurate to the show, but now she's calling him Pa, like she's supposed to. Jed says that just because they're rich now doesn't mean they should do nothing. He thinks they should all be trying to educate themselves and to seek out self-improvement. And to help with this, Jed has brought them all tickets to classes and events at the Museum of Fine Art.
Says here that a body can learn all about oil painting and sculpturing by just going to these here classes they got at the museum.
Horse feathers. Nobody's going to sculpture me if and I can help it.
And this here one's all about hitting that little white ball all around a big field. They calls it golf.
You see, they's got all kinds of things for folks to do with time on their hands, like us.
So Jethro now knows what golf is. Well, you can't expect the comic writers to have seen every episode, I suppose. They get to the museum, where Granny complains there are too many stairs, and she reminds Jed that she is not a mountain goat. From here on, the Clampetts all split up. Act 2 is called Country Club Madness, and in this one, there's some madness at the country club. So as Jed and Jethro enter the museum country club, they're told by the man at the front entrance that they likely can't afford a membership. Jed says he only has $1,000 on him, which is $9,600 today, and his banker can send over the rest if it's not enough. So Jed and Jethro get into the country club, and are asked to change into proper golfing attire, but they mutually dislike what they discover that to be.
Well, doggies, I never did think I'd seen you in them britches, Uncle Jed. Sure do look a sight.
You ain't exactly no Prince Charming yourself, Jethro. Maybe we should have gone to the museum with the women folk.
Nonsense, gentlemen. You look like real golfers. Come now, it's time for your first golf lesson.
If you didn't notice, they just had Jethro say Jed's catchphrase. So they meet the country club's golf pro, Bertie, which I think is a golf joke. Bertie starts to explain how to play the game, but Jethro explains he's overcomplicating it. As on TV, golf is just a guy hitting a ball into a hole. Bertie challenges Jethro to try it himself, and Jethro gets a hole-in-one on his first try.
Hey, Mr. Bertie, ain't you gonna show us none of them fancy shots we've been hearing about?
You just play the game any way you want. I need some refreshment. Maybe I'll take up knitting. What a shot.
So Jed and Jethro hit their balls around and eventually notice that a bunch of golf balls are sitting around in the sand. Golf balls cost $1.12 per ball, or $12 per ball in today's money. So Jed and Jethro start picking these balls up since they seem to be free. That is until a mob of angry golfers appear over the hill, as the pair have taken their balls, and Jed and Jethro have to run away. They hide in the health club, where they end up entering the heat and steam rooms. Jed and Jethro think all of the men are sick from the temperatures, and when some men start pouring water over the others, Jethro joins in the water fight, and they get kicked out of the health club as well. Then the boys find the country club's boat dock, and say that seems more up their alley. Act 3 of the comic is called Museum Madness, and here we get to see what Ellie and Granny have been up to. The girls walk around the museum and complain that some of the sculptures and paintings look incomplete. Ellie tries to fix some of them, but is caught by a museum attendant. The attendant takes them to a finger painting class, but the girls are confused and end up painting their fingers, but not with them. So the attendant takes them to a mud sculpture class, where Ellie and Granny make a sculpture so big it goes to the ceiling. They call it Beauty at Rest, but sadly it comes toppling down, and the girls decide to make a new sculpture when they get back home. So the girls meet Jed and Jethro at the country club boat, but Granny falls overboard.
Help! I can't swim in salty water.
Sorry, Granny. We'll get you out of there right quick.
That's Granny's first bath this month.
All right, say it with me now. The Clampetts were poor, not dirty. So Jed tells the ship's captain they'll do whatever he wants for the day. So he makes them clean the ship like sailors. Eventually he lets them fish, but they catch a fish so big that it knocks the captain overboard. Jed and Jethro can't steer the ship, so they're forced to leave him. Eventually, the tiny ship ends up in the direct path of the Titanic, I presume. The two vessels collide, and Jed is able to send someone back to get the captain. Later, back at the mansion, Jed instructs everyone to head out to the cement pond, where he reveals that he bought a boat for the family, and if they keep it in the cement pond, they'll never have to worry about running into ocean liners. You'll remember the hillbillies should already have a boat, since they got one as a Christmas gift in Season 2. In Season 3, there will be an episode about a museum that is also very similar to this one. So with all that, alongside the golf contradiction, I think we can say that this one is still non-canonical. Close, but no Winston. This issue closes with 2 ads, one for another stamp set, and another You'll Shoot Your Eye Out product. Back in the day, all kids had to do for fun was collect stamps, smoke Winstons, and shoot each other in the face.
Let's move on to issue 5, which has a cover date of April to June 1964.
The issue starts with Jed, Jethro, and Ellie preparing a birthday gift for Granny. The gift is a hi-fi set with a record player and a recording of noises from back in the hills. They all hide to see the look on Granny's face, but upon hearing the cry of animals, Granny begins firing her shotgun, thinking the house is filled with wild critters. So this comic is called Holiday Havoc, and the comic starts with Granny, Jethro, and Ellie in bathing suits, swimming in the cement pond, which is a rare sight. Jed comes out and announces to the family that he's been thinking about going on vacation. Granny gets excited and says she can't wait to get back home, but Jed says he didn't mean back home.
Jed Clampett, I was afraid this would happen. Now you're too good for going back to your roots. All this high living's got to you, has it?
Nothing of the kind, Granny. I just thought it might be nice to see some new sights, places we ain't been afore.
Careful, Paul. If you back up anymore, you'll be seeing the bottom of the cement pond.
Did you catch that? Jethro just called Jed Paw. That must be the biggest mistake these comics have made so far. Either that was supposed to be an Ellie line, or the writers honestly think that Ellie and Jethro are siblings. My vote is that somebody was confused. Just look at this next screw-up.
I heard they got these here traveling agency places. We could go to one of them.
Sounds like a pretty dull way to spend a vacation, in a traveling agency.
Granny, you don't have your vacation in them agencies. They just plans them for you.
Well, doggies, don't that beat all? We's getting so relaxed we gotta hire a body to plan our relaxing.
Yep, now Granny is saying Jed's catchphrase. I also want to say that if this was an episode of the show, Drysdale would do everything in his power to stop the family from going on a trip alone. But since the artists haven't learned to draw Raymond Bailey yet, I don't think we'll be seeing him this issue. So they get to the travel agency, and the agent thinks they're all broke, until Jed flashes a pack of $10 bills, and they immediately get service, because it's all about the Hamiltons. The traveling agent shows them a model ship, and says they could travel on an ocean cruise. But Granny asks if this is an ocean cruise for ants, and they eventually pass on the idea, as Granny has a bad history with boats. The travel agent ends up sending them to the Hotel Paradise, and the Clampetts go on their way.
As the Clampetts leave,
I think you made a mistake, Jones. They'll never fit in at the Paradise.
It might be interesting to see if the Paradise changes them, or if they change the Paradise.
You do have to give the artist credit. They've apparently learned to draw Jethro driving the truck, and it only took 5 issues. On the road trip to the hotel, Granny drops a beach ball out the side of the car, and Jethro goes to get it, causing a 3-car pileup in the middle of the road. They get to the Hotel Paradise, and right away the valet tries to kick them out, just based on appearances. But they manage to get checked in, and Jethro insists on parking the truck himself, although he somehow gets into the spot sideways. They get to their room, and see that the bed has a roof on it, and they think that the hotel room must leak. This was a joke they did on the show back in Season 2, Episode 21. Granny gets hungry, and they take her down to the dining area for some victuals. But when the family is served, they all think the food tastes odd, and Granny insists to the hotel staff that she goes back and cook the food herself. The hotel's cook, Pierre, quits over this, and Granny now has to cook for the entire hotel. So Granny goes in and cooks everything herself, and when the meal is served, everyone loves it.
This is absolutely delicious. The new chef is worth $1 million.
They love it. They really love it. We've cooked our greatest meal.
Nonsense! I know that the little lady cooked the entire dinner, and I am dying to try it myself.
The family all go down to the beach, where Granny eventually spots scuba divers, and comes to her typical misunderstandings.
What in tarnation? That there's some kind of strange creatures. They's either from under the ocean or from outer space. Why, I'll wager they's some of them Martians. More than likely we're in for an attack by them space critters. I'd best tell the others. Yowie! They's hundreds of them, and they comin' this away. Jed, Jethro, come here quick. The enemy is approaching. Grab up some rocks or something.
Granny, what are you so all-fired excited about? That water can't be cold.
Maybe she done found a pearl in one of them clams. They's worth a lot of money.
The family see the scuba divers, and everyone thinks they're extraterrestrials from the planet Vulcan, and they start throwing rocks at them. Granny calls the Coast Guard in, and eventually the family throws rocks at them too. After some explanations, the captain says he'll let them off the hook this time, but any more trouble, and he's bringing them in.
Moments later,
Granny, where are you off to?
There's no point in my hanging around here. Alls I do is get into trouble. I'm a-going to find me some peace and quiet.
Best let her go, Uncle Jed. When Granny gets a notion into her head, there's no stopping her.
Okay, so now the author knows that Jed is Jethro's uncle. So who knows what was going on at the start of the comic? I guess it's like when you accidentally call your teacher Mom. Granny eventually finds a cabin on the beach with a bunch of beatnik types. The beatniks love Granny, and when they meet the rest of the family, they love them too. So the family take the beatniks back to the fancy hotel, where they have a hoedown so fun that even the other hotel guests join in. Even the hotel manager is enjoying himself too much to stop all the racket. But the Clampetts get worn out faster than everyone else, and while the party goes on, they decide to pack their things and sneak off into the night.
Ooh-wee! I sure am glad to be out of that place. A few more minutes and I'd have been walking on my knees.
But you gotta admit, we sure did set that hotel a-stompin'. It'll never be the same.
And neither will I. I don't know how them folks can stand such a ruckus. How did we ever decide to visit that there wild hotel? It sure ain't no place for a body to get some rest and relaxation.
The sponsored final pages are 2 we've seen before. One for a special set of triangle and diamond stamps, and one for a pack of 100 toy soldiers.
Now let's talk about the Beverly Hillbillies issue number 6, which has a cover date of July to September 1964.
The one-page black and white opener this week is called Built for Comfort, and in this comic, Jed wants Jethro to get new shoes, and Jethro is complaining that he just got his old shoes comfortable. Jed says his old shoes are falling apart and to accept the new ones, but Jethro ends up cutting the toes off so he can feel real comfortable. Act 1 of the main comic is called Treasure Hunt, and this one's a little bit stupid. So Ellie comes out to the cement pond and announces that there's a new contest in the newspaper, a treasure hunt with clues and a secret reward. The main clue is that those hunting for the treasure should look for the green. Ellie thinks the treasure is hidden in a green apartment building on Main Street, which I guess she means Wilshire Boulevard. Jethro thinks it would be hidden in nature, amongst the trees and forest. However, Granny thinks they are both way off and comes up with her own theory. The treasure is hidden inside Mr. Drysdale's bank. So they all go out to hunt on their own, but Jed decides to spend the day spying on each of them to make sure they don't get into trouble. He starts with Granny, who says to herself that her plan is brilliant. If Mr. Drysdale doesn't agree to help with the search, she'll threaten to take Jed's money out of his bank. Thus begins Act 2, Granny Goes Hunting. So Granny goes into the bank and starts tearing the place up looking for the treasure. Mr. Drysdale comes out, and they've got him a little closer this time, but he still looks more like J. Jonas Jameson than Raymond Bailey. Granny eventually manages to find a door to the vault and locks herself inside as she begins hunting for the newspaper's treasure. And I think this is the first look we've ever had of what the bank's vault is supposed to look like on the inside. Jed eventually comes in and says he was waiting outside, hoping Granny would find what she was looking for.
She didn't find anything, but she had plenty of time to practically destroy my bank. Look at it.
Come on there, Mr. Drysdale. Just 'cause you keep a sloppy bank don't give you no cause to go blaming little Granny for making such a big mess.
So the vault is automatically locked and can't be opened back up until the morning due to security features. So they have to hire someone to cut the bank door open, and sure enough, Granny has destroyed the vault and its records looking for the money. She says the newspaper's clues were all wrong, as there's no treasure, and Mr. Drysdale says it will take a month to get everything back in order. Act 3 is called Jethro Digs It, and we start with Jethro hunting for the treasure at Greenland Garden Nursery. So Jethro starts going around and pulling up trees with one hand, and eventually the owners come over and decide to clobber him with a shovel. But it breaks over his head, and Jethro thinks it's starting to rain. After realizing they attacked him, Jethro beats the men up and ties them up while he wrecks their greenhouse. The police show up and arrest Jethro, but as Jed offers to make a sizable donation for a new greenhouse, the owners are suddenly very friendly. Act 4 is called Ellie's Turn, and here we see Ellie investigating the green apartments. We start off with Ellie thinking the laundromat in the apartment is a room filled with TVs, a joke they've done before. Ellie opens one of the TVs, and wet laundry flies all over her, so she throws the clothing in the incinerator, because all the best laundromats in Beverly Hills have an incinerator in the same room. Ellie thinks that a penthouse is where the apartment complex stores the pig pens, so she barges in, and gets chased by the people inside. As she runs, we see a quick cameo that looks like Betty from Petticoat Junction issue 3, which makes sense as she was supposed to live in California in that episode. As Ellie runs out the front of the building, she's quickly picked up by the family, who declare it's very good that she didn't cause any trouble, as Ellie looks back at the angry mob. The final act is called End of the Hunt, and in this one, a new clue comes out in the newspaper that makes everyone in town think the treasure is hidden at the Clampett Mansion. So everyone shows up and starts tearing the mansion apart looking for it. Granny grows tired of this, until she accidentally finds a hidden note under the welcome mat, which tells her she's won the secret prize, which turns out to be 20 of the best milking cows ever bred. Granny notes she can't keep cows in Beverly Hills and angrily chases everyone off of her property. In the bonus one-page comic, Granny said she's tired of having to buy fruits and vegetables wrapped in plastic, and she wants something that comes from the ground. So she ends up planting a garden in the front yard, despite Jed's warnings that the neighbors will not like this. Now, in the show, Granny already has a garden. Also, if I lived in a fancy place like New York or Los Angeles, I'd try planting a garden on the terrace, and all to FDA regulations. The sponsored final page is another gun ad that I think we've had before.
Next, let's talk about issue 7, which has a cover date of October to December 1965.
So issue 7 starts with a brand new ad. Dale Seal Books, and 8 novels published by them. I couldn't find anything about this company online, so I don't think they survived the 1960s. So Act 1 of this comic is titled The Show Must Go On, and it starts with a family posing for a photograph, alongside some of Ellie's animals, and, curiously, the giant jackrabbit. So the photographer is chased out of the house, and the family wonder if his magic box will develop the photograph. We transition to the Drysdale's house, where Mrs. Drysdale is practicing for a play she's putting on for a community theater. Now, one curious thing is that they've depicted Mrs. Drysdale as a blonde here. The actress who plays Margaret Drysdale has gray hair, but naturally at this point in the show, how could you know that? So we cut to the theater, where we see everyone is so annoyed at working with Mrs. Drysdale that they all quit, leaving her in charge of herself. Also, someone calls Mrs. Drysdale Jane, so I guess the writers got her mixed up with Miss Hathaway or something. Speaking of which, Mrs. Drysdale runs into her husband's office and explains what happened to him and Miss Hathaway, and it's becoming ever more obvious that the artist had absolutely no reference images for anyone but the Clampetts.
My group is supposed to prepare 2 plays for the 2 benefit nights. Now I won't be able to have one ready.
I'd say you really had a problem, Mrs. Drysdale. By Jove, I do believe I have a solution to your problem, Mrs. Drysdale. Why not ask the Clampetts?
You can't be serious.
They're always talking about helping the community. I'm sure they'd love to do it.
Might not be a bad idea, that. They certainly couldn't be any worse than Mrs. Dillingham and her crowd.
So Mr. Drysdale instructs the Clampetts to head on over and hear the story from Mrs. Drysdale, and Jed insists they join the play and help Mrs. Drysdale do something for charity, although Granny isn't very into the idea. Act 2 is called Hillbilly Hands, which I figure is what Granny is ready to start throwing.
Mr. Clampett, what do you mean you can't read? How do you ever expect to learn your parts in the 2 plays?
Sorry, Mrs. Drysdale. Just didn't occur to me that I'd need reading to do acting.
Don't worry, Mrs. Drysdale. I'll read Uncle Jed's lines to him so he can learn them real good.
Ha! Funniest thing I ever did here. You gotta go to college to be a play actor. Ha!
Granny, if you persist in making comment, I shall have to ask you to leave. Performing is difficult enough without interruptions from others.
Difficult? You call what you're doing difficult? Fiddlesticks.
Well, if you think it's so easy, why don't you try it?
Okay, Miss Smarty Pants, you asked for it.
So Granny ends up joining the play, and does such a good job that even Mrs. Drysdale is impressed. However, she says she can't read either, so Jethro has to help her too. The Clampetts all work on their material, and go home exhausted. Curiously, when the comic illustrates them waking up the next morning, Jed and Jethro are shown sharing a bedroom, and Granny and Ellie throw them out of their bed so they can get to working on sets for the show. Mrs. Drysdale instructs them to paint the forest on sheets so they can put it on the stage. Jethro is impatient and decides to rip up a tree with his bare hands to carry it onto the stage instead. Mrs. Drysdale notes each of these trees costs $500 to plant, which is $4,800 today, so they have to use a fake background. So they start painting the backdrop, but don't construct anything to hold it up, so it keeps falling on Mrs. Drysdale. Jethro paints a perfect possum, but Mrs. Drysdale says the story is set in New York. Eventually she falls through the set and ends up breaking her arm. They call a doctor, and he tells her to rest for a few days. This is a minor goof, because if they needed a doctor, Granny would have stepped in instead. So Mrs. Drysdale gets everyone their costumes. The men will be dressed as knights, the women as ladies in waiting, and Mrs. Drysdale as the queen. I thought this story was set in New York. Jed puts on the knight's armor, but finds it stiff, and the other characters have to use oil to lubricate him until he can move more freely. Now this has to be a reference to Buddy's role in The Wizard of Oz, because I can't imagine this did this comparison by accident. Jed ends up falling on Mrs. Drysdale, and we next see her bandaged and in a wheelchair, as the doctor from before advises her to stay off her feet for a few days. And if you remember that Mrs. Drysdale is a hypochondriac, this story must truly be a nightmare for her. So they go on with the play, and it's a disaster. It rains during the start, causing everyone to get wet, and for Jed's suit to rust up. Then, all of Jed and Jethro's armor pops off.
Jed's suit collapses.
That's quite a suit, Jed. See how easy it changed over for warm weather?
Granny, on with the show! Here, Sir Reginald, so you won't catch a cold.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
I'm very proud of my wife. Funniest show I've seen in years.
The show was such a hit that an albino Duke, Skipper, and the giant jackrabbit all come to see the third act. Eventually, the animals chase Mrs. Drysdale off the stage and into her cement pond. She ends up in the hospital and learns that she'll hopefully be better in no time. Mrs. Drysdale says the show was a hit and she's now organizing a hospital charity show, also to star the Clampetts. The Clampetts run from the room and Mrs. Drysdale says she doesn't have to worry about them being in her plays anymore. Incidentally, it seems they got her name right on this final page, as she is listed as Mrs. M. Drysdale here. The sponsored final pages are for stamps and the 100 toy soldiers again. This issue was probably the best so far. It came the closest to feeling like an actual episode of the show.
Okay, so now we reviewed 5 issues of the Petticoat Junction comics and 7 issues of the Beverly Hillbillies comics for a total of 12 issues. This means we are now halfway through our comic book intermission. So in case you're getting a little bit bored with this segment, I decided we should take a break. An intermission, if you will. And what are we going to talk about in this segment? I have on my person 4 books, which I will now review. This shouldn't take long, and we will be able to get back to the regular intermission. So this is a Petticoat Junction coloring book. And as you can see here, the girls are riding up front on the cowcatcher, which I don't recommend. And they're wearing the dresses that they wore in the pilot episode. And I don't think I ever talked about it, but these dresses actually make cameos through into the color season, which is interesting. It looks like Joe's driving it, which should make these girls really scared. And then Kate appears to be in the light here. I don't know how that works. So it looks like, I don't know, it looks like Billy Joe is trying to run the train in this scene, and then there's some rabbits on the track, and if I was the rabbits, I'd be moving, and you know what, stay in the lines. We're not here to judge. There's hats, a coloring book with hats is always good, right? This one says Kate is on duty, because Kate is always on duty. She's kind of like Inspector Gadget in that, right? And I guess the comic is, I guess they're having a rummage sale, so they're looking for stuff to have at a rummage sale, and they've got a kite that says Shady Rest Rummage Sale. I'm not sure how that really works because that would be way up in the sky and I don't think you could read it. They probably need somebody who has a plane who can crop dust and insecticides. Oh, here we go. Somebody's colored in Uncle Joe. That's pretty nice, isn't it? So yeah, that's the Petticoat Junction coloring book. And I guess here at the end, Kate's on the porch, and then there's the train going away. So this is from 1963, and it is the only Beverly Hillbillies novel. The title is The Beverly Hillbillies, The Saga of Wildcat Creek. And we're now going to stop and review this book.
So this novel has quite a few illustrations through it, and we'll be using those for visuals when possible. But otherwise, we're going to be using screen grabs from the show to create a sort of reconstruction as visuals. When possible, we'll be using images from color episodes, just to shake things up a bit. The Beverly Hillbillies, The Saga of Wildcat Creek, by Doris Schroeder. Chapter 1. Jed Has Problems. At the start of the novel, Jed is talking to Mr. Drysdale in his home. Once again, it seems the artist didn't get a reference of Raymond Bailey, as Mr. Drysdale looks like Mr. Monopoly here. Jed tells Drysdale that some days he wishes he hadn't gone out hunting for that rabbit back in April when he found that oil in his swamp. Mr. Drysdale says that Jed has $25 million. What else could he want? Jed says that him and his family have been living in their new mansion for over 2 weeks, and they still haven't even seen every room. He notes the mansion has marble floors, amazing statues, and a swimming pool. Yes, Jed uses the term swimming pool. Jed says he still isn't happy, and he still thinks about packing the family up and going back to the hills. Mr. Drysdale promises that whatever Jed wants, Drysdale can get Miss Hathaway to find it. But Jed says the issue is that Granny and Ellie are mighty homesick, and there's no cure for that except going back home. Besides, he says, Ellie misses her friends. Drysdale tells him to move all her friends to the mansion, as he has room for them. But Jed says that would never work. Ellie's friends aren't people. They're animals, and they would never take to city life. Drysdale asks what problem Granny has with Beverly Hills. Jed says that Granny likes work and keeping herself busy, and there's not much work to do in California. Also, their cousin Pearl is visiting, and Pearl and Granny have been fighting around the clock. Mr. Drysdale begins to head off, but tells Jed to think carefully about moving back to the hills. He tells Jed that as Ellie is almost 18, living in Beverly Hills would be good for her. Mr. Drysdale comes up with a plan to introduce Ellie to other girls her age by having a party at his house. Later, Mrs. Drysdale yells at him, as she refuses to throw a party for that savage, and that she wants the hillbillies to follow through on their promise to go back home. Chapter 2. Plans and Promises. Mrs. Drysdale argues with her husband about the party he wants her to throw. When she argues that they should encourage the hillbillies to leave, Mr. Drysdale says that if the Clampetts withdraw their $25 million, his bank will be left in financial ruin. If she doesn't want to help, they had better start packing to move to a smaller home. Mrs. Drysdale agrees to help and starts planning a party for that Saturday. Miss Hathaway comes to the mansion to help prepare Ellie for the party. After gifting her an expensive frock which she quickly destroys, Jed asks Miss Hathaway about buying Ellie a car, an idea Mr. Drysdale had mentioned. Miss Hathaway asks if Ellie has ever driven the jalopy, and Jed says it might be time for Jethro to give her lessons. Jethro doesn't want to do this, but Pearl forces him to, saying if they can't get Ellie to cheer up, they might all have to move back to the hills. So Ellie gets into the front seat of the truck and tries to drive it for the first time. But she drives like crazy and ends up driving the truck into Mr. Drysdale's front yard. There, a big red tent is being erected, like the one on the front cover. As the workers run for their lives, the jalopy crashes into the tent, causing it to collapse. Ellie falls into the Drysdale swimming pool, but soon notices that there's someone at the bottom of the pool. Trapped. Chapter 3. Home Folks. The man who is trapped under the pool is a worker that was putting the tent up for the party. He is caught in ropes, but there's too much chaos from the accident to get anyone's attention. So Ellie decides she has to go under the water to free him herself. She goes under the water and manages to free him, dragging him to the surface. They get caught again, but Jethro arrives just in time to help save the man. Ellie is unaware that most of the crowd surrounding the scene care more about how hot she is than the dying man on the ground. Yes, that's really in the book. Jethro tells Ellie she's wrecked the truck, and they might not be able to fix it. That's right, we're 52 pages in, and they've already killed off the damn truck. Jethro admits that it might be time for a new truck, and Ellie says she'll hint to Jed that he wants this. The worker comes too, and everyone is ordered to go back to work by Mrs. Drysdale. The worker introduces himself to Ellie, and his name is Bill Tucker, and he's also from the country. A decorator is rude to Bill Tucker, so Bill throws him into the pool as well. That's what this illustration is. Tucker ends up quitting the job, but Granny chases after him to find out where he's from. It turns out Tucker's hometown is less than 50 miles from Bug Tussle, and he agrees to have some hog jowls. Chapter 4. Help Wanted. Jed recruits Mr. Drysdale's help buying a car for Ellie to drive when he hears about the accident in the wrecked jalopy. In the kitchen, Pearl and Granny are fighting over who should get to feed Bill Tucker when Jed joins them. This is the scene depicted in the book's front EE's piece. Jed offers to give Tucker money, but he snaps and says he refuses to be paid money when he didn't do any work to earn it. Then he apologizes, saying he's a redhead and the temper comes with it. He then mentions his Granny Billings, and Granny realizes she knows Tucker's grandmother. Granny Billings and Granny Moses went to school together, And at one point, our granny was engaged to the brother of Tucker's granny. And it turns out that Tucker's grandmother's brother is the reason Tucker is in California too. The Tucker clan received a letter from their long-lost granduncle stating he was in some place called Wildcat Creek in the California hills. So Tucker came to Beverly Hills, not realizing how big California is. He says he hasn't been able to find anyone that can tell him where Wildcat Creek actually is. Jed says he'll get Mr. Drysdale to look into it. Ellie enters and says Jethro refuses to give her more driving lessons for some reason. So how is she supposed to learn to drive? Jed asks Tucker if he knows anyone with a fancy California driver's license, and Tucker does. Himself. Chapter 5. The Schemers. So there's these two criminal dudes who live at the same communal house as Tucker, I guess. And Tucker makes a mistake of describing his day to one of them. And it turns out one of these dudes is also from the Ozarks. So these two criminal dudes figure out the entire plot to the book. One of them has even been to Wildcat Creek before, and comes up with a plan. Bill gets excited to start his new job, and begins driving Ellie around town in her brand new car. Chapter 6. Ellie learns to drive. Bill takes Ellie on a driving lessons, even lets her steer again, to disastrous results. Eventually the two stop for lunch at a zoo, and spend some time there together. Then Mr. Drysdale pulls up to the mansion with a map and some news. He's found Wildcat Creek, and it's deep in the mountains of California. He notes that up there it's like the Ozarks are, but in California, and that hunting is popular in the area. Mr. Drysdale asks to make sure the Clampetts will be at the big party, and Jed says nothing in the world would stop Pearl from practicing her yodeling with such a big audience. As he walks from the mansion, Mr. Drysdale says to himself that he must not tell his wife about that detail. Chapter 7. Missing one suitcase. So Tuck Buck goes back to his communal apartment thingy, and learns that the shady guys he met the other day have suddenly moved out. He also discovers that when they did, they stole his handbag. The bag was marked with his initials, but all the contents were removed. The next day, while giving his driving lesson, Bill recounts the story, and says he'll soon be leaving for Wildcat Creek. Ellie says she wishes she could join him, but Cousin Pearl says after this party, she's going to be getting a lot of invites to spend time with city people. Bill says it's probably right, and that she'll be real busy socializing once people find out about a girl like her. Ellie asks if they can go to the zoo again, as it's the most fun she's had since moving to California. But Bill says that as her pa is paying him to give her driving lessons, they'd better stick to that. As they drive, they pass a beaten-up sign that reads, "Come to Jungletown for pets, 1 mile." Ellie asks if they can go, and Bill says that since she's driving, it's her choice. But, he adds, Granny is going to be making grits and hog jowls for lunch, and he was hoping to be there to help eat the food. So they go to Jungletown. The facility is run down and sun-bleached, and as soon as they enter, they see a spider monkey running from the owner. The owner is fed up with the primate, and begins screaming at it before pulling out his gun to shoot it. Ellie steps in and asks to buy it instead. The owner offers $50, or almost $500 in today's money. Bill points out that he was about to shoot the animal, and he can't be offering that kind of money for something he was about to fill with bullets. But Ellie has already got out her wallet to pay for her new critter. According to the book, this is her first critter who isn't Duke, her cat, and her duck. She then sees a tiny bear cub, and remarks that it looks just like Samson, her pet bear back home. So she insists on buying it for $50. As the owner watches him drive away, the novel notes that he has been hit with a twinge of conscience. Maybe, he thinks to himself, I should have told him those cages need new locks. Chapter 8. A Goodbye Party. Bill and Ellie get back to the mansion, where Jethro begins handling the cages, before his hand gets bit by the spider monkey. Jed comes out and tells Jethro to let his mother doctor him, then hears the entire story. We learn that Ellie has named the bear cub Samson II, and the spider monkey is named Chico. Jethro accepts the animals, but tells Ellie she'd better get inside. Pearl has been trying to make her a dress for the dance, and has been squawking like a stuck pig over her not having Ellie's measurements. Will Bill and Jed have an excellent adventure? Bill and Jed get around to having a nice talk. Bill says there's no need for him to come in the next day, as Ellie already has learned him to drive good enough. All she needs is a license and she'll be ready. Jed compliments his honesty, and says he figures the job is worth $40, which is $393 today. Bill protests and says that he only worked 2 days for $10 a day, so he needs $20 or $196 in today's money. But Jed says he already estimated the value at $40, presuming it would take 4 days, and he's not going to underpay Bill just because Ellie's a fast learner. But Jed says that a fancy Beverly Hills school would have charged $80, or $786 today, so really he's hornswoggling the boy. Bill says that now that Mr. Drysdale has found Wildcat Creek, he's ready to take a bus up there. Jed says he figures Bill will survive the trip, as he's a mountain man, and mountain men aren't weak like California boys. As he says this, Jethro comes out with several bandages bound together in a ball around the finger bit by the monkey. Interestingly, earlier in the book, it said that Pearl and Jethro are from Oxenford, aka Oxford, which is 40 miles away from where the rest of the hillbillies are from. This contradicts the fact that in the TV show, back home is always depicted as one community. But this is done for a funny bit of world building, as it's said that to the folks back home, Jethro and Pearl were considered cityfied. Jethro's too much of a city boy for mountain men, and too much of a hillbilly for city folk. Like I said, it really doesn't make sense with the TV series, but it's an interesting thing to include. At dinner, the family and Bill sit around the table for victuals. Before they eat, the book says that they sing a folk song that dates back to when their ancestors came from Scotland to Virginia and Tennessee 2 centuries ago. Incidentally, the song the Clampetts sing around the table is a real folk tune, titled Weevily Wheat. The song soon leads to everyone dancing, and the narrator notes that the song is about Bonnie Prince Charlie, a man who once made claim to the English throne and had a large following. So we now have 2 sources about the potential heritage of the hillbillies. One saying the family came here as English pilgrims on the Mayflower, and another saying the family came from Scotland after 1745. The account of the novel seems to imply that the family moved to America following the Battle of Culloden, and that they were Jacobites avoiding prosecution from the Kingdom of England. Obviously, both of these could be true. But in future seasons of the TV show, the Clampetts' potential ancestry as English royalty will be expanded on further, although I think their potential lineage as political revolutionaries who stood against England is more interesting. It's a lot less funny at the end of the day. The group stay up late reminiscing about the Ozarks and telling ghost stories. Pearl says she thinks she'll have nightmares now, but Granny says anyone who believes in that nonsense is a fool and heads off to bed. Tucker notices the time and insists that he must leave. Jed wishes him luck and says that based on what Drysdale told him, Wildcat Creek is a great place. Bill says he hopes this is true and tells the family they can visit him and his Uncle Hezzy. Hezzy is the name of Bill's grandmother's husband. I didn't say that before. Jethro says that he hopes he can visit soon and do some hunting, as he's dying for some possum, but Pearl says he ain't going. You've had enough o' hunting and the like. I aim to make a gent out of you if I have to whoop you twice a day to pound some manner into your skull. Jed tells Pearl that she can't ask men to be all polite and elegant like ladies, as it's against nature. The argument is about to go on, until they hear a shriek upstairs. It's Granny. Now under 3 travelers. Granny recalls that when she entered her bedroom, she saw a man in the window, who tried to lunge out at her. She fears it was Satan, coming to haunt her for refusing to believe in witches and ghosts. She becomes convinced that her time has come, and crawls into bed to accept her fate. Pearl pokes Granny, causing her to become too angry to lay down and die quietly. Suddenly, Granny sees the face again. And so do the hillbillies. It's Chico, the spider monkey. Ellie figures the lock on his cage must have been bad, and Jed suggests tying a rope around the door next time. He coughs, telling Bill that he's not good at tying rope, and that he and Ellie should go put the animal back together. After they secure the cages, Ellie stalls, before finally taking Bill to meet the rest of the family. The Clampetts have prepared Bill a going-away gift, with authentic hillbilly food, a corncob pipe for his grandfather, and a picture of Granny Moses with Bill's Uncle Hezzy when they were both children. The next day, Bill takes the massive basket on his 12-hour bus trip up to Wildcat Creek. Bill begins going through his things, before he realizes that the thief from before took more than his bag. He is also missing the last letter sent to him by Uncle Hezzy, and a photo of him and Hezzy from when Bill was a child. Bill decides not to worry about it. He's sad to have lost his things, but he figures he'll never see the two shady figures ever again. Meanwhile, in a cheap hotel very close to Wildcat Creek, the two scam artists gather around the stolen bag, photo, and letter. They have a plan. Impersonate Bill and rob Uncle Hezzy of everything he's got. Chapter 10. The Drysdales Entertain. Jed and Granny sit under the hot summer sun and wonder if Bill is experiencing any real weather up at Wildcat Creek. Jed notes that he longs for the days of thunderstorms and rain. Granny asks why they can't just go back home to the hills, and Jed reminds her that he promised Drysdale that they would be at his party the next day. Granny nods, but asks about the day after that. Jed says he'll need to wait and see if Ellie's life changes after she makes new friends. Ellie appears, with Chico riding on Duke's back. Jed tells Ellie he doesn't know how she gets all the critters to like each other, and Ellie says tomorrow she's going to get Duke comfortable with Samson too. The conversation is cut short by the sound of Pearl's yodeling, causing Duke to jump and begin howling. This sends Chico flying into the swimming pool, and Jethro jumping in to save him. Pearl tells Ellie to shush Duke up, as she has to prepare for the party tomorrow. So by this point, Miss Hathaway has already bought Ellie a dress. But Pearl has made some executive choices, ripping it apart to start from scratch. The dress was now covered in bows, fake flowers, and what the narrator describes as a much too elaborate necklace. But the next day, as Miss Hathaway arrives, she immediately removes the bows from Ellie's hair. Ellie goes to the mansion's foyer, only to see a stranger standing in the house. She soon realizes it's her father, dressed in the fancy suit brought for him by Mr. Drysdale. Jed is in shock to see Ellie's dress, and tells her, "You look just like an angel, honey, like your ma herself. I could have sworn it was my Rose Ellen a-comin' down them stairs to meet me." Rose Ellen was the same name given to Ellie's mother in Duke Still's wife.
Your necktie and your derby that you wore when you came a-courtin' Rose Ellen.
So either the writer knew their stuff, or they were given a lore Bible of some kind. People begin to show up at the Drysdale's house, but Jed says they have to wait until 2 p.m., which is nearly 3 p.m. today. You know, if time change is actually probably correct. Jed also asks that Ellie promise him not to wrestle or climb any trees today, as they want to make a good first impression on the Beverly Hills types. The family show up to the party, sans Granny, who's in a pouty mood. When they arrive, Ellie is once again wearing the bows, and Hathaway rushes her off to a side room to take them off. As they arrive, they hear a snobbish whisper. If Mrs. Drysdale thinks she can get our crowd to accept some grimy little mountain girl, she's very much mistaken. Chapter 11. A Letter. As Ellie and Hathaway stand nearby, the girls continue to gossip, saying Jed probably doesn't know one side of a golf club from the other. Ellie marches into the room and stands up to the girls, saying her father might not know much about club and golfs, whatever those are, but he can shoot a squirrel's eye out at 200 yards. She asks if their paws can do that, before marching off. Hathaway apologizes for the girls, and again tries to take Ellie's bows off, but Ellie says she's proud of her bows, and they're going to stay on. Pearl moves through the party, becoming even more aware of all the rich assholes snickering at her as she passes. She passes Jed, who is telling stories about living in the Ozarks to a group of rich men, who beg to hear more of Jed's hilarious stories. Finally, Ellie realizes that she can't find Jethro and Pearl, although the two soon reveal themselves, as the two appear on stage and begin playing the country folk song Billy Boy. Jed hears them playing, and tells Ellie that they should join in, but Ellie doesn't feel like it. Jed says Hathaway told them about the girls, and that they didn't mean it. Ellie says it don't matter, as they'll be heading back home soon. Drysdale appears and exclaims that they can't leave, before settling on that they shouldn't leave. Ellie says that maybe they shouldn't have even left the hills in the first place, and sulks her way out of the party. As she leaves, Drysdale thinks to himself that he simply can't lose the Clampett account. He and Hathaway will have to think of something to do. Ellie heads back to the mansion and brings water to Chico and Samson too, but she discovers both cages are open, and the animals are loose. Ellie begins to look for the animals when she hears shrieking coming from the party next door. Inside, Chico has collected together all the tomatoes, sandwiches, and food he can find as he throws them at the partygoers. By the time things are resolved, most of the partygoers have fled. The few that remain loom over their ruined clothes, except for the young people, who says it is the most happening event of the year. During the party, someone had called in a report that the hillbillies were harboring fugitive animals on their property. Jed receives a letter ordering they cease this immediately. I'm going to repeat that. Jed receives a letter ordering they cease this immediately. When did Jed learn to read? The police officer orders that Jed get rid of the bear cub and obtain a license for the monkey. Jed says the best place for the bear is probably the zoo Ellie bought it from, but Ellie says he was miserable there. Granny says a bear needs to be in the wild and suggests they take it with them back to the hills. But Pearl says this makes no sense, as the bear is used to a California climate. Like Granny, he won't enjoy being moved to a new place, so they have to find another solution. At that moment, they go through their mail and find a letter from Hamlin, California. Opening it, they find it's from Bill Tucker, and there's a photo of the bear cub inside. Chapter 12, Wildcat Creek. Ellie reads through the letter. Bill writes that Hamlin is the biggest town near Wildcat Creek, and that he's writing about the area before hiking off to find his Uncle Hezzy. He sends photos of the bears in the area, saying he wishes Samson too could be with his cousins. Ellie has a great idea. They'll go up to Wildcat Creek so Samson can be with his kind. While he's there, Jed can fish, Jethro can hunt, and Granny can see Hezzy. Jed says this is fine, but he'll have to ask Mr. Drysdale first. Drysdale is excited that the hillbillies are going on a trip, and helps them plan and make some maps. Apparently the truck has been repaired, which I guess is the kind of miracle work you get when you're an oil baron. The family load up the truck and Ellie's new car, bringing Samson, Chico, and Duke along. Mr. Drysdale watches their house and promises to feed their duck and single cat. As they get closer to their destination, the family stops at a gas station, where an attendant asks where they're going. When they say they'll be visiting Hezekiah Billings, the attendant says that he owns most of Wildcat Creek and has made a big name for himself. The attendant says someone came to the station a few days ago in a car and said they were related to Hezekiah. The family figure that must have been Bill, although they can't figure out where he got a car. They presume he hitched a ride with a stranger. Soon it rains, and everyone in the truck is soaked to the bone. Granny says it feels good to finally have good weather, but Pearl disagrees, saying it's good weather for a duck maybe. Granny says she hopes so, as she was hoping to catch one to look for Hezzy. Pearl says if she's not careful, he'll ask her to marry him, and then they'll have no one to cook them victuals. Everyone is shocked to see Granny blush at the statement. The hillbillies try to make it up the mountain, but the womenfolk and the menfolk get separated, with only Ellie making it to Wildcat Creek. The rest of the hillbillies stop at a hotel, and hearing the whimpering of the freezing critters, decide to stay there for the night. They check into a hotel, where the clerk says Bill Tucker made it to town a few days ago, and has taken over his granduncle's operations. Hezzy is grateful, as it seems he doesn't have much time left. But the man at the counter advises him to go see Hezzy. As the rain worsens, 2 men arrive, and the news from the doctor is that Hezzy might not make it through the night. Ellie tells one of the men she wants to see Bill Tucker. He says she's in luck. He is Bill Tucker. Chapter 13. Some surprises. As Ellie takes his news in, she quickly accuses his fake Bill, or Phil, of being an imposter, recounting that she knows another man claiming to be him. Phil says they must have met a scam artist, and that he hopes they didn't give him any money. Ellie relays the news to Granny and Pearl, who seem unsure about what is really happening. Given how rude to them Phil has been, they decide to wait for the menfolk to arrive before going to see Hezzy. Meanwhile, the 2 hackers make it to a quiet house in the woods. There, the real Bill Tucker has been tied up for days, unknowingly that he's been at the house of his great uncle. The men plan to get the deed to the hotel before selling it to a private buyer. One of them is fearful that the Clampetts arriving will ruin everything, but the other says that if they show up to the house, they'll just refuse to let them inside. It seems that while one has impersonated Bill, the other has been playing a phony doctor. The 2 men arrive at the house and feed Bill. He reflects on the days he spent, tied and gagged, listening to the storm outside the cabin. As he lays in silence, he hears a noise. A familiar purr. An engine, and not to the car that the 2 men have been driving. Chapter 14. Clampets to the rescue. The womenfolk make it to the old white house and knock on the door. Phil answers the door and says they absolutely cannot be let inside before Granny pushes him aside and rushes in anyways. There, she's finally reunited with Ezzy, who greets her as Ellie Rose, and nope. Granny's name is Daisy Mae Moses. I guess they just didn't have this name written down yet, but I don't understand how the writer settled on Rose as a last name. If Ellie's ma is named Rose Ellen, why would Granny's name be Ellie Rose? Granny says she came to see Hezzy, but didn't expect him to be sick. He says he didn't expect it either, but luckily Bill was with him when it happened. So it seems something very bad is going on. Granny asks Hezzy why he agreed to sell the hotel in his house, and Hezzy says he didn't. The girls say the man at the hotel said Phil brought a letter saying he could, and the crooks decide the gig is up and break a bottle and start threatening everyone. So they force Hezzy to take a sleeping pill and order the women to leave. As she goes down the porch, Ellie hears thumping coming from the attic and thinks there's a bear trapped up there. She wants to free it, but Granny says it's too dangerous and they leave. The women see the menfolk in the truck and hail them to a stop. They tell the full story, and Ellie says she liked the fake Bill better than the real one. Jed says he has his own opinions, as he pulls a burned California license clearly owned by their Bill. He says Duke found it by the side of the road. It seems Phil is a fake. Chapter 15. All square at Wildcat Creek. Later that night, the womenfolk wait at the hotel. We learn Jed and Jethro went to the house alone to confront the fraudsters, and insisted the women stay behind. But it's been too long, and they decide to go and set things right. They get to the house, where they peer through a window and see the men have been taken hostage. They watch as Phil searches Jed's wallet, takes out all his money, and stuffs it into his pocket. The womenfolk don't have guns and try to think of a plan. Granny suggests Pearl... yeah, it's just too funny what's coming. Granny suggests Pearl go into the woods and start yodeling. This will make the men think a woman is being murdered, and they'll rush to see what is happening. Ellie turns this down and decides to sneak into Hezzy's room and search for a firearm. Climbing up the house, she makes her way into the old man's room, where she indeed finds a gun. She then remembers the attic and wonders if the real Bill is hidden there. Making her way to the room, she finds Bill and frees him. The con men suspect the hillbilly backups have arrived and search the house. Instead, one of them finds something they didn't expect. 2 eyes in the darkness and the feeling of claws grabbing their legs. The other man loses his grip on his shotgun. Jed uses his chance to lunge his body into Phil, knocking him into a kitchen cabinet where heavy dishes rain down upon him, knocking him out. Ellie and Bill arrive just in time to see both men unconscious, because the book just couldn't let Ellie save the day, I guess. Ellie opens the shade to the window and speaks to Granny. Come on in. The war's all over. Granny was, at first, disappointed to miss out on the action, but her tune changed when the sheriff arrested the 2 men, and the city celebrated the Clampets for rescuing their leading citizen. After a week of celebrating, dancing, and yodeling, the Clampets head back to their mansion. Granny very nearly decides to stay with Hezzy, before remembering that Pearl will reign over her kitchen if left alone in it. I hate it when you use Roman numerals as copyright. Bill and Samson stay at Wildcat Creek, and Ellie and Chico head back home. Ellie promises that she'll visit next spring. Bill says if if Chico doesn't come back, Samson will be might sad. The book says that even if they didn't say it, the 2 knew what they meant. This is a pretty good ending, although the only thing the writer forgot to wrap up is the whole, are the Clampets going to move back to the Ozarks plotline? I guess it's consistent with the show that it remains an open book. Speaking of an open book, what do I think of this novel? Well, it gets a lot of things wrong. It undersells Jed's insistence at staying in Beverly Hills, and it is weird that the book basically has an OC in it. This is my original character. His name is Bill Tucker. He's the 6th Beverly Hillbilly.
An interesting book. I appreciate that Pearl's in it, but you know, I'm getting a little tired of this intermission. So now I would like to introduce a new concept. An intermission. Alright, welcome to the intermission. which is our break from our overcomplicated intermission. I'm here in my den, and if you're wondering, I like to keep my son's videos playing on the TV, even if I'm not watching them, so I can support him. Now at this point, I have a question. Is anyone else getting a little bit tired of everything we've been watching being in color? If so, you're in luck, because in this intermission, I'm going to review something properly in black and white. In this segment, I would like to review the other Beverly Hillbillies comic series. The ones that ran in the UK for 1 year, and then were totally forgotten about. And additionally, I would like to explain to you the very non-confusing topic of why the Thunderbirds, Doctor Who, and the Beverly Hillbillies all take place within the same universe.
In January 1965, TV Century 21 first appeared in comic stands across Great Britain. The publication was created by Century 21 Publications as a way to advertise their science fiction marionette puppet shows. These included Fireball XL5, Stingray, and most famously, Thunderbirds. TV Century 21 wasn't just a comic magazine. It was always presented as an in-universe publication, a newspaper being printed in the mid-21st century. Comics printed in the newspaper were meant to be reportings of real events that took place inside the TV 21 universe, and unique articles would often be written by in-universe characters from the Century 21 world, tying into what was published. But not all stories printed in this comic were based on the Thunderbirds universe. In 1963, while working for the BBC science fiction program Doctor Who, writer Terry Nation had invented a race of menacing pepper pots known as the Daleks. Due to how contracts at the BBC worked at the time, Terry Nation owned the rights to these creations. This meant that when the Daleks proved to be a hit, he was able to license them independently of the BBC. And starting in 1965, TV Century 21 obtained exclusive rights to print unique stories featuring the Dalek race. In the series, the Daleks were seen plotting to conquer the universe, invading other worlds, and even having a civil war on Skaro. The series introduced the famous Dalek Emperor with an inflated golden dome. During this time, the actual Doctor Who comics could not use the Daleks. Eventually, they invented a knockoff race called the Trods to compensate. In the TV Century 21 publication, it was made very clear that these Dalek stories took place in the same world of Thunderbirds. According to the magazine, the Century 21 universe and the Doctor Who universe were one and the same. This crossover even made it to TV screens, as in the 17th episode of the Thunderbirds, a bad guy looking for plans to a nuclear device is seen looting through a bunch of documents, and TV Century 21 is included among these, leading to a shot where the Daleks are very clearly seen in the show. Other franchises included in the TV Century 21 Megaverse include Supercar, Burke's Law, The Munsters, Get Smart, Bewitched, The Saint, Department S, Adam Ant Lives, James Bond, The Man from U.N.C.L.E., Danger Man, and The Fugitive. A common feature in TV 21 was Lady Penelope Investigates. Lady Penelope was a character from Thunderbirds, a secret agent for a spy organization. But in Century 21, she was also a journalist. In one interesting article, Lady Penelope goes to see the Peter Cushing Dalek movies in the future and reports that they are fictional movies based on the real-life adventures of the Doctor and the Daleks. In TV 21 issue 16, Lady Penelope decides that she's going to investigate the Beverly Hillbillies.
I should think there's plenty you could write about that family, eh, my lady? Remarked Parker with a twinkle in his eye. Of course, he was referring to our visit to their luxurious home on our most recent trip to Hollywood. Still posing as a movie star, French accent and all, Parker and I arrived in our Rolls-Royce and parked it beside their old jalopy. Jethro came running out to meet us, still puzzled by the mysterious door chimes, and as Parker would say, fairly swept me off my feet. Ellie Mae took Parker's fancy right away and insisted on making him nurse per her pet skunk. Needless to say, he hasn't been very popular since. If you've ever smelt a skunk, you'd know what I mean. Jed insisted we stay to dinner, and Granny busied herself happily in the kitchen. All went well until we found out what we were eating. The Clampett specialty. Possum pie and snake skin soup. Parker turned quite green at the thought, so Granny really finished him off by giving him some of her homemade rheumatism medicine. Well, when we picked Parker up from the floor, the Clampetts insisted on rounding off the evening with a hillbill hoedown, with Jed leading the dance and Granny at the piano. Things were still going strong when we sneaked out and made a quick getaway.
This crossover doesn't feature time travel, which implies that the Beverly Hillbillies takes place in the 2060s, not the 1960s. And yeah, sure, I'll pretend that doesn't bother me. In TV 21 issue 51, Penelope mentions she has kept in contact with the Clampetts and is attempting to secure them as collaborators. You see, in 1966, Lady Penelope was spun off to have her own comic publication called Lady Penelope. This also was said to exist in Universe as a 2060s magazine. This magazine obtained the rights to publish their own one-page Beverly Hillbillies comic through the rest of the year, which had nothing to do with the American run of comics. The opening page of issue 1 even features a letter written by Ellie Mae thanking Lady Penelope specifically.
Dear Lady Penelope, just a quick line to tell you us Clampetts are mighty pleased that we are to appear in your new magazine. Granny says, would you like any of her exclusive recipes to pass on to the readers? Like grits and jowls. Cousin Jethro says, as he's 6 feet tall, how will he fit into a 14-inch high magazine? And Pa, well, he's just delighted about everything. Please excuse blots. My pet skunk spilled the bilberry ink. Love to all readers. Ellie Mae.
This comic ran from January 1966 to January 1967 for a total of 52 issues, alongside 2 extra comics and the Lady Penelope Summer Extra. All 54 comics seem to have been drawn by UK artist Paul Trevelyan. So let's get started. In issue 1 from January the 22nd, 1966, Ellie and Granny go to a traveling fun fair and see a lion tamer practicing his routine on a tiger. Ellie doesn't like that he's being mean to the tiger, and she whoops him. He later returns with the owner of the fun fair to see that the tiger has escaped. The rest of the hillbillies decide they want to hunt the tiger, but as soon as it sees Ellie Mae, it turns into a friendly house cat. The fun fair owner fires the lion tamer, and the hillbillies get to keep it as their pet. As they take the tiger on a walk, Jethro says people used to stare at them in the streets, but now it seems like everyone just avoids them. In issue 2, printed on January the 29th, 1966, Granny decides she wants to change the family's diet and is going to make mountain stew, which is a weird part Mondew of Mountain Dew and stew. They go to the store and decide to take their chimp Champ, who looks exactly like their other chimp, Skipper. The store they pick is extremely exclusive and meant only for Beverly Hills rich people, and the owner wants to throw them out. Mrs. Drysdale is also there and mentions that the Clampetts are rich, and the owner changes his tune, and you have to commend them for making Mrs. Drysdale recognizable in her first panel. The American comic never figured out how to draw her. So Granny starts listing all the stuff she needs for her stew, but it's all gross country stuff, and the store empties of all of the other rich customers. Ellie figures that since no store in Beverly Hills has proper ingredients, everyone must be starved, giving Granny an idea.
By golly, you're right, Ellie Mae. There's only one way to make sure these poor people get fed proper, and that's to open up her own store.
This brings us to issue 3, from February the 5th, 1966, wherein the Clampetts decide to open their own store. But no one comes, so Jed tells Jethro to round up some customers. Soon women run into the store screaming, and we eventually see that Jethro has been chasing people with a loaded shotgun, forcing them to enter the store. Remember, these are rich people. Just laugh and don't think about it. Soon the store is emptied of everything they are selling, and Granny brags that she and Ellie sold everything in the store, while the menfolk didn't lift a finger. Issue 4 came out on February the 12th, 1966. In this issue, Mr. Drysdale was worried because Granny's store is losing too much of his money. I mean Jed's money. He says they need some way to promote the store. Granny decides to put on a mannequin display, so she gets Ellie some dresses from the hills and asks her to put them on for the store. But Jethro runs into someone looking for a mannequin show and gets a bunch of dresses from him. So Ellie starts wearing a bunch of modern gowns and attracts a huge crowd as the store is converted into a catwalk. However, the crowd has destroyed the store's inventory, and Mr. Drysdale screams that it'll take all of their profits to fix the damage. Granny notes that's the thing about bank managers. They're never happy. In issue 5, from February the 19th, Granny hears 2 Hollywood residents complaining of the awful smell. Granny thinks they're bad-mouthing her store until she sees a garbage truck is parked outside. The workers refuse to move it until they finish their coffee, so Granny decides to move it herself, crashing it into the Clampett Victual store. The mixed smell of garbage and food attracts all the wild animals in the area, who destroy the store. Granny fears they won't be able to rebuild this time, but are saved when a very rich man approaches them. He thinks they may have the perfect concoction for a new dog food, so he buys the store from them and opens a pet salon, where he'll sell Granny's recipes as dog food for twice the price. Granny says there's no pleasing city folk, but at least these critters will be the happiest in the whole world. Issue 6 came out on February the 26th, 1966. Ellie Mae is feeding birds in the Beverly Hillbillies Park. A group of thugs see her and recognize her as the daughter of a billionaire and decide to kidnap her. This guy who's shaped like a frog tells Ellie there's a grizzly bear that's starving, and she agrees to follow him. He brings her to a cabin where they admit that they're after Jed's money. Ellie kicks their asses. The thugs fetch their wolf, Killer, who they sick on Ellie. And of course, the wolf is friendly to Ellie and turns on the thugs. The thugs call Jed and tell him that they'll pay anything to get rid of Ellie Mae. In issue 7 from March the 5th, 1966, Jed has hired an electrician to put remote controls into the TV so they can move it around the room without getting up. The remote also controls all the other electronics in the room. When Granny gets home, we see she's been reading a book about haunted houses in America. While she cleans, she bumps the remote, causing the TV to crash into her. She then breaks the remote, causing everything in the room to begin moving around. So Granny gets out her shotgun and shoots everything in the room. As the rest of the family arrive, Granny brags that she killed the ghosts, and Ellie says next time they get her a surprise, they should tell her first. In issue 8, from March the 12th, 1966, Jed and Granny are shocked when an expensive car pulls into the front of the mansion, but are even more surprised when the driver turns out to be Hick Stote, Granny's childhood sweetheart. Stote was once poor as they come, but now he owns half the oil in Tennessee and has a successful possum business. He and Granny flirt, and Hick invites the family back to the place he's renting. Granny cooks for Hick, and he says that if she wants to marry him after all these years, he'll ask for her hand. Granny says she'll have to think it over, but moving back to the hills with Hick does seem mighty fine. Jed, Jethro, and Ellie meet in private, and Jed says they have to stop this romance before it gets started. This is a little out of character, as Jed is more likely to object to the family being torn apart. But there's 54 of these, so I don't think there's time for us to worry about thoughts like that. In issue 9, from March the 19th, 1966, Jed tells Mr. Drysdale about what's been happening, and Mr. Drysdale swears to stop Hick Stote. He hires a group of stunt actors to rough Hick up. The men ask what Hick looks like, and Drysdale says that since he's from the old country, he'll have worn down clothes and facial hair. But when Hick arrives, he's wearing nice clothes, so the thugs don't think it's him and instead mistake Jed for Stote. The thugs start chasing Jed until Hick Stote sees them and roughs them up for it. Granny reads about Hick saving Jed in the paper and says she wants to marry him tomorrow. In the final panel, Jethro, Jed, Ellie, and the family goat all listen in suspense. In issue 10, from March the 26th, 1966, we find out the big day has come, and Granny and Hick Stote are to be wed. The rest of the family head out in the jalopy before they run into High Stote's family. The Stotes are identical to the Clampetts, and the two families hate each other and start a fist fight in the streets. Granny and Hick think that this looks fun and join in on the fight. However, Hick realizes that if they are married, the family feud will end. Granny says she hadn't thought of this. They realize they can't let their love get in the way of something as beautiful as a feud, and they decide to not get married and instead start kicking each other's asses. In issue 11, from April the 2nd, 1966, we find out Ellie is on a break from school, and also that she's going to school. Granny is being constantly terrorized by her critters, and says Ellie will have to find something to do until she goes back to school. Mr. Drysdale suggests to Jed that Ellie come work at the bank, and she does, but her critters miss her, and voyage across town to find her. Meanwhile, a man tries to rob the bank, but Ellie calls his bluff because his gun isn't loaded. He tries to run, but trips over Ellie's critters. The man is arrested, and Ellie tells Gorge the goat to be more careful. He could have hurt that man. In issue 12, from April the 9th, Ellie is still working at the bank. Drysdale tells her that Miss Hathaway is out and that he has a meeting, so she's instructed to watch his office. Before he leaves her, Ellie sees a checkbook and asks what it is. Drysdale reveals it is for giving people money, and he gave Jed one too. If she ever needs to give someone money, just ask her father for his checkbook. So a man barges into Drysdale's office and begs for a $20,000 loan so he can buy equipment for his company. Ellie rushes home and gets Jed's checkbook, and Jed agrees to sign off on a $20,000 check because Ellie says Mr. Drysdale told her to. So she gives the man $20,000, and soon Mr. Drysdale arrives and is shocked when he hears what happened. He calls Jed over to tell him his daughter has given away $20,000 of his fortune. Jed is ecstatic and says Ellie managed to learn how to be a banker after all. In issue 13, from April the 16th, Hathaway has come back to work and has heard about what Ellie did. To make matters worse, she says, the bank directors are complaining that they aren't attracting enough new clients.
What are accounts, Miss Hathaway?
Well, when a person puts money into the bank, he opens an account. We cannot function without them, Ellie Mae. Where are you going?
Just down to the football field.
Later, the bank is flooded with young men who all want to open accounts. Drysdale asks how she did it, and Ellie says each man wants to dance with her at the Saturday Hoedown, but she told them all that she only dances with people who have accounts at the bank. Drysdale says it sounds a bit like bribery and corruption, but it's good business, which is an absolutely perfect Drysdale quote. The man who borrowed the $20,000 from Jed brings it back, with interest. Drysdale says Ellie's banking career has been unusual, but successful. Ellie thanks him, and says that refilling the inkwells is fun. Issue 14 is from April the 23rd, and this issue of Lady Penelope actually have the Clampetts on the cover. In this week's comic, Drysdale invites the Clampetts to come shoot clay pigeons with him. The Clampetts hit all the targets, but think the pigeons are real and collect what's left of them. Later, the family invites the Drysdales over for some dinner, but the food isn't edible. It turns out that Granny has tried to make clay pigeon pie, like how she tried to cook golf eggs back in season 1. Is anyone else getting a weird sense of deja vu for the future instead of the past? Issue 15 is from April the 30th, 1966, and in this one, Drysdale gets the Clampetts a gift for the 1-year anniversary of them joining his bank. So I guess in the comics, they joined the bank in 1965? Or actually, it would be 2065. Drysdale explains the sundial can tell the time just by its shadow. Granny tries to use it during the rain to tell her when the cake is ready, but it doesn't work and her cake burns. Jed tells her it doesn't work in the rain, so she tries it inside instead. The same thing happens, and we see Granny destroying it with a hammer, and Drysdale says that sundial cost him $300, which is about $100 in today's money. You know, cause this comic is set in the future. In issue 16, from May the 7th, 1966, Ellie Mae is out trying to play fetch with old Duke, but the hound won't go for the stick. Ellie Mae says Duke was a lot more fun when he was skinnier and could go fast. Jed says he saw some mighty skinny hound dogs the other day, and takes Ellie to what is clearly a dog racing track. The pair marvel over how thin the hounds are, then watch them as a mechanical rabbit is used to race the pair along the track. Duke gets excited and jumps the fence, and the group gets thrown out. Once they're back home, Jed builds Duke his own motorized rabbit, and he starts running fast, even knocking over Granny, who says she can't wait for him to be tired again. On May the 13th, 1966, Lady Penelope released a special summer extra edition. This featured not one, but two Beverly Hillbillies comics. In the first, Ellie reads in the newspaper that a grizzly bear has escaped from the zoo and is being chased down by the zookeepers. She decides to go out and catch it for herself, and she hasn't had a good pet since Jed made her get rid of the crocodile she was keeping in the cement pond. So Ellie finds the bear and puts its head in a net and brings it back to the mansion. It wakes up in the middle of the night and looks for food in the kitchen. Granny thinks the bear is Jethro and hits him over the head with a broom, knocking him out. When the real Jethro arrives, Granny passes out as well. Ellie says the grizzly should have known better than to tangle with Granny. In the second comic, the military comes to the Clampett estate to see if Jethro wants to enlist in the army. The army says they want to teach Jethro to fight, and Granny says she already taught him that. To prove it, she whoops his ass in the kitchen. The military man says she's right and leaves, and Jed suspects the real reason they left is Jethro likely wouldn't pass his physical in his current state. The next day, on May the 14th, Lady Penelope issue 17 was released. Mr. Drysdale finds Granny cleaning her clothes in the cement pond and finds out this is how the hillbillies have been doing laundry. At the bank, Drysdale has the best washing machine salesman sent over to the mansion, and Granny is amazed by the technology. Once the salesman is gone, Granny tells the family to throw anything dirty they have into the machine. This includes Jed's winter coat, Jethro's Jethro-sized boots, and some horse blankets. The washing machine spits it all back out, and Granny sends the machine back, saying nothing beats a beating stone. Issue 18 is from May the 21st, 1966, and in this one, Mrs. Drysdale is forcing Mr. Drysdale to hold a baking competition, as she does every year. Mr. Drysdale thinks the food is always snobby and boring, and they'll need something interesting this year. So he decides to invite Granny to take part. She makes a cake that looks like a giant clump of mud, but the judges love it. Granny wins, and tells the judges she got the recipe from an indigenous American. She then lists the ingredients.
First you take a good handful of hog grits, then toss in some squirrel fat. Next you fry up some skunk legs, but you got to leave them around for a few days to bring out the flavor.
All the judges become sick and flee the room. Mrs. Drysdale is furious and says she'll never let her husband organize another one of her events, which is just what he wanted. The hillbillies wonder where everyone went, and Jed figures they must have run back to their kitchens to try the recipe for themselves. Issue 19 is from May the 28th, and in this one, Granny and Jed read about a dancing school that is supposed to make young people sophisticated, so they send Ellie and Jethro there. But Jethro and Ellie dance so fast and so wild that it destroys the class. The owner of the school thinks the hillbillies will ruin his reputation and kick the two out. But the next day, everyone says they want to learn to dance like the hillbillies, so Jethro and Ellie come back to become dance instructors. In June 1966, TV21 released a Lady Penelope vinyl record which featured the theme songs of all the shows in her magazine, which included the Ballad of Jed Clampett. Later that year, the theme also appeared in favorite television themes, which included a rendition of the Doctor Who theme. The Beverly Hillbillies was misspelt on the front cover. Issue 20 of Lady Penelope was released on June the 4th, 1966. In this comic, a local church realizes they need to repair the roof, so they go around Beverly Hills asking for donations for them to auction off in a jumble sale. They come to the hillbillies, who give them a lot of their relics from the hills. The vicar thinks the junk is worthless and fears it will ruin the sale, but all the Clampett's junk are antiques and sell for high prices. In the end, Jed notes what they donated sold for $50,000, which is $18,000 in today's money. The vicar explains that the older something is, the more valuable it is, and Jed says Granny must be worth her fortune, causing her to knock his hat off. Look at Jethro's face in the final panel. He's not quite here all the way. Issue 21 came out on June the 11th, 1966, and in this one, two men without homes stand outside of Drysdale's bank and beg for money. Drysdale calls the cops, who agree to come and arrest the pair. As they arrive, so do Jed and Jethro, who are mistakenly arrested by the police. Drysdale rushes to the jail, only to find the hillbillies are having a great time, as all four of them get down with their bad selves. Issue 22 was released on June the 18th, 1966. In this one, Granny tells Jed victuals are going to be late because the delivery man hasn't arrived yet. Jed goes to distract Jethro, as he fears bad things will happen if Jethro finds out about food being late. He finds Jethro dressed up in a Batman cosplay. This was typical, as the Adam West Batman had premiered 6 months earlier. Batman jumps over the railings, shattering the floor below. Jed asks where Robin is, and it turns out Ellie Mae is Jethro's Robin. She swings on the chandelier until it comes crashing down. The two run off as they continue to destroy the mansion. Batman eventually sees a truck and attacks it. Jethro wakes up in the hospital and is told he attacked the victuals delivery truck and sprayed skunk's liver and possum tails all over Hollywood. Issue 23 was released on June the 25th, 1966. The narration box says that Granny has taken a sudden disliking to Beverly Hills, and there's nothing sudden about it. Jed says they need to do something to get Granny's mind away from back home, and fast. Granny passes an amusement park and is fascinated by it, asking Jed if they could buy it. At the bank, Mr. Drysdale complains that buying the park will cost them almost $100,000, or almost $35,000 in today's money, but Jed buys it anyway. Granny begins redoing the entire park, building a log cabin and making marshland for the gators. Drysdale realizes with shock that she's built herself a hillbilly swamp. Issue 24 was released on July the 2nd, 1966. In this comic, Granny decides to see a movie starring her favorite star, Grit Carpet. Famous Western star, Grit Carpet. But during the film there's a shootout, and Granny pulls out her gun to try and help Grit Carpet, and is taken in by security. The theater manager calls Jed and asks him to please come and get Granny. But just as the family come to get her, Grit Carpet shows up for real, and Granny passes out. Later, she explains she passed out from shock and not excitement, as she expected him to be much taller. Issue 25 was released on July the 9th, 1966. In this one, Granny and Ellie end up buying a bunch of Glimmer soap, which is a laundry detergent with a Willy Wonka-like mascot. The boxes have an odd marketing strategy. The Glimmer Man will be going around to random houses, and he'll give you $10 for every box of his detergent that you have. So Ellie and Granny buy 446 boxes. And sure enough, the Glimmer Man arrives at their house and forks over $5,000 and says he's been ruined. If the Glimmer Man was better at ciphering, he'd know that he only had to fork over $4,460. The Clampetts tried to do the same thing with baked beans, but it doesn't work, so they give $5,000 worth of baked beans to Mr. Drysdale.
Okay, we have now reviewed 27 total comics from the UK Beverly Hillbillies comic series. This means we are now officially halfway done. But you know what? I'm getting a little bored of all this black and white stuff. So now I want to review another comic in color. So let's go ahead and take a little break. Welcome everyone to the Intermission. Now you may be wondering, how can I possibly have anything else to talk about? Well, I do have something. That being, Life with Archie number 28 from 1964. So let's get right into this intermission.
So if you don't know what Archie is, here's a rundown. Archie is a weird little ginger kid who's somehow a popular jock. There are two really pretty girls who are in love with him. Betty, who is blonde, and Veronica, who is brunette, but has a rich daddy. This is Ringo. He plays the drums. Life with Archie was supposed to be a spin-off that was supposed to be more dramatic than the main series. Let's see how good a job they did. Our issue begins with an ad that promises that for only 10 cents, the person in the ad can make you into a hyper-muscled He-Man. I couldn't find anything about this one online, which is how you know nobody bought into it. So this story starts off with a big revelation. Hiram Lodge, Veronica's rich daddy, is about to lose all his money. The main corporation he runs has been fined by CL Corporation, and if he can't raise $400,000 by the end of the month, they'll be broke, which is $140,000 in today's money. Wait, I'm sorry, I was confused. It's actually $3.8 million. But Lodge has one last hope. He'll call his second cousin Clem. Years ago, Hiram recounts, the Lodge family was split in two, half settled in wherever Archie Comics takes place, and the other half moved to the Ozarks. According to what he's heard, Cousin Clem is the richest man in Sassafras County. So they prepare a suite in their mansion to hold Cousin Clem, and then excitedly run to the entrance when they hear a car's horn, only to see that their cousins are actually hillbillies, and clearly direct spoofs of the Clampetts.
Hello? Howdy, Cousin Albert. We came as quick as we could. Well. Who's this pretty little lady?
This is my daughter, Veronica.
I'm right pleased to meet you. Where's your husband and children?
I'm not married yet, Cousin Clem. I'm still in school.
Still in school? A big girl like you, and you don't know how to read and write?
Don't mind him, Missy. That's just Grandpa Gooley.
So as you can see, Granny is Grandpa in the story, and Ellie is replaced by Clem's two twin daughters, Lulu and Lily. And then we meet Clem's son, Mildew.
Don't forget me, Pa.
Course not, son. This is my little boy, Mildew.
Howdy, Miss Veronica, ma'am. Hey, I think I just heard something go boing.
You sure did.
So these two are what? Third cousins? This is weird, right? Also, there's some ads around here. I guess Archie Comics had more ads in them because they were sold more. Here we have ads for stamps, the Josie and the Pussycats comics, and some kind of gear for a bicycle. After their hillbilly relatives move in, Hiram fears he'll never raise the $400,000. Just then, he and Veronica hear a loud noise and rush over to see...
Drat these newfangled dang washing machines! Give me a good old-fashioned bucket any day!
Next, we have another weird ad for a pyramid scheme that makes you all muscly. It's weird. I didn't see these on any of the other comics. I guess people who read Archie Comics are just demographically more insecure. Cousin Mildew comes to get Veronica and Hiram because there's a horrible monster in their drinking well. This turns out to be a pool floaty shaped like Nessie, and drinking well is what Mildew calls the cement pond. Then, the two twin girls steal a lawnmower and destroy the front yard of the mansion. Then Hiram gets a call.
Mr. Lodge, this is Watkins at the office. The tax people were here. It seems they made a mistake.
A mistake? You mean we don't owe $400,000?
No, sir, it's $500,000 now, and if we don't have it by Tuesday, we'll be wiped out.
I wonder if I'm too old to run away from home and join the circus.
Cousin Clem and Hiram talk, and Hiram admits he's in financial trouble. Clem says he's willing to lend him money to save his business, and asks if $18.32 is enough, which is $176.80 in today's money. I always thought if I had a time machine, the first thing I'd do is orchestrate some scam using inflation. Hiram says that Clem's kin are supposed to be the richest family in Sassafras County. Clem says they are. They're the only family in Sassafras County. Later, Archie and the gang are seen reading about the Lodge family's collapse in the newspaper.
Dilton told me that Mr. Lodge's rich relatives just got into town.
Maybe they came here to help out, huh? Here comes Veronica. Let's get the lowdown.
Hi, gang. Anyone for arsenic?
Cheer up, Lambie. Your dad'll be okay now that your rich relatives are here.
Rich relatives?
Did I say something funny?
Don't flip, Ron. I'm sure you'll find the right answer.
We need 500,000 right answers. All of them dollar bills.
Oh, here we go. As usual, old Uncle Juggy has the solution.
You have?
Gee.
I was just talking to Pop Tate in the chocolate shop, and he said that if Mr. Lodge loses all of his money, Pop will give him a job as a soda jerk.
A soda jerk? How can we keep up a mansion and 3 cars on that kind of salary?
Maybe you can cut down on chewing gum?
With him for a pal, who needs enemies?
Chin up, Lambie Pie. Remember, someday you'll have money to burn.
After this, we get an ad for a 1965 Archie annual with a pinup calendar. No, not that kind of Archie pinup calendar. In 1965, one issue of this annual cost 25 cents, which is $2.41 today. Finding a good copy of this issue today would set you back around $20.
Okay, so we are now officially halfway through this comic, and I for one think we need a breather, a break as it were. So now, let's have an intermission with an argument I had 35 years ago.
Well, one thing that can make Richmond. I'm asking the Starscream question first. I'm sorry, folks, for that violence on TV. I just had to hit Russ. I'm asking the Starscream question first, okay? Russ, you sit down. Russ is in the debate. I'll answer the Starscream question first, and I'll take the side against Starscream. Although I'm going to pose the questions. Wait, although I do believe Starscream's a better leader, I'll get that say.
Hold it. How about Chiron and Starscream?
No, Starscream and Megatron. Okay, I'll take the opposite side of what I really believe. I think that Megatron will be a better leader because Starscream is too inexperienced at leadership as of yet. And I believe that Megatron, he's the oldest Decepticon, the oldest robot that form has been around. And I believe that his years of military practice, I think his years of military practice would, now Starscream is just too cocky, he's not ready for leadership yet. A few more years, sure, but at the moment, Megatron is the better leader. Has I made it up yet?
I disagree. like you said, Megatron is old. He's too old. He's an older model. Stop that. Get that scroll out of here. You know I hate scrolls.
PMRC Tom, do one of two things.
Look up Megatron.
Get on the couch and debate or stay out of it. I'm taking total authority to approach here.
Look what he transforms into. A plane, look, it's a gun, right? It can't fly. This shit. Starscream's got stop the video, stop the rock and roll.
Wow. He knocks off across the room.
Uh-oh. Something's interfering with the signal. I'm afraid after... It's going to be a full-scale takeover.
Do not adjust your computer screens, or your phone tablets, or television sets you're watching with your mothers. There is nothing wrong with your signal, for I, evil Russ, have taken control. Now you will all bear witness to my next evil experiment, which I call my intermission. And this is all possible due to my new invention, my pirate radio satellite broadcaster. Before this broadcast is over, you will witness my total subjugation of the planet Earth. But first, I know many of you are confused, so it is best that I, Evil Dad, bring you up to date. Now, many of you watching this broadcast assume that I am the same person as this man. I am not this man. This is Russ Reviews. I am Evil Russ Reviews. If the other Russ is good, that is debatable still. But what is certain is that he is relatively much less evil than me. Now, many of you at home likely do not know who I am. But allow me to explain everything. The first time I appeared on this channel was February the 24th, 2016, during Quentin's very second film review. During that video, Quentin reviewed all of the sequels to the Rankin Bass film Frosty the Snowman. But there was one film that he had still blocked out of his mind.
2005's The Legend of Frosty the Snowman. But slowly, Quentin began to remember.
Wait a minute. Frosty representing childhood? Where have I heard all of this before?
Nowhere!
Jesus Christ!
Listen to me, boy. There's no such thing as other Frosty sequels. There never were. They don't exist.
Okay. I believed you before you got so angrily defensive about it.
Do not look for other Frosty sequels. They do not exist. They never did.
Get the hell out of my house!
They're just not real, boy. They never were. They don't exist. Be warned. Be warned. Don't look for the Frosty sequels, Taylor. You may not like what you find.
I gotta start locking my doors, man.
You'll see, this was actually my first evil plan. I brainwashed Quentin as a child into believing that the legend of Frosty the Snowman was not real. That way he would never seek the film out and would never own a copy. However, I had already made a bootleg copy of the legend of Frosty the Snowman when Quentin was a boy, which was entirely sentient, and I hid it away in the basement. The DVD soon broke loose and returned to Quentin. It was then I began studying Earth's greatest threat, the moon. Upon studying ancient charts, I learned a deep secret about the moon, and I soon realized that I had to get the truth out there. And so, I did the only thing I could think of. I hijacked one of my son's YouTube videos to reveal this great conspiracy.
Eclipses are fantastical spectacles which represent the forces of nature and the forces of the galaxy, which are so amazing to look at that our ancestors believed them to be the wrath of God himself. But when we attempt to view this with our own eyes, it's important to remember to take some precautions. What people tend to forget about eclipses is that what you are seeing in the sky is still the sun, and under regular conditions you would not find yourself staring at the sun for minutes on end. And even though the sun is being covered up somewhat by the moon, it can still be just as damaging to your eyes as it would be if you were to just stare at the sun. Such a thing can lead to permanent eye damage and even total blindness, which is why people have had to find interesting workarounds to still be able to see this spectacle. Creating something like this is rather simple if you have a rudimentary knowledge of Bill Nye segments from the 1990s. What?
Earthlings of all creeds and denominations! We must stop the moon!
God damn it, not you again. I gotta start locking my doors.
The moon is no astral object. It is a giant egg which houses a hideous creature which would intend to consume the entire planet.
What?
This creature, when heated by the rays of the sun, will want to free itself from the shell of the moon and consume the entire planet.
God damn it.
We must all scream.
Why would we do that?
We have to scare away the moon monster. If you see an eclipse, immediately start screaming.
Not standard practice at all. Oh, jeez. Okay. Sound doesn't travel in space. How would that even work?
Your simple facts cannot stop science.
I don't understand at all.
To ultimately defeat the moon demon, we must all create devices to scare it away. Devices like this. But sadly, my plan was foiled when this video was one of my son's worst performing, being seen by almost no one. And so soon, I acted out my third plan, burning my son's set to the ground.
So, here's the thing. I fucking hate Trump. He embarrasses me every day. He makes us all look like backwards idiots, and frankly, the fact that he got elected is probably all backwards. He's making horrible racist decisions, which are probably
This plan was a success. My son was so preoccupied ranting about his hatred for Donald J. Trump that he never noticed me destroying his set.
Remember to look at today's sponsor, Privacy.com, to get $5 off of your first purchase with one of their cards. And I think I'm going to need that $5, because this room has just spontaneously caught on fire. Okay, better wrap this up. If you liked this video, remember to hit that subscribe button and give me the bell so you'll see when I upload. Hit that like button so the algorithm stops being mad at me. Find people in your life that make you happy in small ways and tell them how much you love them. That's all you need. I gotta go.
And this brings us around to my fourth and most complex plan. For you see, in 2019, my son left to battle Donald Trump, who had built a space station to destroy the Earth. It was when he arrived outside the space station that it was revealed that the man behind this wasn't Donald J. Trump, but was me in disguise all along.
Little do you realize that this appearance I've taken on is nothing more than a disguise. How will you react, I wonder, when you discover that the person behind all of this is not Donald Trump, but in fact...
your own father.
How did I do this, you may ask? I don't know. The thing is, this must have been one of my most complex plans. It must have taken years to orchestrate. Maybe even decades. How did I do it? I honestly can't remember. Look, I need a moment to sort all this out. So while I do that, why don't we take a break? So here is Good Russ Reviews with the intermission, 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 intermission.
So I've been digging out all the family heirlooms because when I watched the Henningverse, I'd look at something and go, we have that too. So I dug all this stuff out. Not everything here appeared in the Henningverse, but I just thought I'd talk about it all. But before we get into this stuff, I want to talk about the newest heirloom I have. This guy and girl. This is the new Quentin Reviews plushie from U2's. You can find this if you go to U2's, or you can find it in the pinned comments. The very top one's Brack TV. It's the one under that. So go there and pre-order it because it ends on April the 11th. And if you do that and it sells well, who knows? Maybe they'll make one of me. So to start with, we have this thing. Now for years, I didn't know what the hell it was. Then I saw the Back to the Future game. And I thought that you put your foot up here to get your shoe shine. And I'm not saying you couldn't do that with it. But you know what I think it is? I think you repair shoes on it. Because you remember Jed repairing everybody's shoes on one of these. And as I've said before, or maybe I'll say later, for a family of hillbillies, Jed sure repairs a lot of their shoes. This is an iron and it's very heavy. You basically would heat this up on a stove, and you'll notice the characters wrap a towel around this because the whole thing gets hot. And then you iron. Now I couldn't find this for a long time and I thought it was gone, so I ordered this one. And it came with this little thing, which you also see in the TV series. So it gives you something to set it on. And this one kind of fits on there. Not really. We tend to use this thing as a doorstop, and later Lisa will use its electrical counterpart as a doorstop because she doesn't know what it is. So the next thing is this little thing. This is called a Brownie Hawkeye. And the one in the series is a little bigger. I'm going to take this thing off, because now it kind of looks like the little camera they use on the series. And you'll notice they're always doing this with it. It's because the eyepiece is right here. So you're always looking down. There is a scene in Petticoat Junction where a character is told he's holding it upside down because he's so distracted by the picture he's supposed to take. Obviously, if it's upside down, you can't look through the little viewfinder and see where you're aiming. So there's that little guy. This hasn't really been in the series, I don't think. It just happens to be my favorite prop camera. And this thing, we used to use this camera, and one day we got a letter from, I guess, Kodak, or no, I guess it would have been Polaroid, saying they weren't going to make film for it anymore. But what I'd like to do, if I would use it in one of my old movies, if I can get this to work, is it kind of looks like one of them old style cameras, and I'd put one of my trench coats on, and I'd flip it over my head, and that's how I'd use it, and it would be kind of supposed to be one of those old style cameras. But it's basically an instant camera. If you took a picture with this, it's got this thing in here. It's got this little metal clip, and you'd put the picture in there, because maybe you'd need to warm it up. Put cold clip in warm inside pocket when temperature is 65 to 40 degrees. That's weird. Then if it's really cold, they have other instructions. I got to get a big ass. I've never seen a battery like that before. That's what powers it. I didn't know it had a battery. I would have taken it out ages ago. And then I wouldn't know what it took. This guy is the flash to it. And I only pulled it out because I have it. Maybe that's what it does. Yeah. Alright, we'll go with that. So that's how that flash works. I don't think I ever messed with the flash. It uses these big ass bulbs. These are the little things I guess you're supposed to stick to the back of your photo so you remember what you did. So then I've got this. I'm thinking you could imagine Kate's bachelor butter in it. Although obviously you would more likely put Granny's White Lightning in it, her rheumatism medicine. And it's blue glass, so you know it's from Kentucky. Then I've got this interesting thing. It's some kind of torch, and it had another thing. Oh, it's in here. And you have to have one of these if you're going to start your own phone company and weld the wires to the railroad. Oh, now it won't go down. That's not good. We may all die now. I pulled this out. This is This is for canning, and I think we've seen it in the series. Maybe Uncle Joe used it. Nothing much to say about it. It's just an oversized can. You got a rack that goes in here, and you put your jars in it. But it's nice because you can get your feet in it. But you know, I'm getting a little tired of looking at all this heirloom stuff in this garage. So let's try for something a little less sentimental. Let's do an intermission, 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 and watch Quentin as a baby. Checking. Hello. Thank you.
Quentin, sweetheart, he needs help or something.
I'm gonna hold him. I'm just.
He's getting kind of aggravated. He's so cute. Oh, wow.
No, what happens if I turn the autofocus on?
It's making
Goes out of focus.
What's wrong with this son of a bitch? I'll just crap all over my paper. Hopefully that's the end of that clean it all off, whatever it is.
Alright, we're rolling. Say hi. Say hi to everybody. Say how old are we, Mommy?
4 months exactly tomorrow.
4 months exactly tomorrow.
And this is Quentin and Kyle.
It's the first time Daddy's got off his sorry butt to put us on film.
Oh. Hi. Little boy. Little boy. He's starting to get sleepy.
played pretty hard.
Watch this. Let's see if we can get him to do his little
bunny thing.
He just started to do this today.
He loves his bunny.
Hug the bunny. Hug the bunny. Hug the bunny.
Are you smiling at mommy? Jimmy, look at me.
Here, I'll tell you what.
It's mommy. It's mommy. Hi. That's Sissy on the sofa. Sissy Gwendol. Uh-oh, perfect nap.
Yeah, he do this. Throw my yellow tail. You do this to us all the time. We don't know how you grow, but somehow you do.
Yeah, see, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's normal baby dribbles. Hello. Hello. Talk to me, baby.
Hey, look at the money wagon.
Jiggle.
Oh, we're not quite camera ready yet, are we?
It's okay. It's okay. Say the camera adds 10 pounds in now. Daddy's having hair problems. Let's see. Mommy's gonna type. Russ, I got a question.
Yeah.
When you're writing a title, does words like to, I know words like a and the don't get capitalized, right? What about words like to and do?
You lost me.
Don't worry about it.
Now, what do you mean capitalized when you're just writing them as
A title. You know how certain words are capitalized in a title?
Quite frank, that's always confused me.
Poor Daddy in allergy season. Tickle him, Daddy.
Yeah, I can hug your rabbit. There we go. Well, we got our rabbit now. We're hugging our rabbit now. We're tired of our rabbit, aren't we? Already tired of it. We're going to throw it on the floor. There he goes. Just don't care to look at the camera. See if I can do this while watching you on the camera. Not if you move your head around. I bet you're tired, but we're not done with you yet. Please excuse the focus, we're having problems. Just be glad the camera's functional. Oh, there we go. Come on, walk. Walk. I don't want to walk.
So it's awful good for 4 months old.
Here, let's lay down. Oh, there we go.
Want to play for toys?
I gotta figure out what I did with it, but I guess you lost it somewhere here. Here it is. Look here. Look here, Mommy.
Pardon me. I hate writing papers. 15 tries just to get the title page written.
How do you feel about this for the title of my paper? I want to call it my intermission, 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 intermission.
Oh, hi! Nice to see that you've decided to join me. So while you were away, I got worried about my son again. I still have no idea where he is. They say you always find things in the last place you would look. So I thought, what would be the last place I would look? The future! This is the Tron 500. It is a time machine by my son's high school math teacher, Chappie Maston. But Quentin went rogue and ended up stealing it. So I used the Tron 500 to go forwards to the future. 1 week in the future to be exact. Yep, it's April the 8th, 2024. My hopes were that Quentin would have just come home by now. But sadly, he's still missing. But I had another idea. Because we're in the future right now, the video you're currently watching has already come out. This means that I can log onto websites like YouTube, Tumblr, X.com, MySpace, Vine, Vid.me, Google+, GamerDNA, Woo Media, Blip.tv, Yahoo Answers, and the Jeremy Rimmer app to see how many people have reacted to this video. That's right, I'm going to look at how people will eventually comment on the YouTube video I'm in right now. Maybe there will be some Quentin sightings or clues for our search, but even if there aren't, I'll at least be able to find out if people like the video. Starting off on X.com, user GayPril906 says, "Step aside, 8-hour Victorious guy. 38-hour Beverly Hillbillies guy has entered the chat." Use Gato says, "Seeing the runtime gave me diarrhea." Well, I suggest some Pepto-Bismol. You might try some Kaopectate. Maddie5412 chimes in, "Bro's really trying to hit that 10-minute mark." I don't get it. Skygent says, "No way someone is listening to Quentin Reviews speak for 3 days straight." That is correct, because you're listening to me. Russ Reviews. At Full River 1234 says, "I stared at your dad for a couple of seconds before I went, wait, that's not Quentin." That's what I think every morning when I look in the mirror. At CrispyZilla 7050 says, "You might be wondering who I am." That's a quote of me. The response is, "Sir, I've never seen you before, but from the moment you appeared on my screen, I knew right away you were Quentin's father." At Ryan Cole 3058 says, "Your Salmon Cat review was great, but you shouldn't have edited over Russ like that." I can't get my tongue around this username, but it ends in 6211. Have you ever had a friend, met their parents, and thought, oh, that's why they're like that? Yeah. At RedGreen2453 says, "Finding out that Papa Reviews used to make essentially pre-internet YouTube videos is such an integral part of the lore that it was meta-narrative masterstroke to wait until now to reveal it." Thank you. I understood some of those words. Albrell, and forgive me, my son is paid for me to mispronounce names. Me, oh fun, an hour and 15-minute video from at Q Review about the Beverly Hillbillies. I love that show. Me, 17 minutes into the video. Quentin's dad is fun. Why is the red bar so far on the left? Me at 18 minutes into the video. Oh no, it's 1 day and 14 hours long. Think how I felt, or will feel. AG Sneed 100 says, "Skip ahead thinking it will be a blank screen. It's actually 30 plus hours of content." Ando says, "Oh wow, another Quentin video. I wonder how long it is." And then that's his reaction. Ad Hordaki says, 38 hours? This ain't your dad's video essay. Oh, wait. At Bugsy Foga says, "The kids have had their fun reminiscing about the shows of their childhood. Now it's the adults' turn." Lucy on Hiatus says, "Quentin Reviews is the only person in the universe who would upload a 38.5-hour edited video where his dad is presenting the show and rewriting the entirety of a sitcom from the 60s. Rewing. That's what it actually says. Rewing? Does that mean something? Is that one of those terms? He's a handsome guy. Mr. Testarossa, I'm really happy for you, but I'm not watching this dog. Don't even have a dog. We're more of cat people. Hyper Seep says, the Quentin's dad reviews Beverly Hillbillies video is like someone making an endurance test simulating what it's like to listen to Grandpa Simpson's stories. 38 hours in bold. Do you know how long that is? Yes, that is 3 pots of coffee and a 6-pack of Mountain Dew. That's what 38 hours is. At Fodder1028 says, okay. And then 6 minutes ago, Gundam style. I still don't get it. That's a Japanese anime. Gundam, thank you. At Internet User 432 says, holy shit, are we returning to classic Quentin review stuff now? I unsubbed during the Nickelodeon drought, but have now resubbed. Oh, well, welcome back. A Snazzy Drew says, 2 minutes in and I am already laughing hysterically. NGL, growing up and watching this show with my dad gives this video a special place in my heart. I comment again when I finish watching this video over the course of a month. That's good. I worry about people that try to watch it in one go. What is that? Did I say 3 cups of coffee and a 6-pack of Mountain Dew? P.S. Roarbaugh says, 2 hours, 5 minutes, 0 seconds. One important aspect of the skeet contest is that Granny was using a rifle, not a shotgun. Normally you use a shotgun with birdshot, which creates a cloud of hundreds of small pellets. This means as long as you're within a few feet of the moving clay pigeon, it'll break. Granny was using a rifle, meaning she had one projectile and had to hit it exactly. This would be basically impossible in the real world. This isn't the real world, though. It's the Henningverse, where one day we will find out to get to the moon, all you have to do is have a rocket, climb on top of it, and launch yourself using Granny's rheumatiz medicine. At Cinema Girl 619 says, I grew up in the Ozarks, so this show was a staple for me and my family along with Andy Griffith and other shows of that time. I feel like no one talks or knows about this show, but now they will. I have a vivid memory of being sick as a child, and I hated taking Mucinex, and my dad told me, if you don't take that medicine, you can't watch the Beverly Hillbillies. Also, this might be a huge ask, but I'd love a video series about Little House on the Prairie, because that show is absolutely insane sometimes. That is a really huge ask. You want me to review Bonanza 2. I'd rather review the new Netflix series about Little House on the Prairie, because I think it would be closer to the books. Pat Speed says, it's very funny how 1960s advertisement is more or less how modern Twitch and YouTube are advertised. Some things in capitalism always come back. Yes. Watching the new Quentin Reviews video, and then there's an image of Simon Cowell saying, delicious. Finally some good fucking Sledgehammer references. Okay. At Eternal Guardian 07 says, the weirdest thing I've learned in this video is that I have a slight crush on Miss Hathaway. Still working through the 38-hour Beverly Hillbillies video, but my main takeaway so far is that Jane Hathaway is my ideal woman and also style icon. Horse Chestnut says, me, 7 hours into a video about the Beverly Hillbillies. I miss the Beverly Hillbillies. # for context. For anyone not watching the video, # around the 5-hour mark, he starts talking about Petticoat Junction. See all. It's HA or maybe Ha at Dirty Cup Art. Dirty Cup _ art says, I'm 7 hours into the Beverly Hillbillies video, and I think he just pronounced some word in the most insane way I've ever heard. I don't have a pronunciator in front of me. I'm not going to try it. Shinakity? I don't know. But yes, I probably did. At TangleTel4604 says, the joke about the Petticoat Junction poet being a closeted furry was so funny that I scrolled down eagerly to see if anyone else had commented about it. And then I remembered the video is 40 hours long, and no one else is going to be talking about a joke from 7 hours ago. Thirst Ghosting says, you click on a video about the Beverly Hillbillies. 8 hours later, you're listening to the same guy talk about Star Trek model ships. It's the same video. He has told you he will start talking about the Beverly Hillbillies again around the 12-hour mark. You scrolled to 12 hours on the timeline, and it doesn't even match close to halfway. This man has left his son in an abandoned big Kmart. Oh, thanks for the clue. You have begun to say California unironically. Abandoned big Kmart. That narrows it down. How many abandoned big Kmarts could there be? Oh, cute picture. It's Uncle Joe. It's probably on the screen next to me, isn't it? Pickle. Been watching at Q Reviews charming dad talk about sitcoms for 38 and a half hours. Currently at the 14-hour mark. While I drew and did a little watercolor doodle of Uncle Joe from Petticoat Junction. That's really good. I like that. And then we got another picture here. Jethro Bodine. As I'm guessing an anime? Pretty good. It's also next to me, isn't it? Yeah, I see that. I've been told that now I have a video to watch on the Pear Pad. Thank you.
We're 11 hours, 55 minutes, and 10 seconds in. And my man, Quentin, showed up, jump scared the shit out of me. Please don't take Russ away. He's my new dad now, and I need him for so many reasons, okay? Look, we'll talk about it later, but, dude, I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know how you just appeared like this out of nowhere. We were having a moment. We were having a 12-hour moment, and you just came out of nowhere. Dude, exactly. We've developed a parasocial relationship. My buddy here, Russ, knows it. Told Quentin to get the hell out of here. He's gone. Anyway, we're moving on, okay? We're moving on. And yeah, we're moving on. Let's go. Let's go, Daddy-O.
Okay, let's go. At W. Blake Kimber says, Day 7. Russ is playing with an ancient Polaroid camera. We're like 7 intermissions deep. Help! At QuoteIt37, this intermission sequence of intermissions is great. Definitely worth watching 5 hours of fucking Petticoat Junction. At W. Bennon says, I love that the title of the 38-hour video is The Beverly Hillbillies, and I'm over 4 hours in, and we are already on a detour to talk about Petticoat Junction. But we have taken a second detour from that detour to talk about the Star Trek prop maker. It's a detour from the detour. 4 hours in. I'm glad to hear that you like my detours. I'll do more of them in the future. Or maybe it's the past. Hell, I can do one right now. Watch! I think I've had enough of this intermission for now. So why don't we take a quick break with an intermission. Is that good? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Intermission, 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 Intermission. While recording that last bit, I realized something. I'm getting pretty tired of talking about things that aren't comics. So I did some research, trying to see if there's any Beverly Hillbillies comic series we haven't covered. And I found something very interesting. Now, if you're wondering why the set looks so strange, I have decided to resurrect one of my son's most obscure series. It's called Knockoff November, and it's where we basically try to look at bootleg and rip-off media. Traditionally, as you can guess, this series is released in December. In fact, my son often calls it Knockoff November in December. So you can consider this Knockoff November in December in April. The reason I'm bringing this show back is that I've discovered a Beverly Hillbillies knockoff comic that's pretty obscure. But to learn more about this, we have to jump back into the world of British comics. While American and British culture are often perceived as having a very similar culture, there are small ways that the two nations are different. For instance, American humor tends to be far less subtle and sarcastic, while British people don't know how to say aluminum. Sometimes, Americans and Brits are unified at one point in history, then become disconnected. In the 1930s and 40s, both nations began printing a wider range of anthology comic books, which would include several stories with different protagonists. For instance, Action Comics #1 featured such iconic strips as The Adventures of Marco Polo, Tex Thompson, Chuck Dawson, Pep Morgan, Scoop Scanlon, Sticky Mitt Stimpson, and something called Superman. As of just 4 days ago, one copy of Action Comics #1 sold for $6 million, or $6 million in today's money. And I think we all know what makes this comic so valuable. Sticky Mitt Stimpson collectors do not fool around. In the UK, this trend was mirrored. One of the biggest comic publications across the pond was the Beano, which first premiered 31,299 days ago, on the 30th of July, 1938. The Beano also featured a wide array of variety stories, from Lord Snooty and his pals, to Big Ego, Rotten Ronnie, and Biffo the Bear. I made one of those up. Obviously, the trend here is that American readers preferred action and drama stories, especially superhero comics and westerns, while British readers tended to prefer repetitive gag-of-the-week strips featuring bubbly, friendly designs. But the biggest changes came in the 1960s, when American publishers started to trend away from anthology comics and towards standalone titles. So when you bought a comic with Superman on the cover, the entire thing would feature Superman, with no side stories about Scoop Scanlon and Sticky Mitt Stimpson. Boo! British comics were slow to pick up on this trend, even as they did evolve more toward action-oriented storytelling. You'll remember that every issue of TV Century 21 would feature short comics based on Thunderbirds, Supercar, Fireball XL5, and Doctor Who. Its spin-off, Lady Penelope, would then feature its menagerie tying the Beverly Hillbillies into an implied shared universe set in the 2060s. These publications would come and go, but the archetype of the anthology comic publication would live on. This brings us to a very special comic that is the entire inspiration for this Intermission, 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 intermission. Whoopee! The first issue of Whoopee, which had a cover date of March the 9th, 1974, featured such iconic syndicated tales as Ship Cat, Snap Happy, Clever Dick and Dozy Mick, Toy Boy, and the Goon Platoon. What? This issue also came with a special prize, a squirt ring that you could fill up with water and squirt into people's faces. I actually have the prize. So let's see if it works. It's got a little skull on it. That's cool. And I'll do that. And then I guess what you do is you, it doesn't really fit on my finger. I guess you'd put it on like that, and you'd put it like this. And then you'd, well, maybe I didn't get water in it. Hang on. This thing's probably, oh, there. It's definitely trying to do something. So then I guess you'd put it on your finger and have it in your hand like that. And then you'd, damn cheap register squirt ring. I primed enough master cylinders. I should be able to get this to work. And then you wear it and oh, see, it works. Out of everything that was included in this magazine, only one comic would prove so popular and beloved that it would last decades and become iconic to British readers. So if you're all ready, let's take a look at the ridiculous world of the Bumpkin Billionaires. The comic starts out on a beautiful country morning as the Bumpkin family rise from their bed. The group live a rural life of poverty, but seem very happy with things being that way. But that is soon disrupted.
Here we be, toasted mango wurzel with newly laid eggs.
Oh, we got a visitor. Ain't had one of them for 15 years since last Michaelmas.
Mr. C. Bumpkin, congratulations, sir. You've won the treble chance on the football pools.
Ugh!
All this money is yours. It's the most incredible win ever. You're billionaires.
Well, darn my old boots. All the money be bigger than my compost heap.
And if that looks like a lot of money, keep in mind that we're in the future. Current year, 2024. So 50 years ago, that pile of cash would be worth a whole lot more. The Bumpkins have no experience with money and decide they want to get rid of the pile as it's clogging up their living room. They go out on the town and try to find the best ways to rid themselves of this burden, buying ridiculous luxury items, including jewelry, several color televisions, and 2 washing machines. Finally, they buy a mansion, but shock the rich locals when they begin treating it like a barn. They use the TVs as chairs, and the washing machines to carry hay for the horses.
Oh no, those balmy Bumpkin billionaires. Whatever will they get up to next?
In the second issue, we learn that Ma Bumpkin has purchased a pearl necklace to use as a clothing line, while Pa Bumpkin literally burns pound notes in his fireplace. Billy Bumpkin has purchased a horse, and he takes it to a local beauty salon for a makeover. But the horse is so shocked by her appearance that she goes totally wild. In the end, the horse somehow races onto a pony track by accident, and then wins. Billy returns home with his tail between his legs.
I'll be ever so sorry, Pa, but I been and done something real naughty.
What be that, Billy? Come on now. Hold up, lad.
I've won £500,000 on the Great National, Pa.
What? Of all the silly things to do, As if we hadn't got enough of that money stuff cluttering up the place already. Oh, there'll be no supper for thee tonight.
Hey, what am I going to be a-doing with these extra pound notes? Wonder if the dustman would take them away.
I'll try not to do it again, Pa.
The big question of the hour is this. Is the Bumpkin Billionaires a Beverly Hillbillies parody or a Beverly Hillbillies knockoff? I think we can get into that a little further in the review. But I will say that it's not a good sign that the third Bumpkin comic introduces a hillbilly misunderstanding about the family swimming pool.
Yippee! An extra big sink, so I'll only have to do the washing up once a month. Thanks, Pa. That was thoughtful.
Gibber, did you hear that, Cynthia?
One of the most important comics in the series was printed on the 29th of June, 1974, as this would almost act as a soft reboot, indicating where the characters were going. The comic starts with each of the Bumpkins reflecting on ways their lives have gotten worse since they became wealthy. Billy Bumpkin has too much pocket money to fit in his trousers. Pa Bumpkin always walks because he can't choose between all of his expensive cars. Daisy Bumpkin has too many toys and sweets to actually enjoy them. And Ma Bumpkin has run out of things to do now that her servants take care of everything. And so, Pa Bumpkin makes a declaration.
There's only one thing to do, family. We've got to become poor again.
First, the family go to a circus where an unwilling daredevil is meant to jump into a swimming pool filled with alligators. The Bumpkins throw huge wads of cash so they'll get eaten by the gators, causing the daredevil to jump in after all. So the ringmaster gives them a bunch of money. Next, the family decide to just bury their wealth. So they go out in the middle of nowhere and start digging. And you'll never guess what happens. They strike oil. Black gold, Texas tea. An oil tycoon immediately appears and gives them a down payment for the land, announcing that it will make them rich beyond their dreams. So in trying to get rid of their billions, they make more billions. This is the main gimmick that the Bumpkin Billionaires would become known for. The Bumpkins hate money, hate their lifestyles, and they only want to get rid of it all and go back to living in beautiful squalor. But the more they try to get rid of it all, the more money they make. If the family try to throw their gold bars into the ocean, this will cause a diver to discover a wrecked Spanish ship filled with treasures. If the family buys a failing film studio and sabotage a Western film, the recording will be sold as a comedy, and the family will become rich and famous. If someone tries to rob them, the Bumpkins will hand over millions of pounds, but this will somehow lead to the thieves getting caught, causing the family to get the reward money. This one happens like 50 times. Things get so bad that in one 1974 comic, the Bumpkins reveal that they are so rich they are homeless, as their house is so filled with bags upon bags of money that they can't even get inside. Obviously, they don't stick with this, but the mansion is consistently depicted as being filled with the clutter of endless piles of money. A running joke is that the family consider if they should just send a bunch of the money off to fans reading Whoopi, but they always decide that this will be an unwanted burden.
No, we better not. I mean, look at the trouble it's caused us. It would be a cruel thing to do, sending them that money.
Downright nasty, Pa.
Agreed. We mustn't do it.
I think you can clearly make the case that in the early run, the Bumpkin Billionaires has a bit of an identity crisis, as the comic isn't sure if the Bumpkins should misuse their wealth, have fun and exciting lives because of their wealth, or actively try to get rid of it all. Often, The family do jokes and stories that feel lifted right out of the Henningverse. In a story from late April 1974, the Bumpkins have a housewarming party where their fellow elite members of high society are shocked to find barn animals in the living room and a bird tending to a nest in the chandelier. The family buys a helicopter to hang laundry on its blades, use pound notes as wallpaper, a harp as a potato cutter, expensive pianos and bags of money as firewood, and the actual Mona Lisa as a tea tray. Although maybe it's just one of the 5 extra copies Da Vinci also painted. It's also very common for con men to enter the Bumpkins' lives in an attempt to defraud them, only for the family to unknowingly foil their scheme. But the most egregious case study is issue 11, where we see the Bumpkins trying to save money by planting cornflakes in their backyard, hoping to harvest a full crop next year. They then become enraged when a flock of crows eats everything they planted. This one feels right out of an ad from season 1. You could replace everyone's names, and this would work as a Beverly Hillbillies comic. One big contradiction in the comic is that while the Bumpkins are shown to hate money, they love possessions. A lot of the comics that aren't about the family trying to get rid of their fortune will show them experiencing a problem, solving it with money, and then going about their lives. In issue 33, Billy and Daisy encounter 2 bullies who wrecked their handmade sailboat toy. So they buy military-grade sea vessels and terrorize the boys as revenge.
Oh, no. They've got a submarine after us. I give up.
That nuclear-powered Polaris submarine we bought for £1.5 million really showed them, Billy.
Now we can get back to playing with our own little boat. We be simple kids at heart.
They love buying nice cars and clothes and priceless art. Sure, they use it all in dumb ways, but shopping is one of their favorite pastimes. In one comic, we see the Bumpkins meet the Lord Mayor of London, who takes them on a tour of London's most famous sights, with the family buying everything they see.
There. Isn't that a magnificent sight?
Car! I wonders how much they wants for it.
Your son's a proper little joker. They'd want at least £20 million.
Wow, is that all? Here, mate. I always wanted my own canoe.
Cool. Big Ben. I could take that back home as a souvenir. Will that be enough to cover it?
Gah, our precious heritage.
It was obvious by now that the comic needed something to set it apart from its televised doppelganger, and so the writers introduced a brand new recurring character, the bank manager. This character will attempt to intervene in the family's various schemes, trying to increase their wealth because it will be better for his bank. In his first appearance from the 1st of February, 1975, the Bumpkins buy an old train line, and the bank manager tries to trick them into giving it up.
How do I make them understand? They don't care about losing their money, but my bank does. You realize, of course, that this line makes a huge profit each year.
We bain't wanting more of that money stuff. We got more than we need already. Thanks for warning us. Looks like there'll be only one thing to do.
Sell up?
No, get rid of this here coal.
Then fill her up with this stuff. But not every detail of the comics is identical to the Hillbillies. For instance, Billy and Daisy are little kids and siblings, and Ma and Pa are their parents. They also don't have a dog, but instead a pig that they keep in the house and treat like a dog.
Wow, that's a great idea. I wonder how they came up with that.
As a bit of a subversion, a lot of these comics characterize Pa Bumpkin as being illogically scrupulous. In issue 34, Billy complains that despite them being rich, Pa Bumpkin hasn't paid for their house to have running water yet. So Pa Bumpkin buys an endangered whale, has it carted to the front of their house in a big tank on wheels, and has it splash water onto his son, only for it to turn out to be salt water. In issue 30, the family are freezing in their home because Pa Bumpkin thinks that electric heating systems are too expensive. They get a fire going, but it's weak, so they pay a passing marching band to blow air onto the fire. But then it gets too strong, and their mansion starts to burn down, so they buy an elephant from a passing circus and have it blow out the flames. But then the elephant goes wild, and Paul hires a group of military men to attack it, but the resulting conflict is so heated that the house is blasted off its foundation, flies across the country, and lands on a volcano in Italy. Pa offers to buy the volcano, and the family celebrates that it's finally warm in their house. So to give the comic credit, the Beverly Hillbillies would never do a story like this, partially because the Beverly Hillbillies is funny. In issue 51, Billy Bumpkin's radio is destroyed by the Bumpkin Billy Goat. The family go out to buy a replacement and end up buying a radio telescope. Soon enough, the family receive transmissions asking for permission to land, and they make direct contact with aliens.
Greetings, Earthlings. We come to visit you from distant Saturn.
Saturn? Where on earth be that then? The aliens bring gifts, boxes and boxes of gold dust. The family reject these gifts and try to return the favor with their own gifts of gold bars. The aliens flee, and we find out why.
Ah, they're no fools, these Earthlings.
They know rubbish when they see it. We'll have to find another planet to dump this stuff on.
Ha! Pesky gold dust gets everywhere.
So I'm going to make a list of things that exist in the Bumpkin Billionaires universe, and we're going to start out with aliens from Saturn? And while we're at that, add Santa Claus too, because in the 1975 Christmas issue, Santa comes to take all of the family's gifts away, much to their joy. Technology is also advanced enough that some thieves build robot duplicates of the Bumpkins and send them around to buy expensive jewels. The family finds out and is enraged, not because someone's stolen from them, but because they don't want a reputation for buying expensive things, even though they do that all the time. So they beat these robots to death and are given a reward for helping catch the bad guys. Now at this point, the Whoopi comic had introduced many other comics that had become a staple to readers, some of which were inherited from other comics. Daisy Jones' Locket is about a girl who has a genie. Frankenstein is about a monster created by a scientist who has turned out to be very clumsy. Creepy Car is about the ghost of a car that was alive but is now dead and just wants to find peace.
Run, James! It's Christine!
And finally, Sweeney Toddler is about a baby who kills people and cooks them into pies. I assume. You probably noticed that a lot of these are based on puns or rhymes. This is a big trend with these comics. Super Mum, Thumpty Dumpty, Willy Worry. I could go on all day. The worst of these is probably this one. And I won't say the title. It's just alarming that they went out of their way to work two racial slurs into the title. Not to mention that this ghost has an aesthetic that is very
distinctly Klansman.
Oh, thanks, Wyatt. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Like most comics of the time, Whoopi would also feature letters to the editor in the back of every issue. But one interesting thing is that sometimes the letters would be written by characters in the comics. This includes a few written by Paul Bumpkin himself. So I guess Paul knows how to write. Or maybe he had someone with a shorthand dictate for him. One thing that early Whoopi issues do that is very charming is that they have a regular comic called Kid Cartoonist, which is always a strip sent in by readers of the comic. So here's a strip drawn by Julie Deegan.
Peter Pickle. Hi, I'm Peter Pickle. Peter's just come out of school.
Can you play today?
Yeah, of course. Anything to get out of homework. Next day at school.
Who didn't finish their homework?
Oh dear. Poor Peter. Yow. Home. Later.
Can you play?
No. Still can't do the sum. School.
Come here, Peter.
Gosh. You can guess what happened. I can't even sit down. Thank goodness, I haven't got any homework today. Huh. Mom gave me some homework.
Here's a fun fact about this one. This issue is dated to the 6th of April, 1974. This means that as of 2 days ago, the Peter Pickle franchise is 50 years old. It's crazy how time flies. Sometimes it feels like yesterday that I became a member of the Peter Pickle posse. But I just looked it up and it turns out that it was still today. But out of all these comics, the Bumpkin Billionaire seemed to be the breakout hit of Whoopi, and the family even ended up on the cover page for some time in 1975. So as some more examples of their antics, in one story from August 1975, the family discovered that their house is drastically increasing in value as they own it, meaning when they sell, they'll make a massive profit. So they decide they need to give it and their entire fortune to someone in need. Meanwhile, we find out that there's another billionaire in an identical house who loves going out dressed as a tramp to see how the other side lives. The family see him asleep on a bench and decide to carry him into their house, where they pass all of their belongings onto him. But when the man awakes, he recognizes the act of charity and decides to pass it on to someone who needs it. Sure enough, he then finds the Bumpkins asleep out at a park, and he sneaks them into the house as a gift. The family wake up and assume the entire last day was just a dream. In another story, the Bumpkins are watching a James Bond movie when they see him use a gun to vaporize a robot. They go out and buy the real prop, which turns out to be fully functional, as it totally destroys all metal. So they go and exchange as much money as they can for metal coins. However, Ma Bumpkin tries to destroy a mirror, causing the beam to reflect at the gun itself. And of course, it's made of metal. I would add that one to the list, but I have no idea what to write. In the 1976 Whoopi Annual, Ma and Pa are forced to send Billy and Daisy to school after avoiding it for some period. There, the kids give so much money to their teachers that the entire staff quits. Daisy is asked to write out a sentence on a chalkboard, Bart Simpson style, as a punishment. But she buys a remote-controlled full-scale airplane instead to ride it in the sky. But then the airplane crashes into the school, causing an explosion. All the kids run away as the adults are left trapped in the rubble. Weeks later, the school is reopened, but is now built like a prison to keep the Bumpkins out. In the edition from the 27th of November, 1976, the family learn of a modern-day Robin Hood who is stealing from the rich to give to the poor. Pa Bumpkin disagrees with this, thinking it's cruel to the poor. They decide to one-up him at his own game, but get lost in the woods. But Robin Hood thinks they're poor and tries to give them money. The family runs in terror, and this leads to Robin Hood being arrested. And you guessed it, the family get offered reward money. In issue 57, The family gets jobs working at a bank and allow a robbery to take place, so the owner will sue them for all they're worth. They plead guilty to the judge, but when he starts reading out their net worth, it's such a big number that he gets exhausted reading out all the zeros as the paper unrolls and fills the courtroom. He eventually dismisses the case, much to the clan's annoyance. The narrator explains that the judge would never have finished, as the bumpkin's net worth doubles every 2 minutes. This comic was released on the week of the 1-year anniversary of when Whoopi started. If we assume this trend has been consistent and that the family originally only won £4 billion, which I'm basing on the fact that they're each billionaires individually, and given that 1975 wasn't a leap year, that's roughly 525,600 minutes. This would mean their net worth would be £2,102,400,000,000. Today, that would be £2,556,407,560,000 or $3,313,018,046,830. But if that rate had continued every day from the 9th of March 1974 to this exact moment, that would be roughly 1,580,511,600 seconds, or 9,322,446,400,000,000,000 pounds. And in freedom units, that would be 8,quadrillion, 858,384,288,175,104. And just imagine that, being that rich, you could call yourself Quintillion Reviews. Of course, it's worth noting that the £2 trillion estimate I gave a moment ago is certainly wrong, as we see that the paper listing their net worth unravels all over the room. It would be impossible to get an actual specific number based on these panels. So instead, let's compare them to someone else. Scrooge McDuck is often cited as the most wealthy fictional character of all time, but his net worth has been very inconsistent over his many stories. In The Magic Hourglass, Scrooge complains that if he keeps losing $1 billion per minute, he'll be broke within 600 years. 600 years would be 315,576,000 minutes. This implies that Scrooge's net worth would be around $315,576,000,000,000,000. So imagine 316 with 15 zeros after it. The DuckTales cartoon from 2017 claimed that McDuck's net worth was 600 septillion. That's 600 followed by 42 zeros. In the main human mystery, his net worth is listed as 500 $. That's 500 followed by 75 zeros. That's a lot of money, especially considering that the GDP of our world is 106.2 trillion. A trillion being 9 zeros. But legal documents are usually written around size 12 font, and even the biggest of those estimates don't fill up 4 lines of text on a Google Doc. In fact, it takes 2,400 digits to fill up 1 page, with commas included. So if your net worth went past a regular piece of paper, you probably would be at least an octogentillionaire, which would be 2,403 zeros. If we assume that it would take at least 50 pages to replicate this frame of the courtroom, then there would be 119,000 zeros in the family's net worth. That is a whole lot more than any of the specific numbers given for Scrooge. Of course, many DuckTales stories give made-up numbers for his wealth, saying he is a multiplu-gillionaire, a fantastica trillionaire, or an impossible-dillionaire. So maybe those numbers have millions of zeros. We don't know. But still, I think with this one comic, the Bumpkins put up a serious battle for the title of most wealthy fictional characters. It's no wonder why many issues of the comic at this point will show the characters being stalked by in-the-know British civilians, hoping to get money for nothing. And their checks for free. Oh, excuse me, I should get that. Ahoy hoy!
Hi, Russ. This is Linkara.
Really? Wow, I'm a big fan. Can you review my lamp?
There's no time for that right now. Listen, Russ, you're in big trouble. You're caught in some kind of intermission polar vortex. You can't just do that, Russ. If you keep starting segments without finishing them, you're gonna destabilize all reality. Don't ask me why it works that way. YouTube videos are weird.
Oh, geez, sorry. I didn't know about that.
Also, you traveled into the future, which is just confusing things even more.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to make a video for my son. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Well, it's all right, don't worry. We can still fix things as long as you and I work together to sort things out.
Well, I'm fine to do that. Just give me 1 minute. So Linkara and I need to sort out this whole destabilizing reality thing. So while we do that, why don't you go ahead and check out this intermission, 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 intermission. Oh, hi there. I was just appreciating the view of my son's balcony. Let's go back inside. I have yet to find anything substantial about where my son might be. One thing that's curious to me is that I also don't know where I am. Well, not me, the me from the double future. You see, I plan on returning to April the 1st, 2024 after this segment. With that in mind, where is the version of me from April the 8th, 2024? It's all very strange. To try and look for clues and to think of a topic for this intermission, I rewatched and pre-watched parts of this video. It was then that I remembered something I said while reviewing the Beverly Hillbillies Season 1. Now, Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs play themselves, and you should know who they are no matter what kind of music you like. I was shocked to remember that this was all I said about who Flatt and Scruggs were. I think this was unfair. If you haven't heard of Flatt and Scruggs before, it's not your fault. It just means your parents raised you wrong. Or we could blame the schools. So to try and set this right, I thought I would make a bluegrass history segment looking back on the story of these two music greats. So let's go ahead and get started on this very unique intermission, 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 intermission. On a warm January day in the early 1940s, while on tour in Florida, musician Bill Monroe noticed a used 1923 Gibson F5 mandolin in a barbershop window. For $150, or $2,600 in today's money, he purchased the mandolin, and probably got a haircut while he was in there too. This mandolin is largely considered to be the key ingredient that allowed Monroe to create what we now call bluegrass music. Named after his band, the Bluegrass Boys, this genre of music would explode in popularity from the late 1940s through to the early 1960s. By 1939, Bill Monroe had already earned his spot as a regular performer on the Grand Ole Opry. This was the largest country music broadcast ever, and as of current year 2024, also the longest running radio broadcast in U.S. history.
The Grand Ole Opry of Nashville, the metropolitan of country and western music, has been a reservoir of talent and a showcase for country artists for nearly 2 generations. The pure country strain is preserved, or tries to preserve itself, in bluegrass music. The fiddle, the mandolin, and the banjo of Bill Monroe and his Bluegrass Boys yearn for that nostalgic early feel of the bagpipes. But the song is a folk song out of another tradition.
He laid down his hammer and he cried, Lord, Lord. He laid down his hammer and he cried.
While Monroe played mandolin and was in charge of who got to join and leave the Bluegrass Boys, Lester Flatt was the lead singer and guitarist of the group. In December of 1945, 21-year-old Earl Scruggs joined the band and revolutionized their sound with his 3-finger style of banjo playing, which is now known as Scruggs style. By 1948, Scruggs was feeling pretty burnt out by the music industry and quit the Bluegrass Boys to return home to North Carolina. Shortly after, Flatt also left the band, but it wouldn't take long for them to find joy in playing together outside of the limelight of the Grand Ole Opry. Their signature song was a cover of Foggy Mountaintop, written by the Carter family, and as a result, their backing band would become known as the Foggy Mountain Boys. By 1955, Flatt and Scruggs were ready to step back into the world of the Grand Ole Opry and had a weekly 30-minute program that ran until the band broke up in 1969. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Between 1948 and 1955, Flatt and Scruggs would find great success touring, making records, and performing live on the radio. Their original song, Foggy Mountain Breakdown, released in 1949, became a crowning achievement of their career. Future performances and re-recordings of the song would land them spots on the Billboard charts and multiple awards in the decades that followed. Sorry, It's getting really dark outside, and it's barely 3 p.m. Let's go outside and take a look around.
god, the sky looks frightening.
What's going on?
It seems weird things are afoot on this current day of April the 8th, 2024. So I've got a crazy idea. Let's get the hell out of here.
All right, looks like we made it. But where the hell am I? Or when the hell am I? I didn't have time to set the circuits on the VCR. Great Scott! According to this calendar, we've arrived in the future, the year 2025. And this must be our president. I wonder how that happened. Yes, everything is making sense now, except for the calendar. One day, this room will be where Quentin films his videos. So I've traveled far enough into the future that this blue room exists, but not far enough that the set is here yet. I say we stay here until we figure out what's going on. And since we've changed locations, let's take a break from talking about Flat and Scruggs.
Yes, it's time for an intermission, 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 intermission. Now, this wall right here is a very special thing. One day, in the future, this is where the pinboard will be. And even though it isn't here yet, I thought we could do a sort of pinboardless segment. Last time we filmed at the pinboard, we spoke about Sheila K. What the hell? Oh, I get it. We're in the future, so these pinboard segments haven't been filmed yet. What are those, radios? Yeah, so I guess that would mean that the next time we're at the real pinboard, it will be before this, because I'm in 2025, and after this, I'll be in 2024. That's a little bit confusing, isn't it? So we're doing a pinboard segment with no pinboard. And I think I know exactly what my son would talk about if he were in my shoes. I think there's only one topic that he would care about when it comes to the characters on this pinboard. How would the cast of the Beverly Hillbillies feel about the complex geopolitical topic of climate change? Special thanks to Matt H on X for suggesting this topic. So here's the idea here. We are going to pretend that these two shows take place in modern times, but the only thing that's changed is that everyone knows about climate change as it exists right now. With that in mind, we will be taking all of our characters and sorting them into these categories. They believe in climate change, they don't believe in climate change, or other. Let's start off with the easy ones. Hathaway is an intellectual with a borderline hippie spirit. She believed in climate change before Bono. She believed in climate change before Bono. Thank you. As for Mr. Drysdale, I think he would believe in climate change, but he wouldn't care. Drysdale is the kind of guy who doesn't care what happens to everyone else, as long as he makes lots of money. As the executive making millions of dollars pumping oil in the Ozarks, Mr. Brewster would have a complicated belief about climate change. He'd probably say that climate change may exist, but it'd be another half century before we have enough solid science to make a proper call. Now here's the interesting part. The hillbillies. I fully believe that all 4 members of the Clampett clan would never actually figure out what climate change is. You see, the episode would probably start with the hillbillies talking about how much they miss the changing seasons back home. They never really see winter or fall because the weather doesn't change in Beverly Hills. So when the Clampetts would first hear about climate change, they assume it meant that Beverly Hills was going to let it get cold. So the Clampetts would spend the rest of the episode campaigning in support of climate change. At the end of the episode, Hathaway would explain to the Clampetts that climate change would make everything warmer, not colder. As she walks away, Jed and Granny would exchange glances before quietly agreeing that they'll never understand city folk. As a quick bonus, I think Cousin Pearl also wouldn't understand what climate change is, but she would decide not to believe in it because that's how the rest of the Hollywood elite seems to think. Scruggs would believe in climate change. Flat wouldn't. I think that reflects why they broke up. Oh, right, you haven't heard about that yet. I guess all of these interruptions must be pretty annoying. So that's my theory on how the cast of this show would feel about climate change. With that, let's talk about how the cast of Petticoat Junction would feel about climate change. Right after a quick break. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Intermission, 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 Intermission. You know, I can't help but think that as we've continued on, we've somehow lost our focus. When I started that original intermission so many hours and a year ago, I didn't want to talk about climate change, or Flat and Scruggs, or if Starscream would be a better leader than Megatron. He would, of course, but that's beside the point. I started this whole thing to tell you guys about the official comics based on the Henningverse, and I think it would be fitting that we get back to this mission statement. So far, we have taken a glance at the American Petticoat Junction comics, the American Beverly Hillbillies comics, the British Beverly Hillbillies comics printed in Lady Penelope, the Archie Comics parody of the Beverly Hillbillies, and of course, the British knockoff, the Bumpkin Billionaires. And if you walked in late, we talked about all of that in the intermission, the intermission, 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 the intermission, 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 and the intermission, 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 respectively. So what other comics could I possibly cover in this intermission, 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 intermission that we haven't discussed before? Well, I can promise all of you that I have found a set of Beverly Hillbillies comic strips that none of the previous segments have covered. This is going to be a long road with a lot of off-topic material, but by the end, we will get back to the Henningverse. With that, let's talk about the weird world of projector comic toys. Disclaimer. This intermission, 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 intermission includes brief depictions of strobing lights and flashing images. These moments may potentially trigger seizures in people with photosensitive epilepsy. Viewer discretion is advised. Our story begins where you would expect, in the 17th century. By the end of the 1600s, a new invention today known as a magic lantern was beginning to become popular in France. Numerous people have been credited with this invention, but it seems the most likely inventor was Christian Huygens. The device would involve using a mirror to reflect a light source into a slide of painted glass. A lens would then project the image, flipping it upside down in the process. When first created, this was often used to frighten and surprise audience members with depictions of demons and hellfire. However, through the next century, magic lanterns would mostly be used for educational purposes. A big problem was the slides, as each one had to be hand-painted. It wouldn't be until 1821 that the Philip Carpenter's London Company found a way to mass-produce these slides. These were again mostly educational, but towards the end of the 1800s, entertainment became a primary focus. Here's an example of one comic. You see a boy trying to taste honey. Uh-oh, he fell in. But Greg comes to pull him out. But now the boy is in honey. His fate is sealed. Magic lanterns became especially popular in Germany, where comics like this were fairly common far into the 20th century. But the technology was still held back by the difficulties in transporting and handling so much glass, especially as the toys were meant for children. So clearly the next step was replacing the glass slides with something else. One of the earliest examples I could find of an attempt at this was the Walt Disney movie projector from the 1930s. I found a very interesting video of a YouTuber named The Fabric restoring one, which was very helpful. The reels included were printed on brittle paper rolls, with each panel reprinted twice, once on the top, once on the bottom. The projector had a rotating cover, so it would quickly switch between showing the top and bottom panels. This would imitate the characters moving, although the execution was far from flawless. You could say that this was the first example of a motion comic, although the set was sold as a movie projector. Around the same time, the Mickey Mouse toy lantern outfit took another route. This toy printed all of its comic strips on cellophane, then placed the cellophane between two sheets of glass. This would result in a poor quality image that would also become easily damaged and warped as the years passed. These stories could often be confusing when presented in so few panels, so these sets would include booklets to describe the story. Others eventually began including tiny records with narration describing each cartoon, such as the Mattel Mickey Mouse Club newsreel projector. Eventually, these projector toys would settle on a consistent design. A thin plastic sheet would be dyed to show comic images. Then the plastic would be entombed in a cardboard shell. This could then be fed through the lantern. Through the 50s, 60s, and 70s, these became very popular entertainment for children, with numerous companies making different takes on the idea of featuring different franchises. With the emergence of home video entertainment, and specifically Betamax and VHS players, these magic lantern toys became mostly obsolete. Into the 1990s, they were still a little common, however. I was able to find projector toys for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and the video game Primal Rage, for instance. But these were very much considered dinosaurs by then. And I'm sure if you looked around, you can find toys that work basically the same way as this on Amazon. But it's just different. Back in the day, kids were writing letters to Santa, begging for these projector toys. Now they feel like something your uncle would buy you as a gift at Easter. But I'm getting ahead of myself.
How do you have some fun in the dark? Give a show, give a show. How do you have some fun when it rains? Give a show, give a show.
Great color shows, fun galore, Flintstones, Johnny Quest, and lots more.
What do you do when there's nothing to do? Give a show, give a show.
But here!
If any one product revolutionized this genre, it would be the Give-A-Show projector by Kenner. The first version of this toy was released in 1960 and immediately became a hit. The brilliant thing about the toy was that it was very easy to change and update. The projector could always stay the same. You just had to keep releasing it with new comics. Into the 1970s, Kenner was releasing versions of the toy featuring Star Trek and Fat Albert. And boy, that hasn't aged well. I was always more of a Stargate guy. This was also useful for regional taste, as it was equally easy to make exclusive versions of the toy for different cultures.
So I managed to get a hold of a Give-A-Show projector from 1962. Now each one of these came with different characters. We see Huckleberry Hound and Yogi Bear, Popeye, Rocky and his friends. That's of course Rocky, and that's of course his friend. Lassie, Bozo the Clown, Mighty Mouse, the Three Stooges. I find it interesting that Curly has short blonde hair. Maybe he did, I don't know. Casper, Roy Rogers, Heckle and Jekyll, and this is interesting because it's Captain Kangaroo. Now I remember Captain Kangaroo from the very end of his era. He had a red suit. Well, he doesn't have a red suit here because he's earlier than that. So anyway, we'll open this up here and see what we got. Look at there. There's a projector. And we got all kinds of stuff here. We got well, it looks like it's mystery strips. They don't actually have... Oh no, this is Roy Rogers and Headache for the Horse Thieves. And this is how people entertained themselves before Al Gore invented the internet. Aesop's Fable of the Lion and the Mouse. Just all kinds of stuff. Here's some. These appear to be Robin Hood meets Little John. Kit Carson and Indian Attack. Wyatt Earp and Gunman's Choice. Deadly Boomerang. Peter Pan foils Captain Hook. Oh, and one of my favorites. The Boy Who Cried Wolf. The Kenner Kids and Skywatch. Oh, this is Captain Kangaroo and Bunny's Crazy Corpse. Wonder if it involves ping pong balls. Roy Rogers again, and Trigger has a close call. You know, Roy Rogers had Trigger stuffed. I find that disturbing. The Haunted Mine. I just noticed that there's a red and green crayon. Haha. And it says Kenner's Give-A-Show colored pencils for making and giving your own color shows with Kenner's Give-A-Show projector. I don't know how that would work. It seems like they'd have to be a lot finer. Give-A-Show coloring pencils for making and giving your own color shows with Kenner's Give-A-Show projector. Kenner Products Company, Cincinnati, to Ohio. Cincinnati zip code was 2 back in 1962. There you go. Or maybe it's number 2. Well, that says 2, and this says a 2. So, I don't know. Cincinnati 2, Ohio. This is the actual Kenner projector. It takes D batteries. And I thought what we could do is, I've rigged up a tripod for it. It's, speaking of rigged up, I think this whole thing is, the switch, as it's called, all it does is push this piece of metal out and makes contact with the battery here to the bulb. Oh, and then you, there's a slot here, and that's where you put the comics through here. Let's see what we get here.
Okay, so let's see what we got here. Well, the first problem is I think we're backwards. Let's see if we can get it to work from this way. Alright, there you go. If you see a wolf, blow this and I'll come running. Alright. And then there's that one, so. Ha ha. Ha ha ha, you sure did come running. And then, so he's doing it again. Ha ha ha, you sure got here fast. And then, of course, oh, even bad boys taste good. Ha ha. Well, that's a new twist on it. So, yeah. I have Lassie and Deadly Attacker. And these are obviously old and they don't want to feed. We may actually have to try this. And then maybe pull it all the way through. Well, I'll tell you what. Uh-oh. Well, apparently, in order to show you this thing, we're going to go through a shitload of bulbs, because this is the second bulb we put in it. We managed to look at one comic. I don't think we have enough bulbs to go through them all. Okay, we have switched to fluorescent bulbs, and I think the problem here is this set, they're all in here kind of loose, and they're all kind of warped, so I picked out a few that might go through it. I've got Kit Carson and Indian Attack. I'm sure that won't offend anybody. And we got, let's see here. Let's do this. Oh no, that looks like a war dancer. Or war dance. And then we got may have strobing. That's just weird. They'll attack tonight. I'll go give you. They're just outside dancing, and they're like, well, they must be getting ready to attack. Why else would they be dancing? Hush, boy. They called this a new era in entertainment. They call it very, very dull. All right, man. Charge. We've got to get in there. So there you go. That's that was Kit Carson Indian Attack, which I'm sure in no way was offensive. This one is Peter Pan foils Captain Hook, also known as Fluorescent Light Bulb foils Russ Reviews. Let's see. You're safe now, Wendy. Where's Captain Hook? Here I come, Hook. This time you've gone too far. Swing it around there. Stand up and fight, Hook. You'll never get me. And uh-oh, there's a tick tick sound and he's falling into the alligator. I guess that's the end of Captain Hook and the end of that one. Damn cheap register, give a show projector. Okay, this is our last bulb. I think this one's appropriate. This is from a different set. It's called Giving Up the Ghost. Okay, so we've got, I don't see any captioning. I'm not even sure. What is that? It's green. And then we got, okay, it's a green dog. So, yeah, and there's a ghost. And then, poof, something disappeared. And now the ghost is... Okay, and then I think the ghost fell down the stairs, and then something fell on the ghost head. I don't think it's really a ghost. And the ghost is heading for the hills, because I guess the dog is able to disappear and reappear. All right, so well, let me grab something else. Since that one worked, and we've randomly grabbed. What did we grab? Star Trek and Space Cowboys. All right. Oh, there it goes. So, Star Trek, because I got no power, lass. Oh, here we go. There's Mr. Spock, and he said something, and we'll have to grab a freeze of that. And, well.
I'm giving her all she's got, Captain.
That space freighter is off course. And, the dilithium. I wonder if we turned it off for a minute. Maybe it's a heat problem. It's going to crash with a meteor. Oh no! And then our controls are jammed. And then there's somebody in a rocket spacesuit. That's interesting. And then he says something there, cables or something. I don't know. And in time. And Buffalo Bill couldn't have done better, Captain. Oh, that's weird. Okay, this is Archie, and we're halfway through reading one of these already. Machitis duck. I'll get a ladder. There's one. Well, Jughead's on it, so he drops the paint down on Archie's head there, I guess, and there he now goes. He's falling off the ladder into the pool, and why are you swimming with your clothes on, Jughead? And that's that one. Let's see what we got here. Robin Hood will not escape us this time. Yeah, I bet. Thud. Yeah, that's an arrow. And then, greetings, my lords. I can't, well. Sheriff. Yeah, okay. Yep, I think that's the end of it. Well, there you go. So we'll never find out if they caught Robin Hood or not, because we have gone through our fourth bulb, and it appears to be dead. Nope. Okay, I got it to work again. Let's see if we can find out what happened to... I think we're right about here. All right, and then you must join me for something. For dinner, yeah, okay. Our guests don't seem very... something. They're strong. Money will pay the bill. Their stolen money will pay the bill. And then, oh, okay, let's turn it off for a second. Maybe we can get the very last strip here. All right. Come on. Oh, and come again, gentlemen, and feed the poor. Oh, and feed the poor and come again, gentlemen. And that's that one. All right, so I guess we should dare try another one. There's a Bugs Bunny. A beautiful. Oh, it's Bugs and Elmer. Weird. And then we got, they hit something. I think it says crunch. I'm not sure. Good grief. We shipwrecked, I presume. And then we turn it off for a minute, see if we can find out if they get out of this one. So that's probably right about there. Nope, not yet. I feel like there's a Kids in the Hall sketch where they're trying to get a car to start and they keep trying all these things. Or he'll be like, try now! A wee man for himself. Okay. And you can't come back. You can come back now, Elmer. Now, did you repel the leak? Okay. With my lunch, he used one of his carrots to plug the leak, and we'll turn it off again. All right. That was pretty good. Okay, I don't think we've done this one. This is the hair bearer. The hair bearer, so see if we can get this thing to work a little longer. Okay, and Jungle Gym under construction. And they're working on it there, and then something broke. And there's Splat. You landed on Mr. Peavy's hat. So what? He's still wearing it. So, all right. Well, now I got to try one that's maybe a little warped. What do we got here? Union Drummer Boy. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can get these. These are varying degrees of warped. Yeah, I can't. Here we go. Let's see. I hate to hurt Ma, but I've just got to join up. All right. All right, son. You're now our drummer. Everybody take cover. The Revs are shelling us. Men, we're surrounded. We need artillery support. I'm small, sir. I'll go through the lines for help. Captain, we need help or we'll be wiped out. I think I know what the problem here is. All right, hang on. And, uh-oh. Well, the little drummer boy died. Oh, go. This is a small reward for your bravery under fire. So, then he died. The end. So as you can tell, these projectors could be temperamental. But in a world without home video or streaming, these toys must have felt like magic. The Give a Show projector was a massive success, despite everything. And this would catch the interest of one of Kenner's competitors, Remco. And this is how we get back to the Beverly Hillbillies. Oh, there's that phone again. 1 second, folks. Ahoy, hoy.
Hi, Russ. This is Linkara again. I called you back in April. I can't help but notice that not only have you gone further into the intermission spiral, but you seem to have gone into the future. Again.
Oh yeah, sorry. I guess all that end of reality as we know it stuff just slipped my mind.
You need to turn back now! Finish the segment and then head on down the spiral, or else the universe will be destroyed!
1 second, Lewis. I'm getting a call on my other line.
Oh, no, sure, put me on hold. I'm not doing anything.
Ahoy, hoy!
Hi, Russ. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I just wanted to call in to let you know that I'm getting pretty bored of this intermission. I was wondering, could we take a break of some kind?
Hey, that's a great idea. Thanks for calling in. Let's go ahead and take a break with an intermission. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the intermission. Now, we've spent a lot of time in the last several hours talking about the Henningverse in the comic strip medium. And I'm getting a little bit tired of that. I think we should give some attention to another important medium. That of music. Now, obviously, we've been talking about one specific musical group already, as we've been covering Flatt and Scruggs in our intermission, 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 intermission. So we're going to try and cover them very slightly in our intermission, 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 intermission. But you'll find that there's plenty of other music for us to look at here. The music industry in the 1960s was a bit different from how it is now, because there was a lot more focus on physical media rather than streaming. It was a lot easier for artists to make a living selling records. So it was common for actors in TV shows to try and use their fame to cross over to music. For instance, in 1965, Buddy Ebsen released Buddy Ebsen Says Howdy in Song and Story. This album features country and folk songs, and very much banks on Buddy's fame from starring as Jed Clampett on TV. Sometimes, these promotions would even be included in the TV shows in question. And there's no example more infamous than these two EPs featuring music by the Girls from Petticoat Junction. Yes, this was a band consisting of the three actresses who played the Joe Sisters on Petticoat Junction. The first one I have here is Wheeling, West Virginia, and 30 Days Hath September. Wheeling, West Virginia is a fitting song. It's about a girl from West Virginia who now acts in Hollywood, and it's all about her having an identity crisis. "30 Days Half September" I like a lot less. You know when you're watching an old TV movie and there's a really slow, boring song, and you know that they put that in so you could go to the bathroom or run to the kitchen? This is one of those songs. The other EP is I'm So Glad That You Found Me, and If You Could Only Be Me. And someone wrote best on the B side there. So maybe that's good. Just to show the whole wide world how very proud I am of you. La 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 la. Yeah, instead of best, they should have just written just okay. As for the A side, this one is heavily copy protected. So here is this 45 RPM single, played at 33 1/3 RPM. We're going to do Right Place, Wrong Time.
I was lost, caught in the scurry of things, didn't know which end was up for me. I'm so glad that you found me. Now my way is clear. I'm so glad that you found me. Now I've got you near. I
also have this. It's an EP release of the Petticoat Junction theme song. It still has that little thing you can pop out. And on the B side is the theme from the Richard Boone Show. But the girls from the Petticoat Junction weren't the only people to try and make it in the music scene, because there's also the boys from Petticoat Junction. Before running the Cannonball on TV screens, Smiley Burnette and Ruth Davis both had long-lasting comedy and music careers. Smiley Burnette has been described as the gentle genius of country music, and his contributions to the genre are perhaps too lengthy to discuss here.
There ain't nobody wants to hear my tunes at all. I have watched the heavens but no pennies fall. Up and down the alleys with doodly-hoo, singing my hillbilly song. Well, can't they see a movie star in me? Well, don't they know a personality? If I could only get a little break, I would buy a great big juicy steak.
As we've seen, Ruth Davis was famous for his amazing talents at sound effects, which was cool, even before Police Academy.
Well, this old sow had 9 little pigs, eggs. I little eggs. Now this old sow had 9 little pigs. Lass up around a ray. Oh, Susanna's a funny old man. And Susanna's a funny old man.
So naturally, when the two started working together, it was inevitable that they would make some music. And so in 1965, they released their own EP. The A-side was Steam, Cinders, and Smoke, a song written by Smiley about their characters conducting the Hooterville Cannonball.
Steam, cinders, and smoke. Steam, cinders, and smoke. It's a long, long track, but I'm glad I'm back to steam, cinders, and smoke. Steam, cinders, and smoke.
They would then perform this song several times on Petticoat Junction. Now what's interesting to me is the B-side, Clickety Clack.
The cannonballs are coming down the railroad track. Smoky rings are blowing from her smoky stack. Racing all the birds in every cloud that sails. Hear the clickety-clack of the drivers eating miles of rails. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. Clickety-clickety-clack.
So this is another song about the Hooterville Cannonball, but the boys never sing it on the show. But the girls kind of sing it in Cannonball Incorporated, while acting like cheerleaders for the train. This is a great little EP. It's fun that Smiley wrote songs that used Ruth's talents for sound effects. Every time you hear train sounds in these songs, that's Ruth. So far, we've seen 2 examples of the cast of the Henningverse making licensed, approved music tying into their characters. But what would happen if a cast member did a unofficial song, partially in character? Well, Irene Ryan has an answer for us, as she released her own EP as Granny. There's an official photo of Granny Moses on the front here, and it says, of the top-rated CBS TV show, The Beverly Hillbillies. But it's not clear if this quote is referring to Irene Ryan, the actor, or Granny, the character. While Irene Ryan is playing a Granny, it isn't the Henningverse Granny. Just another character who is almost identical. This song is pretty infamous for being insufferable. But I want to take a listen anyways. After all, how bad could it possibly be?
When I bought my mini skirt, it was trimmed in black, with big red roses in the front and a zipper in the back. Grandpa really blowed his stack, said it was an awful shame that Granny had to have that dress to show her skinny frame. Now Granny wears a mini skirt and says that it's in style. And when I do the twist and jerk, it drives old Grandpa wild.
Well, it seems this song was so god-awful, it's put me back in the hospital again. So, why don't we look at a movie I did 34 years ago in this intermission, 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 intermission.
Space. The final. What? Sorry. After it's over, come back and there's more to tell.
My name is Nick Matile. I'm a reporter investigating the recent murders. I thought I had his lead. His name was Galgo. Excuse me, are you Galgo?
Yes.
Do you know anything about these recent murders?
Yes.
Can you tell me some stuff about it?
The person that is doing it is Russ Meister Darkwood.
Welder, is he really a welder? Does he wear a welder's helmet?
Yes.
How do you know this?
I've been tracking him for some days.
Well, how did you know you did the murders? You went to police information? Why?
Because I want to kill him.
You know I'm a reporter, don't you?
Yes.
I'm gonna come you say.
It's fine.
So when's the last time you saw this Dark Welder?
An hour ago. Over by the cliffs.
Do you know what motivates him to do these killings? I'll create a motive to sell more papers.
Do you think of anything like revenge or anything like that? You saw the murder. What took place?
Light welder. Stone dark welder.
Oh, thanks, man. Sorry about that, man.
Whoa! Almost got some of that new highly experimental welding formula on me. Liquid welding formula, that is. I don't know what it does to humans, but I'm gonna stay and find out.
Damn it, man, I call it motive, revenge.
Oh, you're back. Hey, you don't look too bad. Sorry about what happened yesterday. You're not too upset, are you? Ah!
This experimental acid, is that legal? Is that working at something illegal? Another story. It's getting better and better each time you tell me things. It's very odd too. The other person's name is Light Welder and Dark Welder. Almost as if they were meant to hate each other. Thank you, Galgo. This story was getting better minute to minute. Something told me I was on the right trail.
Run, guys! I got him! Hello? Anybody home?
That's all. The door's ajar. This was scary. I meant to keep my calm. Another victim. Looks good. Real good. Secretly, I decided to tell Galgo to see if his information was correct, or he's just a publicity hound. I was beginning to suspect he was lying all along. I had found this excellent cover where no one could spot me, but I saw no dark water. Could it be he was doing the killings? I wonder. But what's about where they can't danger because I had a weapon. It was a handy weapon. Very dangerous. I wasn't worried. I decided that retreat would be a very good option at this time. Then I remember all apparently knew how to use super psycho speed. Then all of a sudden I realized the surge was taking effect. I was gonna die of lung cancer, but at least Olive got away from him, which gave me a happy thought. Fairly upset, Dark Welder.
Ah! Dark Welders broke into the house! Ah!
Looks good. Real good.
The cameraman looks in the mirror. James, action is good. Take the camera.
Hey man, give me your money. Oh, that's cool.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the B-side of the Intermission, 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 Intermission. I hope you all enjoyed that intermission, 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 intermission. Intermission, 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 intermission. Dark Welder, the movie. We had a lot of fun filming that back in the day, but once again, we're going to get back to the intermission, 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 as we take a look at the music of the Henningverse. Now, it's true that side A of this record nearly killed me, and I am on strict orders from my doctor not to listen to side B. But I'm just too curious, so let's put it on for a bit.
You take the high road, I'll take the low. Bang, bang the bongo on my big toe. Drummer, get ready, don't be so slow. Come on, get with it, bring on the show. Bring on the show, bring on the show. Play on the guitar, a song we all know. Bring on the show, bring on the show. Play piano, bring on the show.
Well, that was not great, but hey, I'm still here. Granted, I can't feel my legs, but trust me, when your legs are in the condition mine are, that's actually a good thing. So yeah, I'd give this song a solid 9 on the moist meter, or whatever. Looks like we have a record here. Don't recognize this one. Oh, this is a Laserdisc. Sorry. So while hunting through music websites for material for this segment, I actually found something interesting. There's a website called Discogs that basically archives any records that people can find, and someone found a record containing radio commercials advertising the NROTC Scholarship Fund.
Hi friend, this is Pat Boone. High school seniors who are eager to earn a college education, an officer's commission, and the opportunity to serve America as a naval officer should get details on the NROTC College Scholarship Program. The selection of candidates for the NROTC program begins with nationwide college aptitude tests.
The point of these ads was basically, hey, want a college education? Join the Navy. And it turns out some of the voices on this record have connections to the Henningverse.
This is Max Baer. High school seniors who are eager to earn a college education, an officer's commission, and the opportunity to serve America as a naval officer should get details on the NROTC, College Scholarship Program.
Hello, this is Edgar Buchanan. High school seniors who are eager to earn a college education, an officer's commission, and the opportunity to serve America as a naval officer should get details on the NROTC College Scholarship Program. See your local Navy or Marine Corps recruiter for full details. If you're going to be something, why not be something special?
After what feels like a full day of seeing these actors in character, it's interesting to see them more relaxed and speaking as themselves. The exception is Pat Buttram, aka Mr. Haney, who didn't know how to not talk like a cartoon character.
Hi there, this is Pat Buttram. You know, many of America's finest colleges educate patriotic young men to become Navy officers through the NROTC College Scholarship Program. Now, if you're a high school senior anxious to further your education and at the same time train for a challenging and rewarding career in service to the American people, find out about NROTC today. See your local Navy or Marine Corps recruiter.
Pat Buttram actually had his own LP in 1970, We Was Poor. But as we haven't met Mr. Haney proper yet, I don't think it's right to cover that here. In 1967, Edgar Buchanan also dabbled in music when he released the EP Phantom 903.
But mister, let me tell you what happened about 10 years ago. At the crossroads tonight where you flagged him down, there was a busload of kids a-coming from town. They were right in the middle when Big Joe topped the hill. They could have been slaughtered, but he turned his wheel. Well, Joe lost control, went into a skid, gave his life to save that bunch of kids. There at that crossroads was the end of the line for Big Joe and Phantom 903.
Wow! What a talented singer! The B-side to this is called Cotton Picker, and I have good news. I can't find a copy of Cotton Picker, so we don't have to find out how badly it's aged. I do want to quickly mention here the Clampett Family Songbook. This is a music book that connects together songs about all the characters in these shows. It starts with the Ballad of Jed Clampett, of course, but it also includes a few original tunes. Some of these are actually Weird Al-style parodies of more famous songs. This is Ellie Mae's Critter Song, adapted from Skip to My Lou. Flies in the buttermilk, Ellie Mae. Flies in the buttermilk, Ellie Mae. Flies in the buttermilk, Ellie Mae. Ellie Mae's my darling. All little critters love Ellie Mae. All little critters love Ellie Mae. All little critters love Ellie Mae. Ellie Mae's my darling. All the birds love Ellie Mae. All the bees love Ellie Mae. All the boys love Ellie Mae. Ellie Mae's my darling. There's a parody here of the Boyle Weevil song and of John Henry. I don't know these songs, so I guess we're done here. Probably the most important thing we need to look at is this. This is the official Beverly Hillbillies soundtrack LP from 1966. Now, they didn't have to put a lot of work into this. They could have easily just slapped a few random country songs together, and it would have sold fine enough. But what they ended up creating instead is almost like a Beverly Hillbillies concept album. We start out with the Ballad of Jed Clampett, obviously. The second song is called Beverly Hills and features all the cast members singing about how weird people in Beverly Hills are. Now, this album is heavily copyright protected. So here's a clip of this 33 RPM record playing at 45 RPM.
Say, Granny, I like cracking that jug and making a toast to Mr. Drysdale. Will do, Jed, will do. Mr. Drysdale, it's you I want to thank for keeping my $40 million in your bank. Your bank has got it safe and sound. Weren't for you, we'd have buried it in the ground. That's where they live in Beverly Hills, Beverly Hills, Beverly Hills.
The next song is called Vittles and features Granny singing about all the victuals she has cooking in the kitchen.
What's your cooking for victuals, Granny? What's your cooking for victuals, Granny? What's for supper
This is easily the best song so far. After this, we have A Long Talk with That Boy, featuring Jed and Jethro, which starts with them reciting dialogue from Start the New Year's Right. Then Jed sings everyone's favorite line.
Someday I gotta have a long talk with that boy. Long talk, long talk. Someday I gotta have a long talk with that boy. Long talk, long, long talk.
So now that's the best song on the album. After this, we have Jethro's A Powerful Man. This is a song about how Jethro is strong, where the cast recites various jokes about Jethro from the first season.
A feller's car quit going. He plumb asked me if I'd give his car a little push, and I pushed it off a cliff. Yeah, he pushed it off a cliff.
Track 6 is Ellie's Spring Song, which is actually a song that Ellie sang in Granny's Spring Tonic. After this is Back Home USA, which is the family singing about how much they love the Ozarks. Track 8 is called Critters, which is about how many animals and critters the Clampetts have around their mansion. They all beg Ellie Mae to do something about the animals, but she doesn't understand what the problem is. Track 9 is called Dr. Granny, and is about how good Granny is at doctoring. Here's that song playing at 78 RPM. Track number 10 is called Lady Lessons, and features Hathaway trying to teach Ellie Mae about how to be a lady. Track number 11 is called Birds and Bees, and is about how Ellie Mae is 18, and that means she is too old for courting to be a bride. Granny and Jed tried to ask her about the birds and the bees.
Can you tell about the birds and the bees? We gotta know now if you can. I'm not fixing to marry a bird or a bee. I'm fixing to marry a man.
Ellie tells a story that she was out with a man and he told her they were out of gas. So she jumped out of the car, ran to a gas station, and came back with gas. Jed says she's playing the courting game wrong, and she's not supposed to leave him alone. Granny says instead, next time she should get out and push. Finally, track 12 is called Love of Money, and features Mr. Drysdale and Miss Hathaway. Hathaway sings about the beauty of love. Drysdale sings about his love of money. In the end, both do agree that money is pretty cool. Then we end off with track 13. It's the typical reprise of the Ballad of Jed Clampett, with the Y'all Come Back Now You Hear, and everything else. So that's a pretty interesting side story in the Henningverse. It almost feels like a Beverly Hillbillies musical. That's a soft 9, I guess. With that, all I have left from here is all the covers of the main theme songs from these shows. Now, we all know that Flatt and Scruggs recorded their own cover of the Beverly Hillbillies theme. In fact, that was the version included on the previous record. But did you know that they also covered the themes to Green Acres and Petticoat Junction? These covers are funny to me. It's almost like Flatt and Scruggs are reviewing these shows. Green Acres doesn't get any reaction out of them. But here on Petticoat Junction, Flatt thinks it's hilarious. And Scruggs is like, But the songs of these shows have also been covered by plenty of other artists, and in a lot of different genres. One that's pretty well known is the Joanne Castle piano cover of the theme, which we have here. She not only recorded this for the record, but even played it on TV. There was also a ska cover of the Clampett theme recorded by Granville Williams. Harrison Fortnott released a Cajun cover. There were numerous bluegrass covers, a ton of instrumental versions. And as music continued to evolve into the 20th century, the song would be covered in new genres of music. Most famously, Weird Al combined the song with Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. This was used in his film UHF. But did you know that Al had an experimental demo version of this idea?
Come and listen while I tell you about a man named Jed. A poor mountain man, barely kept his family fed.
This version combined the Beverly Hillbillies theme with Miss You by the Rolling Stones. Al used to perform this while touring coffee shops in college and sent in a demo recording to the Dr. Demento show. It was first broadcast in November 1978.
Then one day he was shooting at some food. When up to the ground came a bubbling crew. Well, that is black gold!
I also bought this weird EP by Stewart and the Solipsists. I bought this online. Had no idea what it was. All I knew is that the EP is called Petticoat Junction / Untitled. It starts out with the singer doing a bit of a political tirade about the 1960s and the state of America afterwards.
Remember the days when what was wrong used to make you feel so good? When it was Richard Nixon in Vietnam and Lyndon Johnson, the Ku Klux Klan, Sirhan, the hippies in the neighborhood. When Walter Cronkite came on TV and he appeared to be in such misery that he'd sit there and make us cry about every night. But you could paint a sign and go out in the street and stand in line and stamp your feet and everything will be alright.
And at some point he stops ranting and just sings the Petticoat Junction theme song.
But I did see Go Ask Alice twice when the done it in high school didn't suffice. I went out with old hippies drinking down the juice and I'd listen in the living room to Lenny Bruce. I love Peter, Paul, and Mary, Bob Dylan's great. The generation gap stands to this day. The Red Leonard remembers and the Hunter S and the electric Kool-Aid acid test. Who was Kerouac, Young, and Ginsberg's best. And I learned about the rest from watching my TV. Coming right a little train as it rolls down the track to the junction. Forget about your cares, cause it's time to relax at the junction.
And here's what the B-side sounds like.
Well, you don't have my emotions. I guess that I don't have your brain. Cause I don't have your notions to seek shelter from the rain. And I don't have your money, and you don't have my ideals. Still, we've got our friendship and a stack of Lego bills. So now you think that Hitler was a hero. Well, think again.
I don't get it. It seems that this recording was meant for someone a lot smarter than me. So I sent a recording to Noam Chomsky. But he never got back to me.
We now turn to some breaking news. Popular U of A professor and linguist Noam Chomsky has been hospitalized.
And News 4 Tucson's Angelique Lizardi joining us now from our breaking news desk with all the details. Angelique, what do you know?
Sean and Monica, here's what we know so far. This came into our newsroom about 30 minutes ago from the Associated Press. The 95-year-old is hospitalized right now. The news organization says that it received word from his wife. Chomsky is also known as an influential activist and critic who has frequently challenged U.S. policy in books and essays that have been read by millions of people. We're going to have much more on this coming up on News 4 Tucson at 5, but right now that's the latest from the breaking news desk. We'll send it back to you.
And yeah, I tried to look these guys up. This is all they did. I don't know who these people were. I don't know what year this came out. But that exists. Now before we wrap up this intermission, wait a minute. Now before we wrap up this intermission, I have one little bonus inclusion here. While I'm here in the future, I decided to get myself a gift. This is an album by Joan Armatrading. It came out on the 22nd of November, 2024. This means when I go back, I have a whole album that hasn't been finished yet. This is called How Did This Happen and What Does It Mean? Which is probably what some of you said when you first saw this video in your timeline. Joan Armatrading is a very interesting artist. She's been making groundbreaking music for more than 50 years, and I've been a big fan of her work since 20 minutes ago. Joan's music is amazing and is fairly underrated and obscure here in America. But in the UK, she's more well known. One fun fact about Joan is that she's a big fan of comic books and general pop culture. In fact, Joan has a personal recording studio in her home that she's used to make music since 1986. And the name of that studio is Bumpkin. And she got the inspiration for that name from a particular group of hillbillies from a familiar franchise.
I'd like to think I'm still going to write good songs. I think there's some nice songs on this album. I get them from looking at people and observing what's happening around them. They're generally something real.
She took 9 months to write and record the album in her own studio, Bumpkin, called after her family and wizardships, the Bumpkin Billionaires. Enthusiasm sparkles again, now that we're back on the familiar territory of comics.
They're country bumpkins who found oil and became billionaires, and they're constantly trying to get rid of this money and they can't. Every time they try and get rid of a fortune, they make double. They drive a little car, and I have a car that I think looks quite like theirs, so I call my car Bumpkin too. It's an antique car, only 2 of them were made. It sort of looks a little bit like a Noddy car. It's really sweet with a round front. It's a convertible and it's black and cream, unlike Noddy's, which is red and yellow.
For a moment, she's visibly excited, a smile transforming her normally serious face. Then her reading material is no longer on the agenda, and the shutters come down again.
That's right. Joan Armatrading named her studio Bumpkin just because she loved the Bumpkin Billionaires that much. So maybe the medium of comics is important after all. So let's go ahead and get back to that medium as we wrap up our intermission.
Okay, it seems like we're headed back down the slope. Just keep finishing these intermissions and the universe should recover.
Okay. Thanks for your help, Mystery Lamp Man.
Alright, just try to be careful the next time you make a video like this. Bye! Kids these days.
Now that the situation is all sorted, let's go ahead and get back to the intermission. Last we spoke, we had taken a look at the Give a Show projector. Well, now it's time to look at something of a knockoff of this product. So you can maybe think of this as knockoff November in December, in April in... whatever month this is right now. I'm not sure anymore. This is the Ugly Mugly projector by Remco. This works exactly like the other projector. You put film in there and a light inside projects it onto the wall. The reason Remco could copy what Kenner was doing is that, of course, magic lanterns go back to the 16th century. It was probably hard to trademark this stuff. So the reason that we are looking at this today is that one of the two known versions of the Ugly Mugly featured Beverly Hillbillies content. This being two comics that we have not looked at yet. Now, I have good news. This Ugly Mugly toy doesn't work, which means that I don't have to try and make it work. Instead, I'm going to rely on the archives of a fellow named John Knutson. John had an interest in archiving old media, and back in the day, he used to make fan edits showing projector films edited into YouTube videos. So instead of projecting the Ugly Mugly comics for real, I'm just going to try and watch these videos with something a lot less temperamental. The Amazon Fire TV. So is this thing missing the guts? That's weird. We were on YouTube earlier. Oh, and now it shows me that. Now this first set of comics we'll be looking at, John never scanned in. But I have them, so I figured I'll just make my own little videos. And these are the Ugly Mugly adaptation of the 1967 film Dr. Dolittle. Alright, Dr. Dolittle cures a toothache. Why are you groaning, Mr. Crocodile? I have a toothache. Because he can talk to animals, that's the whole gimmick. First some string, tied to Mr. Elephant's tail. Now pull. Thank you, Dr. Dolittle. That cured it. I don't think this man's ever been to medical school. The push-a-me pulley. What you need is a push-a-me pulley, Mr. Blossom. Ain't no such animal. Well, that's also what Mr. Doodle is known for, this two-headed thing. So that reminds me of the Simpsons Halloween special where Bart takes the dog and cat and combines them and they have two heads, but then there's a version with two tails and he says that one can be Lisa's. How did you become an animal doctor? That's what I want to know. I learned to talk to the animals. I chat with chimpanzees. Elephants, eagles, buffaloes, beagles, rhinoceroses, of course. Of Coria. I can't even say that. That's not a word. Corsius? But an animal doctor has one problem. They pay you in bones, nuts, and worms. Dr. Doolittle, that's not sustainable. Dr. Doolittle helps Sophie. I miss my husband, Dr. Doolittle.
I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot.
I'll help you escape, Sophie. That's a good disguise. Just look just like Leif Crick. Have a nice trip. Oh, that's not going to go over well. We saw him drown a woman. Off to prison with no body. Don't worry, we'll get you out. Well, okay. So I guess they did. Yeah, that's it. The great pink snail. Look, there's the great pink sea snail. Snellali. Okay, maybe it was Snellali. He's sick. Of course he's sick. He's in salt water. We'll soon take care of that. That's probably Granny's white lightning. Thank you. All aboard for England. Goodbye. I must stay here. 'Cause I know what'll happen if I get on that thing. The end. I think it probably was. Oh, the Give a Show blog presents. I don't have to narrate this, do I? Hogan's birthday party. What's going on here? Oh, hi, Schultz. Have a piece of cake. I don't know nothing. And then we played a lot of games. What an imagination. So Hogan's Heroes is about prisoners of war, but they're not really prisoners. They can actually, they have secret tunnels all over the thing, and they carry out espionage for the Allies. It's people like to call it a show about lovable Nazis, because it is. Schultz always sees stuff, but he knows nothing. Because if Schultz knows something, for example, if he knows a prisoner, one of the prisoners is missing and another prisoner is in his place, then he gets sent to the Russian front. So he just acts like there's nothing going on. Because by the end of the day, all the head count's the same. The camp's run by Commander Klink, and his catchphrase is, "Hogan, no one escapes from Stalag 13. I wanted to say Possum Lodge because it's an episode of the Red Green Show, but that's basically Hogan's Heroes. Hogan's gang gets the measles. Ugly Mugly something number. It's important to get Klink's paper. It's important to get Klink's papers. Get Klink out of his office. Why aren't you all outside? They all seem to be sick. You didn't tell me it's the German measles. I'm stuck. Quarantine off limits. Ugh. Okay. Let's see what we got here. The Wild Wild West. The bank robbery. This is a stick-up. I've been robbed. Oof. I'll get you for this. As everyone should know, the Wild Wild West, that cane handle is really a gun. It's basically a steampunk Wild West. Your crime days are over, Quint. The town is safe. There's a Wild Wild West project, and that was pretty pathetic. Oh my, I lost my purse. But I haven't any money. Stagecoach tickets. Thank you for the ticket. What's so funny, ma'am? Ah, ha ha ha, it's really. So I decided I could fool even you. Or I told you I could fool even you. Okay, Gunsmoke, the wrestlers. I really don't know much about Gunsmoke. We've hit the herd tonight. We'll hit the herd tonight, boss. 200 head are missing. Looks like the Jones gang's work. Yahoo, yippee. I suppose if made today it'd say Google, yippee. All of you reach. Your cattle are safe now. Yeah, Gunsmoke's basically about the Old West and no steampunk, so it really didn't have any interest to me. Family affair. Jody and Buffy smuggle up a dog. How will we get it upstairs? I suggest a freight elevator. We'll have to get French out of the room. Mr. Smith would like to see you. We did it. What have we here? But Uncle Bill, he was so lonely. You can just keep him for a week. All right, well, basically, family affairs about these two orphan kids that are adopted by their uncle, basically. And Mr. French is played by someone we'll see in the future of the Beverly Hillbillies. All right, Jethro strikes oil. Jed, I struck oil. He wouldn't say Jed, he'd say Uncle Jed. Again, where? I don't think that's what was originally there. Down on Main Street, let's go. So they drive, see, Jed's driving. Jed doesn't drive. There she blows. I don't think that's what it said. Maybe they improved it, I don't know. Uh-oh. Jethro, you hit the city pipeline. And that reminds me of a Beavis and Butthead cartoon. Or they hit Mr. Anderson's septic line. All right, let's see what we got here. We've got the Beverly Hillbillies, the picnic. Jethro, load the car. Get in, everyone. Let's go. There's a nice spot. Everyone out. Jethro, load the car. This is weird. Okay, and the car tips over backwards. The Clampett mobile. Well, that was the strangest one yet. I don't really get it. So that was the Ugly Mugly Projector. A pretty interesting little rare novelty, with 2 all-right Beverly Hillbillies comics included. With that... Oh, crud. I forgot about the other line. Hi, are you still there?
Hi, yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, I'm sorry I kept you on hold so long. We're about to wrap things up. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Well, I guess all there's left to say is that it looks like this is the end of the intermission, 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 intermission. So let's go ahead and get back to the intermission, 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 intermission.
Okay, welcome back everyone to the intermission, 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 intermission. Moments ago, in our last pinboardless segment, we discussed how the cast of the Beverly Hillbillies would feel about the complex geopolitical topic of climate change. Now, it's time to do the same thing, but with Petticoat Junction. Last time, I think this came naturally, but this time around, we have our work cut out for us. Petticoat Junction wasn't meant to feel contemporary when it aired. It was intended to feel like the distant past. 60 years ago. Asking about what Betty Jo would think about climate change feels like asking what Abraham Lincoln would feel about 5G towers.
The thing is, the convenience of 5G makes it worth it. But the damn towers are such an eyesore. Granted, I'm 216 years old, so maybe I'm just showing my age, but they're just so ugly. I do like it when they sometimes dress them up like trees. It never convinces, but it looks cute. Also, 5G causes polio.
Oh! Well, there you go! So let's do the easiest thing first. Uncle Joe believes in climate change and uses it as an excuse to get out of doing work. The changing climate flares up his lumbago after all. Next, Dog is a climate change denier, obviously. It's in his nature. The same can be said for Homer Bedloe. Meanwhile, Sam Drucker is the voice of reason in Hooterville. I can only imagine that he would be very informed about climate change and its potential effect on the planet, putting him in the believers' camp. Now here's a controversial one. I think Betty Jo would be critical about the existence of climate change. Why is that? Because Betty Jo's biggest love is the Hooterville Cannonball. And believing in climate change means admitting that steam-powered engines are not good for the environment, as the burning of wood, coal, and old creosote-soaked railroad ties releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And, I think Betty Jo would refuse to believe that the cannonball could cause any harm to the world. And, that would go for Charlie and Floyd, too. I think Billy Joe would believe in climate change, so she could talk to well-educated boys about something smart. And Bobby Joe doesn't have any opinions, because she isn't in this episode. But the woman we've all been waiting on is Kate. I think Kate would naturally admit that all logic and science points to climate change being real. However, she would almost never think about it. Kate is the kind to spend all of her time fretting about the work there is still left to do. Why care about the future of the earth when there's still chores to do at the hotel? To wrap things up, Steve hasn't been born yet, but he'd probably think that climate change is fake. All right, that wasn't so hard. So let's go ahead and go forwards to the past. Let's see. The time circuits are glitching out. It's either set to April the 8th, 2024 or April the 9th, 2024. I guess it doesn't matter. Prepare for fluxual dispersion. Oh, hey! So I just asked Jeeves, and it turns out today there was a solar eclipse. So that's what that was all about. Let's get back inside and try to finish this intermission. Before we took our little break, Flat and Scruggs had just emerged from their more small-scale lifestyle back into the mainstream world of bluegrass broadcasting.
And remember, to make all your baking easier, use Martha White self-rising flour and cornmeal mix with hot rise. Goodness gracious, they're good.
For the finest cornbread you can bake, get Martha White self-rising meal. Hot rice self-rising meal. Martha White self-rising meal, for goodness sake.
Their weekly performances helped skyrocket their popularity in the country music circuit, and by 1962, Flat and Scruggs had caught the attention of television producer Paul Henning, who was working on creating the Beverly Hillbillies at the time. Henning had written and composed the theme song himself, but was looking for musicians to perform the song. Lester Flatt's wife and manager Louise Scruggs, who was the first female manager in the music industry, turned down the offer almost immediately, as she was worried the term Beverly Hillbillies might offend the band's audience. However, when Henning mailed out a copy of the pilot out to Nashville, and the group saw that the Beverly Hillbillies were not meant to insult rural folk, Louise and the band were won over. While Paul Henning selected Flatt and Scruggs to perform the instrumental, for some reason he didn't want Lester Flatt to sing the Ballad of Jed Clampett, and instead teamed up the duo with Melody Ranch performer Jerry Scoggins. I assume this was so they could record variations for special episodes, as it would have been much harder to get Flatt and Scruggs to record new vocals on short notice. Luckily, Louise had the foresight that the song had big potential and convinced music director Perry Botkin and Paul Henning to let Flatt and Scruggs record and release a single version with Flatt singing instead of Scoggins. This version of the song would go on to hit #1 on the U.S. Country Billboard chart, where it would remain for 3 weeks, and number 44 on the overall charts. It would be the only song of Flatt and Scruggs' career to reach that high.
Before we do a sacred number, let us take a quick look at the Flatt and Scruggs songbook. Show you a little bit about it, tell you a little about it, tell you how you can get one in case you'd like to have it. It has a page of banjo instructions by Earl Scruggs. He put this in there especially for you beginners on the old 5-string. Thought it might help you some. It also has 35 or 40 pictures of all the fellas and their families, along with the words to about 35 or 40 songs. Here's all you have to do to get one is send 50 cents and a 3-cent stamp. Address it to Flatt and Scruggs Songbook, Post Office Box 58. That's Post Office Box 58, Nashville, Tennessee.
Henning was also inspired to incorporate fictionalized version of Flatt and Scruggs onto the show. In the real world, Lester Flatt was from Tennessee, while Earl Scruggs was from North Carolina. But in the show, they were both natives of Bug Tussle in the Ozarks, where they were both suitors of Pearl before making it big.
Who are these characters?
Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, progenitors and acknowledged masters of that style of music known as bluegrass.
Bluegrass, schmoograss, get all this stuff out of here.
That is something I think you should know. Mr. Flatt and Mr. Scruggs are visiting here from Nashville.
Nashville, Smashville, out.
They are the house guests of Jed Clampett.
Clampett, schmampett, Jed Clampett? My Jed Clampett? They're staying at his house?
Yes, with their wives. You see, Flatt and Scruggs are old friends of his from back in the hills.
Well, just don't stand there plugging this record player. I want to hear these boys.
While Flatt and Scruggs were already on top of the country music world, the popularity of the Beverly Hillbillies would take Flatt and Scruggs into the mainstream. Scruggs claimed that within a month of the show first airing, the band was booked a full year in advance. They would appear in 7 episodes throughout the series. As we know, Louise Scruggs and Gladys Flatt would also be featured in the show, but played by LA-based actresses. I haven't been able to find out much about Gladys, except that she married her husband when she was 16 and he was 17.
Now here's the old boy that does all the talking for the Foggy Mountain Boys. A little down in the mouth, as you'll notice, his lower lip's hanging a little extra low. Him and Gladys had a few words. And what happened was, Gladys got all of her words in, but he didn't get a chance to use his. Lester Flatt, come on down.
Oh, thank you, Tito. Much obliged to you, and howdy, friends and neighbors. It's real good to be back with you. We certainly hope everybody over at your place is feeling real fine.
By the time of the show's airing, Gladys was 47, while the actress playing her, Joy Lansing, was 33. Meanwhile, Louise Scruggs and her actress, Midge Ware, were the same age, both being 38 in 1962. In the show, Louise and Gladys are often portrayed as West Coast beauties who married the country boys for their lifestyles. They're portrayed as being unaccustomed to the hillbilly ways, completely alien to rural culture.
Here's my bobcat. One hot. Oh, thanks. Don't be scared. You won't hurt him.
This is, of course, iconic, as we know that the real Louise Scruggs was instrumental to the band's success, if you'll excuse the pun. But I'm sure the boys and their wives found their depictions in the show amusing.
Folks, we'd like you to meet our wives, Mrs. Flatt, Mrs. Scruggs, Gladys, and Louise.
Howdy.
You see, Pearl, I told you if they ever met them two women, you wouldn't keep them on the string. They married them on the rebound.
Oh, Lester and Earl. I had to settle for second best.
As the 1960s steamed ahead, the country was changing rapidly, and so were people's tastes. Scruggs, having two young adult sons, was introduced to more contemporary music. He enjoyed diversifying the music he was playing, as this not only gave him a break from the typical bluegrass songbook, but also allowed him to play in new venues and collaborate with new musicians. Flatt was much more of a traditionalist, however, and was particularly unhappy with Columbia Records, asking him to cover Bob Dylan songs. By 1969, the two musicians parted ways. Flatt formed the Nashville Grass, a traditional bluegrass group consisting of most of the original members of the Foggy Mountain Boys, and Scruggs formed the Earl Scruggs Revue, with his sons and a few other musicians. Flatt would continue playing traditional bluegrass music with the Nashville Grass until his death in 1979. Scruggs would continue to experiment and collaborate with country and rock musicians both new and old, and would remain politically active by participating in anti-war protest concerts and recording music for an AIDS benefit album over the years. While Flatt and Scruggs didn't speak to each other after they split up, Scruggs would rush to the hospital when Flatt was admitted due to heart failure in the spring of 1979. The men would talk for hours and even discuss the possibility of a reunion. However, this would not come to pass, as Flatt died May the 11th, 1979. Scruggs would pass almost 33 years later on March the 8th, 2012. So that's the story of two of the most interesting bluegrass performers of all time. So as we continue to see these boys over the next seasons, I hope you appreciate their history a little more. It's such a beautiful day here on April the 8th or 9th, 2024. A nice time to finish an intermission, 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 intermission. Now, if you excuse me, I think I have a phone call to get back to. Hello? Hello? Huh. We must have gotten disconnected. Well, at least we can get back to our intermission, 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 where we have been talking about the Bumpkin Billionaires. There's a lot of comics in this series that are pretty identical to ones we've already looked at, so I think it's best that we skip around a little and just tackle the unique ones. In a comic from the 20th of August, 1977, the Bumpkins are seen window shopping when they decide to buy a jar for the house.
What do you say to £15 for this very fine jar, sir?
I say no deal. I'm offering you 1,500 for it.
I accept! I accept!
So real quick, is that joke funny to you? Because they do that exact setup and punchline pretty much every other week. The family goes home and opens a jar, which releases a genie, meaning we have to update that list again. The genie says he's been trapped in a jar for 1,000 years and offers Pa Bumpkin 3 wishes. For his first, he wishes that all of the family's money was gone, and for the second, he wishes they were in their shack back home. They decide to save their third wish and live happily in poverty for a few days. It is then that they are visited by their old bank manager.
Without your money, the bank will go broke. I'll lose my job. No.
I sure be sorry, like, but what do you expect me to do? Wish we had all our money back, like?
Poof! I heard that.
And so everything goes back to normal. In the following story, the Bumpkins learn from other rich folk that the best way to waste money is to hire staff. So they decide to hire someone who can be paid as much as possible, and Billy Bumpkin notes that nobody is paid more than the king and queen. So they go out and find a man and a woman claiming to be the royalty from the nation of Idolovia. The family blindly believes them and invites them into their home, where they are paid a massive allowance.
You're paying us very well, but we don't seem to be doing anything to earn our money.
Don't you worry about that. Just to be kingly and queenly. Buy yachts and castles and stuff like that.
I do enjoy a little social commentary in my Beverly Hillbillies ripoffs. Eventually, the Prime Minister of Idolovia learns of the royals' whereabouts, and as he rescues them in a helicopter, they drop millions of pounds on the family as a reward. In the following story, Pa Bumpkin buys a pet dinosaur. Don't know what to say about that one. Dinosaurs didn't go extinct in Bumpkinville, I guess. Also, yes, the city they're in is named Bumpkinville. I don't know if that's a coincidence or if they changed the name. It would make sense, as it seems like most of the city's economy is built around this one family's antics. By this point, the most common recurring character is easily the bank manager. He often struggles with the family's expectations, and he foils their schemes by finding ways to turn their losses into gains. The family are often furious at him, and in one comic from October 1977, Pa Bumpkin decides to give him the ultimate punishment.
We've decided to give all our money away to someone who deserves it.
Ugh, you can't. You mustn't.
We are. Here. I'm signing it all over to you.
Me? In that case, you can. You can!
Ecstatic to be a billionaire after so much hard work, the bank manager puts his house up for sale, trashes his expensive car, and quits his job. However, Ma Bumpkin thinks Pa has been too hard on the bank manager, so Pa decides to retract his offer, as they don't want him to be as miserable as they are.
I'll get you back for this. I'm going to earn you more interest than ever from now on.
Pa, there's gratitude for you. Turns out you were too soft with him, Pa.
In March 1978, Ma Bumpkin is seen trying to get her driver's license. She has failed the test several times, costing the family a fortune, and Pa Bumpkin wants to keep things this way. So the family decide to sabotage her latest test by hiding obstacles in her way and sending her down dangerous roads. However, the instructor notes that she reacted quickly and cleanly, so he passes her. Pa Bumpkin is heartbroken until his kids say that there's another way he can waste money through his wife's driving.
These are for you, dear. One for every day of the week.
I say, thanks, Pa.
Ma's been through that lot already.
Ho! What did we tell you?
Women drivers. Marvellous.
Ha ha! Misogamy. In June 1978, the family see a small indie film called Star Wars, and this gives them a clever idea.
Great film, that.
Yeah, brilliant. I wish we could send all our money into space. That would get rid of it once and for all.
That's it. That's exactly what we'll do.
So the family break into a space research center and fill one of the rockets with their money before shooting it into space. In the depths of space, this rocket is intercepted and destroyed by an alien race, but not the same race we saw from Saturn. The aliens grow angry to see Earth paper littering their space and decide to send some of their own worthless garbage back. This alien shuttle crash lands in front of the Bumpkins, and we find out that the aliens' useless trash is huge chunks of gold. So that's another alien race that considers gold junk, but a different group of aliens, so they need to be listed on their own. The setup of the Bumpkins buying, building, or paying for a rocket is one that the comic revisits often. In another story, the rocket instead causes a solid gold asteroid to fall at the Bumpkins' feet. In yet another, this rocket fails and crashes directly into their bank.
Oh, next time you wish to deposit some money, kindly do it in the normal way.
Ick, right into our bank.
Groan. What a nightmare!
Another time, it crash lands in front of their mansion, again returning to them their fortune. In another, it crashes into a mountain, revealing a hidden pile of gold. And in yet another story, the Bumpkins get so tired of making money on Earth that they decide to move somewhere else. So they build an expensive rocket and shoot off into space. They crash land on the moon with no return plan. But they strike oil, and the black gold shoots them back to Earth, along with enough Texas tea to recoup their losses. One of the most notable issues of the Bumpkin Billionaires was included in the Whoopi issue with the cover date of the 7th of October, 1978. This story was not just a regular 2 to 3 pages. Instead, it was 8 pages long. Although in actuality, for every page in the comic, there would be 2 pages of the Bumpkin story. So you were supposed to cut these out and make a little zine. Now, full disclosure, I don't actually have this story physically. But despite that, I have this. It's a nice little bootleg, and you put it together and you cut it out here and you staple it together, and we can enjoy the Bumpkin Billionaires, Time Travelers. At the start of the story, the Bumpkins complain that they still have all their money, despite trying everything they can think of to become poor. But soon, Billy Bumpkin thinks of a new plan.
Hey, look what it says in the paper. A bloke's invented a time machine.
So what, Billy?
Don't you see? We'll hire this machine and use it to dump all our money in another age.
Of course!
Good idea!
Excuse me, mister. How much must we pay to take a ride in that there machine of yours?
This machine is for science. I'm not interested in money.
We'll pay you £10,000 an hour.
Suddenly I'm interested in money.
So the Bumpkins entered the time machine to begin their excellent adventure. They first land in prehistoric times, where they see a caveman and a cave lady being driven from a cave by a large bear. So the Bumpkins build them a new house out of gold bars. Next, the family lands in a medieval castle under siege, and it's explained that the knights have run out of cannonballs. So Paul begins shooting bags of money, defeating the invading forces. Brings new meaning to the phrase, throw money at the problem. As they exit the time ship at their third location, Paul complains that he feels wobbly. He probably feels wibbly as well. The family discovers that they're on a ship that has lost its sail, meaning it has no way to finish its journey. So Ma Bumpkin stitches them a new sail out of pound notes. Finally, the Bumpkins land in the distant future, where they discover that robots have been long invented, but that they've all run out of energy. Future robots are powered by carbon crystals, and the Earth's supply has been depleted. The Bumpkins happily share their collection of diamonds, which is enough to revive the robots for 100 years. The family leaps back to 1978, where they relax at home, knowing there is no way that all of their money will get back to them. But then they get a knock at the door.
We want your story. You're the first people ever to travel through time.
I'll pay $1 million for the TV rights.
$5 million for film rights.
I'll pay $500,000 for the newspaper rights.
Anything you like for the book.
Howl!
Sob!
Ah!
I'm a little disappointed by this ending. I was hoping we'd find out that the Bumpkins had massively changed history and were now worshipped in the present day like royalty. Imagine ancient cave drawings depicting the Bumpkins as gods, something like Blackadder back and forth. However, there is one thing I like. It is a pretty accurate depiction of time travel. It does make you a little dizzy. Also, I guess we should add 1970s time travel to the list of things that exist in the Bumpkinverse. Or am I still calling the Henningverse that sometimes? I don't know. I never decided. In a story from April 1979, the Bumpkins learn that a massive ape is attacking a U.S. city, so they decide to buy an expensive private jet and fly it directly into a building on the New York City skyline. Luckily, the ape is there and trashes the plane, much to the joy of the Bumpkins, who have parachuted to safety. Then they go around the city buying up everything they can, from buildings to bridges to cars, right before the ape destroys it all. But when the ape nearly crushes Paul, he yells at it, and the ape runs away in embarrassment. The city declares that the family has saved the city and gives them a massive reward. As you've noticed, a lot of the weirder Bumpkin comics of this era were inspired by pop culture. The same can be said for the story included in the 1979 annual, which starts with the family watching The $6 Million Man, or $28.7 million in today's man's. So the family decide this is a great way to waste money. So they track down an inventor in the UK who is building a 4 million pound man who weighs about 18 stone. That's 19 million pounds and 19 stones in today's man. They tell their android to do nothing, but he ends up saving people and is given money as a reward. The family tell him off and the robot sulks until he is captured by an evil scientist named Dr. Strange-Hate. Oh, I get it. Like the Marvel character. The Bumpkins decide to buy another robot, who ends up finding his brother, kicking Strange-Hate's ass, and handing him over to the feds. The family are proud that the robots have saved the country, if not the world, but this turns to angst as they're giving a reward. A check for billions of pounds. In a story from June 1979, the family visit Loch Ness and come up with the ultimate scheme to lose money. They set up a competition to see if anyone can hit a golf ball across Loch Ness. Anyone who can do it will win 100,000 pounds, or 477,110 pounds in today's money. The catch is that the gold balls and drivers are made out of solid gold, so either way the family will lose a fortune. However, the gold balls attract Nessie herself, who finds them so delicious that she comes to the surface. Soon, the Bumpkins are handed a fortune by anyone who wants to see the creature in person. So that list of things that exist in this universe, I guess we need to add Bootleg King Kong, Bionic Men, and Nessie. With that, we leave the 1970s and enter the 1980s. In January 1980, the Bumpkins decide to hire a movers team to move their house, brick by brick, across their property for no reason. This cost millions, and they pay the workers triple bonuses. For once, the bank manager supports the scheme, but it's then that the Bumpkins find out why. It would seem the original owner of their mansion also hated his riches, so he built his house over Britain's only diamond mine. Now that it's uncovered, the family has another fortune to their name. In June 1980, we meet a brilliant but evil scientist named Bradley Push. Bradley has built a robot whose sole purpose is to steal the Bumpkins' money, and that design there looks a little familiar, don't you think? The robot begins sucking up all of the family's money, and they enable the behavior, but it eats too much and explodes. Luckily, the bank manager is there to retrieve every last cent from the incident. Months later, the family is visited by the recurring Professor Twit. I think he's supposed to also be the inventor of the time machine from before. The professor explains that he's trying to raise funds for his experimental laser guns. His first model shrinks things. The family immediately funds his studies in exchange for the gun, then head for the bank. They plan to shrink their fortune. The professor arrives and explains he gave them the wrong model. The one they have scans items and then duplicates them when fired again. So the Bumpkins' financial footprint is now twice as large, or 4 times as large, if we assume this comic takes place over the course of at least 2 minutes. In November of 1980, the family designs another rocket, but it crashes into the tire of a passing millionaire. They invite him into their home and stuff his tire with money, just enough to get home. And this plan works. They never get the money back. Sometimes good things happen to kind folk. Moving into the next year, the very first issue introduces a 2-page calendar with all of your favorite Whoopi characters, so you can always look at this and remember that it's current year 1981. And there are the Bumpkins, right above April. It's like they knew somehow. In a comic from February of that year, the Bumpkins' jalopy breaks down on the road, and it gets towed. A mechanic tells them that they'll have to have a new engine put in, and that old cars end up costing a fortune to keep running. They go back to their village where they started out, and they buy every old car they can think of. One is being used by a farmer as a chicken coop, one is found in a barn piled under hay, and one pulled from the bottom of a pond. They think these cars will cost them their entire fortune to repair, but as they drive back to their mansion, a car collector pulls them over and hands them a check for £100 million, or £373,560,000 in today's fake currency. In July of 1981, the Bumpkins ponder how much money they really have in their house. There are so many piles that they've lost track, so they decide to hire a mathematician to count everything up. They pay the man thousands a day, but constantly interrupt his work, so he has to restart. After several months, the man is finished, and the Bumpkins say he's owed everything in the house. It turns out it was just the bank manager in disguise, so they don't owe him anything. Now, as we enter 1982, there's a bit of an elephant in the room for us to tackle. As the Bumpkin billionaires entered the 1980s, a watchful eye might notice that most, if not all, of their comic adventures became reruns. Instead of having new comics drawn every week, Whoopi would just reprint the best stories going back to 1974. Now, it's very easy to look at this from the perspective of current year 2024. Yes, it's sad to see old comics being recycled. For us. But someone who was reading Whoopi in 1979 wasn't very likely to still be reading in 1984. So it made sense to reuse some old material. Now, in spite of owning a lot of these comics, I don't own them all. So sometimes it's hard to tell if something is brand new or if it's a reprint from an issue I'm missing. However, it's very obvious that not every Bumpkin comic from the 80s was a reprint, because every once in a while, if you pay attention, new comics will be printed a few weeks a year. These often feature very contemporary references.
Look at it! Millions of pounds of horrible, horrible money!
Suppose he could always pay the phone bill, Pa. That would get rid of 6,250 pounds of it.
See, I have no idea how to say that.
Eh? Yippee! That'll be it. Phone calls can be proper expensive these days. If we makes long-distance ones, like.
White House, U.S. President speaking.
How do, lad? Just thought you'd like to know what the weather be like in Britain. It'd be a bit windy and it rained most of the morning and we all had tomato soup for dinner.
In June of 1983, the Bumpkins decide they need a hobby, so they join a craft class. Here, they are taught paper mache, and they quickly come up with the idea of using money as paper. But this isn't wasteful enough, so they decide to build a gigantic sculpture of Pa Bumpkin out of pound note paper mache. However, the green giant becomes a tourist attraction, and when their entrepreneur cousin opens a Bumpkin Burger under it, they recoup all losses. In August of that year, the bank manager is shocked when visiting the Bumpkins to find a criminal casually walking away with their money. The Bumpkins have accidentally left the money room window wide open. The bank manager says that the Bumpkins need a guard dog, but Pa thinks of one better. They need a Mongolian dragon. He, of course, wants a dragon because it'll be a fortune to find one and bring it back to the mansion. They find one eventually, and when they bring it home, it sets fire to all their money. The bank manager then repossesses the dragon and uses it to provide heating to the wealthy district of Bumpkinville, and thus the family has made their fortune back. A few weeks later, the Bumpkins try to get rid of their money in numerous ways. First, they dump it in a public park, but get shouted at for littering. Next, they carry their money up a massive mountain, only to get called out by a mountain climber. So they decide to take the money to the most remote place on Earth, the middle of the Sahara Desert, where there is no chance of any human soul finding their money. Just then, a UFO flies down from space.
Earthlings, bleep. Drop something, bleep.
Gurgle, it bain't no use. It bain't no use.
So let's go ahead and add to our little list E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Dragons, and Reaganomics. These new comics only supplement the reruns, and there are some years where no new material is printed. One place you could still find regular original stories were the annual publications. The 1983 Whoopi Annual has a very cute story where the bank manager dresses up as a train robber, a supervillain, and then a monster. All three characters pretend to steal the family's money. This is his gift to them, as he wants them to enjoy having an impoverished Christmas. He ends up getting caught, but the family still appreciate his gift.
You know, it don't matter too much whether you be rich or poor at Christmas, just so long as you have friends.
I'll bring your money back tomorrow.
Now, 1985 would be a big turning point for Whoopi Comics, as this would be the year that the comic ended. So you'd think that this would mean the end of our story, right? Well, not quite. Because Whoopi wasn't the only variety gag comic on the market in the UK. And when one comic ended, it was common for another to absorb it. Another magazine at the time was called Whizzer and Chips. In April 1985, Whizzer and Chips combined with Whoopi, inheriting as comics and characters. Obviously, there was not enough room for every series to survive, but the Bumpkins were one of the lucky few. The first comic printed in Whizzer and Chips retold the backstory of the characters. This version was similar to the original, but more quick to introduce the family's hatred of money and wealth. Pa Bumpkin enters the Verwood pools, hoping to win enough to fix his fence, but he actually won a record amount, 100 trillion pounds, or 919 trillion pounds today, which would be 1,186 trillion in today's USD. Bumpkin refuses a check as he has no idea how to use one, and instead is delivered all the money in person. The family then buys a mansion, but only so they have somewhere to put the money. They intend to keep living in their old village until a storm destroys their old homestead. They move into the mansion, and a passing bank manager offers to take all their money from them. They excitedly agree, only for him to then say that he'll invest it all to double and triple their pile.
Some more profits! I wish you would let us invest this too.
No! We gotta try to get rid of it. There'd be far too much grown. Oh!
This is obviously a more on-brand retelling, as it took more than a year for the comic to originally get to this status quo. Whizzer would then continue with regular reprints of old comics, but these were heavily truants to fit on one page. Sometimes the comics are even censored or rewritten. One exception to this was October 1985, when the comic reprinted the famous time travel zine without alterations. By the end of the year, it would seem that new comics started to be drawn again as modern references began to appear. For instance, take this 1985 comic where the Bumpkin Kids go to see the movie Ratbo 2, a parody of Rambo 2. Not to mention this comic about the family being inspired by MTV.
It says here that Dire Straits' new pop video cost £1 million to make.
$1 million, eh? Hey, why don't we?
First off, we've got to make a record.
So the family records a horrible song and an unwatchable music video. But the banker submits it to a funny movie show, and they win the cash prize. In February of that year, the family begins producing advertisements for something called Bonkus Burgers. These ads cost millions of dollars and create a frenzy for the food brand. But it's all made up. The Bumpkins made sure there was no real restaurant in the UK by that name and began promoting the burgers to waste cash. They soon get a call from an American company called Bonkus Burgers, who reveal their plan to move into their region. He sends them a massive check for the free advertising. In May 1986, the family decide to try out an oldie, and they spend billions building a rocket to search out space. But the bank manager jumps aboard when he realizes the rocket is filled with their money. The ship crash lands on a distant planet, where an enraged alien yells at the bank manager for dumping his garbage all over their lawn.
Turk, sir.
So the UFO brings the manager and all the Bumpkin money back to Earth, and soon...
Evidence that other planets are inhabited. Priceless! We'll pay £3 million for it.
$10 million.
20 million rubles.
God!
So that's another kind of alien we need to add to our little list. In June 1986, Ma Bumpkin feeds the family cat, because they have a cat now apparently, and notes that cat food has gotten very expensive. This gives Pa Bumpkin the idea to adopt as many stray cats as they can, so they can spend their fortune feeding all of them. However, word soon spreads, and many locals arrive to adopt the cats and donate massive funds to their rescue operation. It turns out the banker spread the word, and the line only goes up. The late 80s saw the reintroduction of the family's pet pig. In the 1974 comics, the pig was a boy and was named Rufus, but the 1984 comics depict their pig as a girl. You know what? Good for her. In February 1984, the Bumpkins are delivered a new pile of money, but soon Rufus begins eating it. They decide to feed her all the money in their house, and their love makes Rufus grow so big that the Bumpkins have to leave their home. They take the pig to a pig competition, which she easily wins. But it turns out there's a secret prize for winning: the pig's own weight in gold. Soon the Bumpkins have more wealth than ever, but this time the pig can't even eat gold. Here's a little comic that's set 40 years and 1 week ago today.
Look, it'd be April Fool's Day. That'd be handy for us.
What you be suggesting, Billy? That we be stupid?
No, Pa. It's just that today be the day when folks play tricks on each other.
Right! So we'll play a trick on Mr. Bank Manager. Hee hee!
So the bumpkins go to the bank and tell the bank manager that they finally have something to invest. The eggs that their chicken laid this morning. They run off, believing that this distraction will give them enough time to get rid of their money. But when they try to give out their cash on the streets, everyone assumes it's a cruel April Fool's gag, and no one takes the bait. Just then, the banker notices that these eggs are mostly made of gold, and he ends up making a massive profit, selling them to interested buyers.
How? We've April Fooled ourselves. Well,
Don't forget to bring your next lot of eggs. More lovely money.
In July 1987, the family discovered that their floorboards are rotting and that there is a massive mine shaft under their house. They have their net worth taken out of the bank in coins and throw it down the shaft. It would seem the original owner of their mansion also hated his riches, so he built his house over Britain's only diamond mine. Haven't they done this one before? I checked. This isn't a reprint. They just used the same ending years later. And they thought we wouldn't notice. By the end of 1987, Whizzer and Chips went back to only using reprints of older strips. New stories wouldn't arrive until March of 1988, when the comic would introduce a brand new storyline of a character named Miss Crawley being hired by the bank manager to try and make the bumpkins more adjusted to a high society lifestyle.
Tin plates and cups? What's happened to the bone china?
I'll show ye. Them brittle things break when we put them in the dishwasher.
That is the washing machine for clothes!
Turning the bumpkins into stylish people won't be easy.
I know, but I'll keep trying.
This story arc lasts from the 19th of March 1988 to June the 18th. The story then returns on the 16th and the 23rd of July, then from the 13th of August through the 10th of September, then again on the 8th of October. She then returns again a year later, in July 1989. Here, she has the professor build a machine that can copy one person's manners to someone else. However, when they try to connect Crawley and Pa Bumpkin, something goes wrong.
Don't ye worry. I never felt a thing.
Miss Crawley, are you all right?
Course I be all right. I ain't never felt better in me whole life.
Oh, but you assured me that Mr. Bumpkin would be behaving just like Miss Crawley by now.
I reckons you got that right, Prof. Pardon me, be behaving exactly the same like.
In the end, there were 22 issues dedicated to Miss Crawley. She's clearly meant to be the Bumpkinverse version of Hathaway, but she brings out the worst in the comic. If you remove the ongoing gimmick of the family trying to get rid of their money, then there just isn't that big of a difference between the Clampetts and the Bumpkins. But they still did a few new comics with that original gimmick. On the 1st of April 1989, the Bumpkins are shocked when they meet a family that looks identical to them. The only difference is that the anti-Bumpkins were once rich and now are trying to find some way to make money. So the two families decide to swap places. Soon enough, the Bumpkins are enjoying poverty stress-free, while the anti-Bumpkins are wasting money living a lavish life. But the two bank managers figure out what's happened, and they set things right.
I'm afraid my lot has spent all your lot's money.
No problem. My lot have found some more.
In one story from July 1990, the Bumpkin kids learn in class about alchemy, the attempted practice of turning regular items into gold. So Pa Bumpkin attempts to do this backwards by turning a bar of gold into something else. But nothing happens.
I bet I can even use it to wash a Wurzel.
Eh?
Say it being true. The dish and the Wurzel be turned to gold.
Wurzel be the missing ingredient for making gold. Get rid of it, quick!
The family panic and pour the mixture down their drain, but the bank manager outsmarts them.
Everything it touched turned to gold, including the sink and drain pipes. You're even richer than before.
How?
It should be pointed out that in between many of these new comics have been the regular reprints of strips from the 1970s. Things change once again for the comic in October 1990, when Whizzer and Chips also came to a sudden end. But like before, Whizzer and Chips would simply be absorbed by another comic, Buster, which had been running since 1960. And through this, the original stories continued for some time. In the first issue of the new run, the Bumpkins discover that little Billy has a girlfriend, and this gives Pa an idea.
Why not buy her a nice expensive present and get rid of loads of money?
Ah! I've got a present for you. I hopes you likes these trinkets.
Wow.
We've got rid of the money!
I'll take them straight to my daddy, and he'll sell them and make you more money.
Eh?
This is my daughter. When she grows up, she's going to work in my bank.
Ah! I've been tricked by a pretty face.
On February the 21st, 1991, a middle-aged man in need of a business idea discovers the Bumpkins and follows them around. He discovers that they are unable to get rid of money, and this inspires him. He asks them to give him the bag of money, and they follow suit. Soon enough, they learn that he has turned their lives into a video game, and it is flying off the shelves. And of course, they are owed a piece of the royalties. Now, as far as I can tell, this was the final original comic published in the Buster comic. Everything from here was reprints. This continued into September 1991, when the comic was fully discontinued. Unexpectedly, there was a Whoopee annual for 1992, and this included the final original Bumpkin Billionaires comic ever published. In the story, Miss Crawley is trying to get the Bumpkins into horse racing, but they fatten up the horse she buys them. Billy still manages to win by holding food on a stick in front of the horse. Actually, after I recorded that last bit, I checked again and found another Bumpkin Billionaires comic at the end of the 1992 annual. In this story, Miss Crawley asks why the bank manager always wears that bowler hat, and he reveals that he is chronically bald. Crawley suggests that he starts wearing a hairpiece because no one would notice. This is ironic, as the other bank manager, Drysdale, was played by a man wearing a hairpiece. However, when the pair visit the Bumpkins, the family mistake the wig for a critter attacking Drysdale, and they shoot it. When the bank manager reveals the truth, the family reveal that Ma Bunkin knows how to make special hair tonic. This one feels familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. The family first tests the tonic on a hairless dog to prove it works, and then the bank manager accepts. However, the bank manager later reveals to Crawley that his hair has grown back embarrassingly large and thick. So that's the final Bumpkin Billionaires comic. A story that is very blatantly plagiarized, but from what source I can't immediately remember. The Bumpkin Billionaires did return to Buster in February 1994. These reruns would continue until the end of 1999. At the end of that year, it was decided that the Buster Comics was going to come to an end. The final issue was released for the first week of the new millennium. Unlike the previous examples, no other publication would absorb Buster's characters and comics. This would be a certified end to all the material contained within. Because so many of these magazines had been absorbed into each other through the years, this meant that this was not just the end of Buster, Whizzer and Chips and Whoopee, It was also the end of Radio Fun, Funny Wonder, Film Fun, Picture Fun, Kinema Comic, Film Picture Stories, Illustrated Chips, Top Spot, The Big One, Giggle, Jet, Core, Monstrous Fun, Jackpot, Fun School, Nipper, Oink, Wow, Cheesy, Shiver and Shake, Knockout, Crazy Comic, and Scouse Mouse. By 1999, Buster Comics represented nearly a century of British comic history, and it coming to an end was a profound moment. So let's go ahead and give our final judgments. How fair is it to say that the Bumpkin Billionaires is a ripoff of the Beverly Hillbillies? Here's the simplest way to put this. If you told me this comic was licensed, I'd probably believe you at first. The Bumpkin Billionaires almost feels like a reverse Sanford & Son, a British take on an American sitcom. I don't know if I can really call it a knockoff in the end, but I will say that it feels much more like an unlicensed adaptation than a parody. It doesn't help that from its original comic to its last, this series ran for 17 years. That's almost twice as long as the Beverly Hillbillies lasted. But I can't say that I didn't enjoy the adventures of this little bumpkin family. With that, I think we've now completed our special Knockoff November, in December, in April, Intermission, 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 Intermission. See, I'm real good at detours. Now what were we doing? I'm kind of confused. Oh, that's right. I was showing you my family heirlooms. Now this is a lantern like you might see used by the engineers of the Cannonball, right? I actually keep this in the trunk of my Bug because sometimes the lights don't work and I have to light it and hang it from the front to get home after dark. What's wrong with me? I'm a dummy. I'm reviewing family heirlooms in the intermission. This is the intermission. How did I mix those up? They're completely different. Let's go ahead and get back to reading some of your insightful comments. Okay, at A551 Nixkey114X says, EU Russ Bev Hillbillis slaps no cap 100 on God. Well, that's between you and the Almighty. At Brett Richardson 7924 says, Donna Douglas, as in Doug Ass, and those jeans got me getting a 1900s. Black and white, wafu, guy damn ma'am. Yep, just the worst tranarchist, asked, so I just did some quick math. The Beverly Hillbillies video is about twice the length of Ken Burns' The Vietnam War series, or a tenth of one piece, a 10th piece, if you will. You must have a 6th grade education to be able to cipher that good. F. Asuka, the Azure system. 1 hour of Beverly Hillbillies feels like far too much. How can one person handle 38 hours? Lots of coffee. Ooh, gotta get out the magnifying glass. At Multiseer, time code 255300. Okay, I'm actually very curious about the Umpqua bit. The Umpqua tribe is from South Central Oregon. Why are they saying there's an Umpqua tribe back out east? Did they just draw a tribe name out of a hat at random? Yes. I need to remember to make that joke when I get back. Thank you for telling me. I'm sure the rest of the U.S. wouldn't notice, but people from Oregon are very aware of the Umpqua tribe. The valley is named after them, and many local products and businesses are named after them. Umpqua Bank, Umpqua Dairy, etc. IDK just found that really distracting, LOL. It's bad enough to steal their land. Now we transplant them into the other side of the continent. Oh, here's another one. Edie Ploy says, I'm from Oregon too, and it was very distracting that they made that choice. Ja Ren Don't Miss. Oh, John didn't don't miss. Imagine how far up your own ass you have to be to think people want to hear you yap for 38 hours. So far, when you open your mouth, you can see your smile. Webcomic in pen. What if Quentin Review's dad was betrayed and trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year and forced to make a 38-hour video for his hack son? BA God Mode. I know you're trying to play this as a joke and April Fools, and I want you to know I still hate you. This is insane. This is uncalled for, and dragging her dad down into this insanity. Quote, oh no, it's totally an April Fool's, quote, end quote. Proceeds to force dad to make 38-hour video. This can't go unanswered. This is the final straw. Well, I think we found Jaundice's alt account. I see at DS Rainbow Road replying to at Next Dextero. There's no way people on here are going to defend a 38-hour video about Beverly Hillbillies of all things. You don't need to. Granny does that just fine on her own. At Shrink Your Land. Thanks a lot, Quentin's dad. Now I've started smoking cigarettes. I bet they're Winston's. Michael at CWB in TN81, I presume that's Tennessee, replying to Wendigo8 and at Q_review. Bro must have dug deep and channeled all his prior energy he spent hating Trump and redirected it into the most pointless video ever made. Impressive. Oh, you don't want to get me started. At StoneEdge4038, I like that Stoneedge. Anybody who actually finishes this has no life to live. Social media doesn't reward quality. It rewards slop. This video is a testament to that. 38 hours of pure slop. No creation, no insight into anything valuable. Just media cannibalizing itself. Guess he didn't get to the amusement parks part of it yet. I haven't either. At ScaredFire536. This is one of the worst and most uncanny videos in the history of not just YouTube, but videos in general. Delete this. Ooh, I hope he doesn't jinx us. The Grinning Viking says, oh man, I wasn't expecting Quentin's dad to be better at this video thing than him. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I've just done it longer. At Lily of the Vale says Quentin's dad is one of my favorite YouTuber. At August272, haven't finished the video yet. I just passed the 24-hour mark, but I wanted to come to the comments and remark how amazing this video is, and how much effort it must have taken, Mountain Dew coming up. And how much effort it must have taken. I'm having a blast with Russ. Thank you to everyone who worked on the video. Mike CL1BQ. I presume it's swearing. It's a $sign, ampersand, $sign. You know how that goes. 38 hours. Longer than the entire series of Sledgehammer. Not anything was longer than the entire series of Sledgehammer. I like Sledgehammer. No shit, it took so long to upload. That said, as a father whose son is just like me, this is great. At Mostly Memez, my grandpa's cousin created the show. Always grew up watching it. Cool. At Gary Garrett 6608, Quentin's dad needs to take over. Lot better. Oh, I wouldn't say that. All right, nice picture of Ellie here. Yeah, see, it's next to me, isn't it? Aw dang, I doodled a picture of Ellie Mae while watching it. Wish I could have finished the whole video. Oh, this is from Amy New. Amy New Blue, replying to @Q_review. Wonder why they couldn't finish it. At Dead in Phantomile, soy runs in the family. Well, yes, soy does run in the family. I'm actually allergic to soy. I won't get into that. But yes. At Christopher Rance says, 11 hours in now. The revelation of Quentin's true nature is stark, shaped by an emasculated father and a dominating feminist mother. His spineless demeanor becomes clearly socially toxic. The puzzle of this toxic trait finally fits together, unveiling a pattern of superficial virtue, signaling that has characterized his behavior over the years. That's a very interesting comment. You should go outside. At Pharaoh's oh gods, Quentin, I love your mom so much. Her comments are so on point, and there's lots of hearts and stuff in here and crying faces. I guess they're laughing. At Parisavone then says, I want the 57 hours video of Quentin's mom explaining all the layers of wrong with the episode. Oh, yeah, you're talking about that episode. I knew I needed backup on that one. At Emily again, LOL. The fact that Quentin Reviews, in bold, has an amazing dad that made a 38-hour-long video essay on YouTube is amazing to me. I don't care what anyone says. I love this so much. And then, quote, way too long, why too soy, unquote. Don't care, this is cool as fuck. At Tolatulu says, you're generally fun to listen to. Quentin's dad. Oh, it's Quentin. I think that's how it's Quentin. See, I have to confess, if I had seen Dark Shadows 40 years ago, I just recently got to see it, then Quentin's reviews would be spelled differently. Maybe. Depends on what Quentin's mom would have said. At Eric Daniels on, maybe it's ON or 0 on. Anyway, oh my God, I just realized 38 and a half hours and we haven't even touched Green Acres yet. There's going to be a part 2 to this. Yes. And probably a part 3. Lunar Hobbits. Finally, Tumblr will catch up with my special interest. Behold Lisa Douglas. And some pictures of Lisa. See, I'm staring at these thinking, can I name the episode they're from? I think this is the one where she's washing his socks with a butter churn. There's the butter churn. Oh, it's Arnold. At the Pika Snow 5561, if Quentin's missing, that means his debts ultimately fall on you. I await the Animorphs video, Russ. Okay, as soon as I find out what that is, I'll get right on it. At Pizza Guy 552. Wait, are you telling me that Timmy Turner being a 23-year-old in the 5th grade may actually be a callback to Jethro and the Beverly Hillbillies? Yes. At Mantis 42. The Fairly Odd Parents is high IQ, full of many such intertextual allusions. No, at Liz Peaks, or is it at Liz Speaks? I love how Russ delivers jokes with the exact same intonation and pacing that Quentin does. Other than that, I love the NPR radio showness of this video, and will definitely watch the whole thing over the coming week. So I guess you finished it by now. Cornet 37, 18 hours in, and what I've learned so far is that 50s TV is wildly sexist, racist, definitely not inclusive, supports domestic violence, and this is all in caps, and it's pretty funny sometimes. And then it goes back to normal. Man, I love old actors. They used to have so much more personality. Nowadays, movies just hire whoever's famous. Wait until we get into Green Acres. It doesn't take long to figure out what Arnold represents. Lunar Hobbit says, finally, in all caps, finished the video, and it was wonderful. As someone who was already super into old sitcoms, I had so much fun. So much fun is in italics. Also, dang, the YouTube comments are being brutal on Petticoat Junction, and we haven't even gotten to Steve, the actual worst character on that show. Steve. I'd have to study that. I don't know if I'd call Steve the worst character. I'm sorry. I can't wrap my tongue around it. But there it is. 3231 at you. Oh, I get it. Muriel. Finished, but at what cost? I've been having dreams in black and white. I thought everybody had dreams in black and white. At Mixter Delaney, I finally finished, and this has been so worth the watch. I'm so impressed with how well paced and edited this is, and how much I've learned and laughed. I really genuinely hope that part 2 is real and will come out. This has been such a delight. I want the next part so bad. Pardon me. Sorry. I did that. At Nicholas Sheridan 3560, I just finished the whole thing. This video was fantastic. I never knew 38 and a half hours of content could be legit entertaining for the entire runtime. Thanks, Russ. Great job. Can you make this a trilogy, please? I can make it a trilogy. Maybe. At Ashens, assuming that video length increases exponentially in Quentin's family as you go back generations, there's an approximately 180-hour video about I Love Lucy from his grandfather somewhere. I was thinking that Quentin's grandfather would probably talk about the Andy Griffith Show, but that's another discussion. At A Real Person 21 says, you are no longer Quentin's dad after spending this much time together. You are now a father to us all. Well, then you can stay up past your bedtime tonight. Thank you. And finally, Eli 8379 says, thanks Quentin and Ross Reviews. It was a great watch. This is very important. It's Russ Reviews, not Ross Reviews. But thank you. Well, it seems like no one has any information on where my son is. Well, except for that one person who said he was in a Kmart for some reason. So I didn't learn anything about how to find my son. But what I did learn is that my son's audience is a solid mix of kind, clever people and really weird, mean people. Comment which one you are down below. So, as our intermission comes to an end, all I can do is hope that wherever Quentin is, he's safe. mess it up?
Yep. After I've written it out. See, because what I forgot to do is I forgot to center it.
Oh.
It's the title page.
Take a mommy a few minutes. She'll figure it out. Come here. Sure about how you can sit up. Oh, let's move you back a little bit. And I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's move this thing up and out of the way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was a dry one. He's not on camera, he soaks all of us. Hi there.
Don't be silly. Any more than you have to.
I'm getting tired, Daddy. I'm getting tired. Now, we should only get about 15 to 20 minutes on this tape. All right. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Slid down. I want that plug back. That might be a little bit too close. Yes. Take your plug so you laugh. That make you mad? That make you mad?
Oh!
I'll make you mad. Hey, we like to stick something in our mouth. We're just in the beginning stages of getting that thumb in there. Our mouth's so big and our hands so small, we just kind of shove our whole fist in it. Come here. I don't think you're hungry.
He's not. A tiny page.
All right. I know though the focus is off, but it's just as well.
Yeah. Now, page 1. How many times will it take to get it right? I've got 5 pieces of scrap paper for Glendale already.
Look at what we're doing to the Will Rabbit.
Oh, what?
Just throwing that rabbit everywhere, Hope.
It's my rabbit, Daddy. I can throw it if I like.
Yeah, got me. Oh, darn it.
Alright, now where are my cats?
How long has Gwen been asleep?
I think if I know.
Hey, Gwen, wake up. Watch out. Leave me alone, I'm trying to sleep. Now, Gwen's already mastered the art of thumb sucking. You haven't, so let's give you that. Gwen's gonna fall out of off the couch here. Giving Gwen a taste of her own medicine. So she likes trying to sleep when somebody's kicking her. Alright? Well, we got rabbits galore over here. And a bear. And we're back. And guess what I found? This is the actual prop from Dark World or the movie from 34 years ago. It's funny the things you find while you're cleaning out your garage. So, then I only have two other things to show you. Oh, I'm not going to try that. These are a couple of what I call Bodine whackers. And they're just iron skillets. And this one looks like it's actually been used in a Bodine whacking eye crime because as you can see, the handle is cracked and it's somebody's tried to weld it back together. Alright, I tried to weld it back together, but I was not involved in the eye crime that caused this. Well, and that's about it. Oh, almost forgot. This is the most exciting thing in the collection. Do you know what it is yet? It's a box. And do you know what's inside the box? Absolutely nothing. This was my grandmother's sewing machine, and my great-grandmother's sewing machine, and probably my great-great-grandmother's sewing machine. Well, anyway, this is Kate Bradley's sewing machine. It's also Granny's sewing machine. And I think I know what I have to do to get this belt on. Now this it's got a little rubber wheel here. You push this thing down. Somehow. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That thing is finished disintegrating. But anyway, you would use this foot pedal down here. And then it would make this thing spin around. And then you can see the needle here. And my grandmother used this sewing machine. She just refused to get an electric one. And Jethro mentioned once that he would keep his mom's sewing machine oiled. So obviously you have to keep them oiled. But sometimes when you see this, they'll throw a piece of cloth over it like this so you can't see the brand name. I don't think Kate's was a singer, but maybe it was. And I think that about does it. You know, I almost forgot. I want to talk about this thing. You didn't see it in the TV series. In the Henningverse, that is. It's something my grandfather welded. How'd you get that motorcycle up on the high dive? Quit revving it up. This is something my grandfather welded. He actually made a whole bunch of these. This happens to be mine. And, yeah. Just my really cool thing. It's an ashtray. But obviously you don't have to use it as that. You can stick flowers and stuff in here. This is just an old drain pipe. I found one of the. I saw something exactly like this in a flea market once for $75, but this part was broke, and it bugged me for a while because I thought that's something my grandfather made, and then I thought, no, if my grandfather made it, it wouldn't be broke, and that's the only way I managed to get out of there without buying the damn thing. Now that's about all I've got to talk about. Well, that about wraps up this intermission. So, why don't you head on back to the intermission, and I'm sure you'll be in good hands. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about an episode of the Mary Tyler Moore Show. Or is it the Dick Van Dyke Show? I guess it's the same thing. Anywho, as you can see, I think I figured out how I did all of this. If Donald J. Trump was secretly me all along, then that means my second appearance was actually in Quentin's third movie review.
Donald Trump took my fairlies, man! What? I need my fairlies! We gotta break into the Trump Towers and steal them back! I don't want anything. I don't want to be a part of this.
You see, I had snuck into this alternative universe to steal the fairies of Tommy Turner. This way, I could wish for whatever I wanted. Tommy attempted to stop me with the help of Chester, a version of my son from that universe. But by the time they found me, it was too late.
I wish that Donald Trump was president.
I decided to impersonate Donald J. Trump because of my amazing ability to impersonate him.
This is my Trump impersonation. I have the best Trump impersonation. Best in the multiverse, really. If I'm being humble about it. It's true. It is true. I'm really evil Russ reviews, but, I do such an amazing voice that I just can't stop myself.
Initially, my wish erased Tommy Turner from existence, but eventually he came back to life. And I found out he was being harbored by a superhero group called the Supervise Squad. And so I traveled through their universe and battled them. But they had the upper hand, so I teleported them to Quentin's backyard. There, Multiplication Man multiplied to 5 million copies, briefly knocking me out.
I must multiply to 5 million!
What the hell is happening?
There's so many!
Tommy survived, but I ultimately defeated the Supervise Squad. Anyways, around here was when I got really into the moon, I think. But obviously when I wasn't looking into the moon, I was using my resources as Donald Trump to build a space station and continue my battle against Tommy Turner. This brings us to 2019, when I finally had enough materials to begin my conquest.
Because, everyone and their grandmother knows we've got the best plans. They're truly tremendous, best plans I've ever seen. I've never seen better ones. But what people don't talk about is we also have the best space station in the multiverse. That's true, ladies and gentlemen, the best space station. People from other universes, they tell me, that literally all the time, they tell me, Daddy, you've got the best space station. And I say, I know. But it's true. Let's see Hillary's space station. Let's see it. Have her pull up.
My plan was to use my space station to drill into this universe's version of Earth, collecting raw materials, so I could then travel into another universe to sell those spoils for $1 million. I know that's not the best plan. I was kinda going through the motions that year. I soon learned that Tommy had recruited my son to defeat me. And so I resurrected Jonmus, as I had always planned, as Mecha Jonmus. Damn it, Jonmus.
Mecha Jonmus. Rise.
But sadly, Mecha Jonmus was defeated when he was sent back into time and was killed by the bootleg DVD of The Legend of Frosty the Snowman.
Go, my nanocubes! Destroy him! No! No!
So I prepared to confront Quentin and revealed my true form.
Once you come aboard the space station, inevitably you will, you can choose between your friends or ruling the multiverse with your own father.
However, my son soon realized that if he stared at my space station long enough, it would combust into flames.
Oh, no, look at that. It's on fire.
Oh, wow. So it is.
One inferno up there. Look at that. Look at those flames. Yeah. Look at that.
It is
burning.
And so I realized that there was only one way out. I had to get to the escape pods.
I must get to the escape pod!
And then I got to the escape pods. Soon after this, I found my son's new apartment and I orchestrated my fifth plan. Burning the set to the ground.
If you go to privacy.com/Quentin right now, you'll get $5 credited to your account. That's a free $5 you can spend anywhere you'd like online. So once again, that's privhacy.com/QUINTON. And I think I'm gonna need that $5 because this room has just spontaneously caught on fire. God damn it, how does this keep happening? Whatever, I guess I gotta move again. Jesus.
As you can see, I have a very mixed track record. If you consider arson evil, then I am currently at a solid 2 out of 5 in terms of pulling off my schemes. But now you must surely have many questions. For instance, why did I not use the Trump space station to blow up the moon? The answer is that it was too obvious. And also, I don't retain a lot of things these days. I had forgotten about the moon stuff by then. You also might want to know why the back of my head is a gorilla. Well, that's a very insensitive question, and it's none of your business. But more importantly, you want to know about what connections I have to the other Russ reviews. Are we the same man? I tell you today, we are not. So what is the story? How can Quentin have two fathers, both named Russ, who both look nearly identical? Well, it's very simple. It's all a massive coincidence. Try not to think about it. Many of you might theorize that I'm actually the father of Evil Quentin from the B-movie universe. But if you had been paying attention, you would know that the B-movie Quentin's father is actually Wyatt Receiver. So that theory is completely out the window. So remember, if you see me and the other Russ reviews, we are not the same person. But if you see me and Donald Trump, we are the same person. And now that you all know my story, I can orchestrate my brand new plan of world domination. My 6th evil plan. And that is, well, damn. I got so caught up in figuring out all this pinboard stuff that I forgot what my new evil scheme is. Well, anyways, the only real point I had to make today is this. Quentin Reviews canonically has 2 dads. So that's that. No! Something has gone wrong with my radio satellite broadcast transmitter. No! I am foiled again! Curse you, bootleg copy of The Legend of Frosty the Snowman!
What? What? We're on the air.
We are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. One more ag. Watch closely. Ah! Did you see that? If you didn't, check out the video. Notice the picture. This little girl and her scream. Scary, isn't it? Don't know if you can see that. Well, anyway, we're out of time. Thanks for watching. If you have any comments, you can send them to me, RAF, care of me, Russ Hoover. Oh, one last thing. I've received many letters asking how to join the fan club. Well, RAF isn't a fan club. I don't believe in fan clubs because I think they're selfish and money-grabbing. However, for just $50, you can be my close personal friend. No, you can be my friend for life. I'll be your friend for life if you send me $50. Here's the address to send it to. Just kidding. Later.
Okay, welcome back to the intermission. We were halfway through an Archie comic, so let's get back into it. So Archie and Veronica head back to her mansion, only to see smoke billowing out of the front entrance. They run in to find Grandpa Ghoulie in distress.
Eep! Grandpa Ghoulie!
Dang blasted! This is the teeniest, silliest little kitchen stove I ever seen!
That's not a stove! That's a toaster!
Hiram Lodge gets a call that his creditors will have a meeting with him the next morning, and he prepares to lose everything. Clem wishes there was something they could do, and Mildew points out it's a shame they bought that gold mine, as they had a lot of money before that. Mr. Lodge screams, "Gold mine!" and he and Veronica initially think this will be their golden ticket, but Clem and Mildew reveal they were sold the mine as a scam, as there's not a single nugget of gold in the entire thing.
Boy, that varmint what sold us that mine really took us for suckers.
Poor Daddy.
Of course, he couldn't have known about the uranium.
It turns out this mine still is worth millions, and Lodge asks if he can use it as security for a bank loan. But the papers for the mine are back in the Ozarks, so they need to all rush there fast. After this, there's an advertisement for a book called How to Hypnotize by Bradford Chambers. This is sold for about $2, which is almost $20 today, which is about how much it cost to buy this book used. Now, you might be thinking, Russ, hypnotism isn't real. Well, if you really think that, let me ask you something. How long have you been watching this video for? After this, there's some stuff about the Archie Club, and then an ad for a magic art reproducer, which would project an image so you could trace it. This was sold for $1.98, or about $19 today, and you might be able to find one of these used for around $40. So the Lodges rent a private jet to fly themselves to the Ozarks. They also take Archie. They didn't need to, he doesn't want to be there, but they took him anyways. They switch over to a helicopter, and suddenly all of reality turns sideways for one panel. They get all the paperwork they need, and rush back to wherever these comics are set, get a bank loan for $500,000, and rush back to pay what they owe.
Now let's zip across the street to my office.
Archie, isn't this exciting?
No. Tiring.
But when they get there, they all realize something. CL Corporation is one of the companies owned by Cousin Clem, with the CL standing for Clem Lodge.
Then all my work and trouble was unnecessary? We could have avoided the whole mess.
Gosh, you're right. The joke sure is on you, Cousin Albert.
Daddy!
What happened to him, Paul?
Dunno, son. That branch of the Lodge clan always was a little on the weak side.
After this, there's an ad for a lucky Archie coin you could get if you ordered 5 issues of any Archie comic ahead of time. Then we have a full-page ad for a cardboard rocket ship for only $4.99, or $48 today. We'll talk about a similar ad when we get to the American Beverly Hillbillies issue 13. Well, anyway, on the back of this Archie comic there's an ad for bicycles, if you like bicycles. And with that, that's the end of this intermission. So welcome back to the intermission. We've been reviewing the UK Beverly Hillbillies comics, so let's get back into it. Lady Penelope issue 26, released on the 16th of July, 1966. At the start of the comic, Granny is out shopping when she runs into a group of homeless people who are begging for food. She tells them to come over to the mansion later and she'll get them all a meal. As she leaves, we find out that the men are secretly scam artists. Jed and Jethro are onto this, so they decide to sabotage Granny's stew. Jethro starts by slipping some chewing tobacco into it, and this is real out of character here. I looked it up, and Winston doesn't make chewing tobacco. Jethro also throws in an old sock and some other gross stuff. When the 2 men arrive, they start to eat the victuals, but find the sock and think Granny is fixing to poison them. Jed says he'd never catch himself running away from a fine meal like that, causing Granny to say that the 2 can finish the entire pot themselves. In the final panel, we see Jed and Jethro struggling to finish the food. Issue 27 released on the 23rd of July, 1966, and in this one, Granny is stressed out from Ellie's critters ruining another meal, and the family decides to try and have a picnic to get her to relax. Ellie comes across a fox being hunted by a group of hunters led by dogs. She befriends all the dogs, turning them all soft and ruining the hunt. The hunters leave, and Granny says she's grateful they didn't have to keep the dogs this time. Ellie says there's never harm in another critter, revealing the fox has been hiding in her jacket. Issue 28 released on the 30th of July, 1966. Mr. Drysdale takes the hillbillies to a horse show, and the hillbillies decide it's been too long since they rode on a horse. Mr. Drysdale offers to buy them a show horse, who can vault, but later, Jethro sees an ad in the paper for a vaulting horse for only $75, which is about $47 in today's money. But when it arrives, it's a vaulting horse. As in, it's a wooden kind humans vault over, not a horse that vaults itself. In the end, Drysdale buys him a horse for over $5,000, which is over $3,200 in today's money. This comic seems to be based on a similar series of episodes from Season 4, which aired in January of that year. We'll talk about these stories whenever we get into the color era of the show. Until then, let's try and get through the rest of this intermission. Issue 29 released on the 6th of August, 1966. While shopping at the store, Granny is challenged to take the Ready Steady Margarine Challenge. She'll be asked to try butter and fake butter on toast, and then try to tell the difference. And I can't believe it's not butter, as that didn't come out until 1981 apparently. So they set up a camera crew in Granny's kitchen, but when they say they're going to shoot her, she pulls her gun on them. Someone asks if they can turn on the floods, and Granny thinks he means flood water instead of flood lights. Eventually they do film the segment, and she admits that she can't tell the difference, and both taste the same to her. But the crew realize that Granny didn't eat the Ready Steady margarine, but instead wheel grease meant for the camera trolley. Issue 30 released on the 13th of August, 1966. Granny isn't feeling appreciated and heads out to try and find something to do. She sees a stand of Father's Day cards and decides to make her own card business, selling Granny Day cards. The cards don't sell, and the rest of the hillbillies feel bad, so they pay a group of kids to come and buy all of Granny's stock. Later, Granny is in a worse mood. She says it's Granny Day in Beverly Hills, and she's the only Granny whose family didn't buy her a card. Issue 31 released on the 20th of August, 1966. Jed has been persuaded to allow a famous artist to draw a self-portrait of him. The artist is nearly scared away by Granny shooting at some crows, but manages to finish his work. The painting turns out to be like something Picasso would make. Jed says it doesn't look like him or anyone else he knows, but he still agrees to buy it for $500, or about $315 in today's money. Granny knows just where to put the painting, and it hangs outside to use as a scarecrow. Issue 32 released on the 27th of August, 1966, and wow, what a front cover. It's one thing when something feels like it's aged poorly, but this just was offensive in 1966, and it'll also definitely be offensive in 2066. Jethro says it's a shame they don't have any pocket money despite being rich, so Jed and Jethro go to the bank to get some more money, but are told it's better to use a check. This causes Jed and Jethro to think that the bank has spent all their money. So Jed puts out a sign reading, "Come and be larned, spellin' and figurin'." Granny reveals she wasn't allowed to get a doctoring job at the hospital, but there's good news, as Drysdale calls and explains that Jed isn't broke. Ellie comes home crying, saying all she was able to sell were her comfortable blue jeans. Issue 33 was released on the 3rd of September, 1966. The Clampetts see a game of tennis on TV and decide they want to try it out. They join a club, where a wimpy guy and a muscly guy both want to ask Ellie out to a dance. Ellie says they can decide over who wins at a game of tennis, and the big muscly guy wins. Ellie says that now she wants to play a game of tennis against him, and ends up knocking him out with the ball. Granny tells Ellie to take the wimpy kid to the dance, as she has to escort the big guy back home. Issue 34 was released on the 10th of September 1966, and today's comic was printed right across from an advertisement for the second Peter Cushing Dalek movie. The ad announces a competition where the readers at home can win their very own full-size Dalek, a contest funded by the film sponsor, Sugar Puffs. 3 children won this competition, one of whom being 10-year-old John Streeter, seen here. In today's comic, Mrs. Drysdale has uncharacteristically decided to have the hillbillies run a stall in an upcoming elephant sale. Maybe she heard about how much money they raised back in issue 20. Granny asks who would need to buy so many elephants, and Drysdale explains an elephant sale is just when you sell some of the junk in your house you don't want anymore. At the event, the hillbillies end up selling items for thousands for literally pennies. When nothing is left, they notice all the other stalls haven't sold anything. So the hillbillies buy everything else at the sale, making it a great success. Issue 35 was released on the 17th of September, 1966. At the start of the comic, Mr. Drysdale is excited to report that Jed's account is now worth $70 million, which is about $44.5 million in today's money. Then, Jed overhears Mr. Drysdale planning to shoot golf with a friend. Jed thinks Mr. Drysdale has been holding out and has been hunting a wild animal named Golf at a secret lodge. He follows him and shoots some of the golf balls, taking them home to be cooked in a meal by Granny. Now, you might be saying, Quentin's dad. This plot is identical to a story in Season 1. And you'd be right, but to be fair to the Clampetts, that happened over 104 years ago, so it makes sense why they'd forget. Issue 36 was released on the 24th of September, 1966. Mr. Drysdale comes to the mansion with exciting news. He has some European friends coming over, and they're going to play a game of cricket, and he wants Jethro to play. Jed and Jethro presume that European cricket is the same game as they played in the hills, where they'd all collect crickets, and whoever had the one that could jump the furthest was the winner. So they arrive at the field, and their box of crickets gets knocked open, causing the crickets to jump all over the other players. And it's very fun to see the British writers inserting their own culture to have it be Clampetted as well. Issue 37 was released on the 1st of October, 1966. In this one, Granny is trying to force Jethro to take a bath, and he complains that he already had one last fall. Don't get me started. Just don't. Granny can't get the tap water to work, so they take him out to the cement pond, which is filled with some of Ellie's pet gators. So they go out to the laundromat, thinking it's a bathhouse. Jethro gets in one of the machines, causing soap and water to spew out as the machine is destroyed. The owner insists on being paid $500, and Jed says it's a bit costly for a wash, but pays up anyway. And that's $315 in today's money. Issue 38 is from the 8th of October, 1966. Granny is sick in bed and overhears Jed and Jethro talking. Jed says that she's been sick 5 times this month, and if things don't get better, they'll have to get rid of her. Granny gets her gun and starts shooting, and then falls on the jalopy, which starts running perfectly. Jed says it was a false alarm, and now they can keep her, and Granny realizes he was talking about the car the entire time. Issue 39 is from the 15th of October, 1966. Mr. Drysdale comes over and tells Jethro he wants Jed to join him in watching people parachuting. Jethro tells Jed that Mr. Drysdale was talking about going parrot shooting, and Jed is interested. He shows up at the airfield and says he's there for parrot shooting, and the guard is so amused that he takes Jed up in the air and pushes him out of the plane. After safely parachuting to the ground, he says there's not a bird in sight. So Jed goes to a pet shop and buys a parrot. He brings it home and tells Ellie and Granny he caught it in the wild.
Pete's Perky Pet Shop. Pete's Perky Pet Shop.
The only shooting Jed's been doing is shooting lions.
I didn't know Jed did cocaine. Issue 40 is from the 22nd of October, 1966, and this is a very special one. Very, very special. At the start of the comic, Granny decides she wants to visit Cousin Pearl. They begin packing the truck for the journey, causing Drysdale to think they're moving away. Drysdale says he mustn't lose their money, friendship. Mr. Drysdale comes up with a plan. As the Clampetts remove items from their house, he and Hathaway will bring them back in through the rear to stall for time. Eventually, as Drysdale and Hathaway are worn out, they decide to abandon this plan and just pop all the tires on the Clampett-mobile. So the trip is cancelled, but there's a happy ending, as Cousin Pearl herself suddenly appears, as she's come to visit the family. Now, it's just for 3 panels, and they purposefully hide her face, probably because the artist didn't know the character very well. But any appearance of Pearl this late in the franchise is worth celebrating. Jed asks if Mr. Drysdale can help him unload the truck, and Mr. Drysdale passes out. Issue 41 is from the 29th of October, 1966. In this one, Miss Hathaway comes over to teach Ellie how to drive. But when Ellie starts the jalopy moving, Hathaway flies over the front window. Eventually, they get the lesson started properly, and Ellie and Hathaway talk.
At last, Ellie gets started.
You sure we ain't going too fast? In this? There's not more than 5 horsepower under this bonnet.
A sudden stop.
Heavens, what's wrong?
I was looking for them poor horses.
Ellie causes a traffic jam because she refuses to run over two birds eating in the street. A man comes up to the car and is rude to Ellie, so she punches him to the ground. Hathaway wants to be brought home, so Ellie races through one-way traffic the wrong direction. Jed asks how the lesson went, and Ellie says driving just ain't ladylike. Hathaway gets in her car and speeds off like a bat out of hell, and Jed says she could use some lessons herself. Remember the 5th of November. 1966, that is, which is a cover date to issue 42. So in this one, Jed has decided to send Jethro to college, but his professors find it impossible to teach him anything. Jethro comes home and says Dr. Birch says he's a hopeless case, the worst he's ever seen. Granny thinks this means he's dying and starts doing some doctoring. The next day, Jethro is sent home again with a note signed by the doctor, and Jed and Granny continue to think Jethro is dying. So they pamper him all day, before they call the doctor and find out that Jethro isn't dying, he just can't be taught anything. So Granny decides she's going to teach him something, by whooping him. Issue 43 is from the 12th of November 1966. So Ellie is being unladylike again, so Jed asks Miss Hathaway to help. Hathaway hires Miss Prim, a proper woman who can teach Ellie how to act. A week later, Ellie is completely changed. She dresses proper, she acts proper, and she talks proper. The rest of the family hate this and want her to change back, but she says she won't change for them. However, she then returns to her natural ways and explains that critters also didn't like her acting that way. Issue 44 is from the 19th of November 1966. The opening dialogue box says that Jethro has decided to sell the old Clampett jalopy, although that's a misnomer, as it's really the Bodine jalopy. Anyway, so Jethro is going to sell the Clampett mobile. So he goes to a used car lot, run by a man named Honest Abe, who I figure must be related to Honest Hank. The owner recognizes him as the son of a millionaire, and he tries to get Jethro to buy a car. He says the jalopy is worth about $25, so he'll take that off the cost of whatever Jethro wants at the lot. Jethro tries out a bunch of cars, causing one to collapse when he kicks its tires, before he ends up back at the jalopy, which he realizes is the one he really wants. He drives off while Honest Abe sobs. Issue 45 is from the 26th of November 1966. The vicar's wife comes by and tells the Clampetts they're going to be doing an elephant sale, and they want the Clampetts to be involved. So the Clampetts decide to go out and buy an elephant so they can sell it. Wasn't this already explained to them 11 issues ago? They can't remember that for 11 pages of events? So they bring the elephant to the sale, where they charge people to ride it. They raise a fortune for the church, but the vicar's wife says she wants to know who will pay for her destroyed garden. Issue 46 is from the 3rd of December 1966. In the living room, a recording of Jethro plays on a big 1960s tape recorder, and Jed gets an axe to free Jethro. Jethro and Hathaway rush into the room to explain the trick. Jed loves the technology, but Granny says she hears Jethro's voice all the time. It's the voices of her friends back home that she really misses. This gives Hathaway an idea, and after getting approval from Drysdale, she goes back to the hills to get recordings from all of Granny's loved ones. Hathaway comes home dirty and worn out, but she has the recordings. But Granny seems confused by the gift. Jed notes that back home, it's Granny who does all the talking. The next day, Drysdale asks if the recorder was even useful, and Jed says Granny found a way to make it work. Inside, we see Granny has recorded herself a series of angry instructions, and is sheepishly reacting while doing chores. All is as it was when she was back home. Issue 47 is from the 10th of December 1966. A traveling salesman comes by and sells Granny a vacuum cleaner. Granny is having a good time using it, but it stops while she's outside. Jed notices the plug is loose and plugs it back in, just as Granny has put her hand into the hose. This causes the vacuum cleaner to attack Granny, and the rest of the family shoot it with their guns. While Jed watches a Thunderbird's rocket launch on TV, Granny says cleaning without a vacuum takes a lot longer, but at least she knows her broom isn't going to bite her. Issue 48 is from the 17th of December 1966. At the start of the story, a security van is moving money from the bank, and Drysdale decides to ride in the back of it. Hathaway calls out for him after he leaves, and as this is all the Clampetts see, they think he's been kidnapped. They stop the van, tie up the guards, and rip the back door off. Drysdale is seen hugging one of the bags, and he says they can shoot him, but please don't take his beautiful money. Drysdale explains the misunderstanding to the family, who let all the security guards go. Mr. Drysdale isn't angry, far from it, and has an idea. In the final 2 panels, we see that Drysdale has fired his first team and has hired the Clampetts to move his money instead. Issue 49 is from the 24th of December 1966. Jed and Ellie go to a pet shop, and Ellie is sad about all the animals. She asks if they can buy the shop. Jed goes through with it, although Drysdale says it's a horrible investment. They open all the cages, and Beverly Hills is terrorized by the animals. Numerous people come with bills for damages, and Jed pays for everything, then allows Ellie to adopt all the animals. It's great press for the pet store, and Drysdale reports they've had an offer from someone who wants to buy it. Jed says he might as well, as they should never have tried to meddle with city ways. Issue 50 is from the final week of 1966. In Drysdale's home, he shows the Clampetts some of his fishing trophies, which makes the Clampetts realize how much they miss fishing. So they decide to go out to a local lake and buy fishing rights. But when the owners of the lake see them coming, they raise the price to $500. Jed pays up, but Granny suspects the price was raised exclusively because they're millionaires. So she hatches a scheme. She gets a bag of money from Drysdale's bank and pretends to catch it in the lake. The owners see this and try to hunt for more money, but Granny points out that the Clampetts bought exclusive fishing rights, so the owners give them back their $500. Jed asks what the 2 men are looking for, and Granny responds,
"A fortune, which is their misfortune."
Man, Granny would never say something cool like that. Issue 51 is from the first week of 1967 and is our next to last issue to feature the hillbillies. The hillbillies hear there's a cat burglar in town, so they fill the mansion with booby traps like it's Home Alone, but they only end up catching Jethro. Then they hear another noise, but Ellie investigates and says it's not a cat burglar, it's a cat. This brings us to issue 52, from January the 7th, 1967. The hillbillies are suddenly visited by Josh and Agnes from back in the hills. The entire comic here is about how the hillbillies have figured out the mansion, but Josh and Agnes haven't yet. So when Jed turns on his electric fireplace, Josh thinks it's real and gets jolted. When the hillbillies eat dinner, Josh says he's never seen silverware before. Josh tries to dig up the yard, but Jed says you can't do that in Beverly Hills. Ellie jumps into the cement pond to swim, so Josh pulls out the giant plug at the bottom of it. As Josh and Agnes head back home, they say to each other that they'll never understand city folk who are so different from hillbillies like them. And thus we end the 54-issue UK exclusive Beverly Hillbillies comic. It's worth noting that January 1967 was when a lot of TV Century 21 comics were canceled, including The Daleks. So it's not that this strip failed, it's just that a lot of change happened at once. I also want to point out that while the UK Beverly Hillbillies comics never released in America, the American comics did release in the UK. I'll talk more about that later. So now you know the story of TV Century 21, of Lady Penelope, and most importantly, you know why the Clampetts are currently covered as real people who were known to exist on the TARDIS Wiki.
So let's go ahead and go back to our list of things that exist in this universe and write down the Daleks and Thunderbirds, but only in the UK Comics universe. With that, I think it's time to end our intermission. Welcome back, everyone, to our regular intermission. We have 2 books left to review, starting with the Beverly Hillbillies Book of Country Humor. So let's sample some jokes from this book.
Why are you running a steamroller over the field? I thought it would be nice if we raised mashed potatoes this year. That's kind of funny. This is a dogwood tree. How can you tell by its bark? That's all right. Animal doctor, Jed, the cow will have to take a teaspoon of this medicine twice daily. Jed, but doctor, our cow doesn't have a tablespoon. She drinks out of a pail. Yeah. Jed, how's your frog hunting coming along? Jethro, oh great. Last night I fired 1 shot and 500 of them croaked. Jed has been fishing and he hasn't had any luck, so he stops at a fish market and has the guy throw fish at him. Because he doesn't want to have to lie to Granny. He basically, while he may be a poor fisherman, he's not a liar, and when he says he caught the fish, he caught the fish, because the guy threw him at him. Okay. Kentucky Whittler. I notice the Colonel always closes his eyes when he drinks a mint julep. Why do you suppose he does it? Friend, I once asked him. He told me that the sight of good liquor makes his mouth water and he doesn't want to have his drink diluted. Okay, so he's alright. Mountaineer, what you doing, Zeke? Friend, writing a letter to my pa. Mountaineer, stop kidding me. You don't know how to write? Friend, that's okay. My pa can't read. Yes, okay. Preacher, nothing that is false ever does anybody any good. Granny, you're wrong, Mr. Preacher. I have false teeth and they do me a lot of good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hotel clerk, please wipe the mud off your shoes when you come into this establishment. Jethro, what shoes? That's pretty good. Farmer's wife, don't bring your dog in my house. It's full of fleas. Ellie Mae, all right, Mr. Jones, but I sure am surprised you let your house get into such a condition. Okay. Salesman, why don't you buy a car? Jed, I'd rather spend the money on a cow. Salesman, but think how silly you'd look riding around on a cow. Jed, not half as silly as I'd look trying to milk a car. Okay, so he's trying to milk the truck. That's okay. Also, that truck doesn't look quite right the more I stare at it, because it's a car. It's basically the truck before it became the truck. Jethro is jumping. Granny. Hey, Jethro, why are you jumping up and down? Jethro, I just took my medicine. I forgot to shake the bottle. The chain gang guard was watching a prisoner at work breaking stones. That pile doesn't seem to be getting any smaller, he growls. Nope, sighed the weary prisoner. These stones is like the 10 Commandments. You can go on breaking them, but you can't get rid of them. That's kind of funny. The farmer's wife went to see the doctor. I'm having a lot of trouble with my husband. He thinks he's a refrigerator. That's not so bad, said the doctor consolingly. It's a harmless delusion. You don't understand, doctor. When he sleeps with his mouth open, the little light keeps me awake. Jethro, I learned 2 new words in school today. Narrative is a tale, and extinguish means to put out. Jed, that's fine. Now, suppose you take that dog by the narrative and extinguish him. The back of the book has an ad for the novelization of A Hard Day's Night. Right next to an ad for the book is Sex Necessary. The sponsored final page is an ad for a collection of works by James Thurber.
The next thing we're going to talk about is the Beverly Hillbillies Viewmaster. And Viewmasters were cool. They basically sort of gave you a 3D image of a picture, and I don't guess they make these anymore, and that's really sad. So how this thing works is it's like a set of binoculars, and there's a little description here that describes what you're seeing, which if I had my super specs on I could read. It's like I'm really there. Also, these are damaged very badly. So these are based on real episodes, and I'm curious if these are color renditions of black and white episodes, because there's Ellie in Pearl's dress. Yeah, this one looks really good. Has a really nice 3D effect.
So I thought I would record a little bit of audio, because this was more interesting than I anticipated. So what these things really are short story adaptations of TV stories. This reel is based on Ellie Starts to School, which we just looked at a while ago. But the viewfinder images are color photos. The story booklet included goes through the entire plot with a few illustrations. So the idea was that a parent could read from this booklet, and the child could follow the story as this happened. These slides are really cool artifacts from the past, and I wish these were still popular.
I told you that wouldn't take too long. It's time to wrap up the intermission and get back to reviewing comics and the intermission. Okay, so now that we've finished our little intermission, let's get back to the intermission, where we talk about Beverly Hillbillies issue number 8, which has a cover date of January to March 1965.
So in the opening black and white comic, the Clampetts are shooting at clay discs, but mistakes them for birds that turn hard when shot. Granny takes home the spoils of the day, but fails to cook them into a dish. This is very similar to what happened in season 1 of the show, but more remarkably, this is more identical to a comic that was printed in the UK exclusive Beverly Hillbillies comic. Act 1 of the main comic is titled Jed's Birthday, and it turns out it's Jed's birthday tomorrow, and everyone in the family is getting ready to pamper him in celebration. Granny says Jed will be very impressed by the gigantic gift they got him. Also note here that Granny is smoking a corncob pipe, something we haven't really seen since the early Winston commercials. Out of earshot, Granny, Jethro, and Ellie admit to each other that they totally forgot about Jed's birthday, and they now have to rush into town to find him a gift. But what do you get a man who has everything? So they split up and try to find gifts for Jed. Jethro finds his way into a car shop and tries to buy Jed a new car, which is an odd gift as Jed can't drive. Jethro is warned that the cars there cost $5,000. Jethro says he didn't want to spend his entire week's allowance, but it will be worth it for Uncle Jed. This is a little bit of a mistake, as in the TV show, depending on the season, Jed gives Jethro an allowance of 50 cents to $1, which Granny considers excessive. So Jethro buys the car with some custom work, but when he drives it to the mansion, Jed thinks it's a wild animal and shoots it. This is a little much, especially for Jed, but alright. Ellie arrives, having bought Jed his own helicopter. But then Granny shows up with the most expensive purchase of all. She has bought Jed his own baseball team. Thus begins Act 2. Play ball badly. So we find out this team is the worst in the league, and that the previous owner never wanted to pay for training. So Granny has the family help the team get better. The gag here is that Ellie and Jethro are only there to help the team get better, but are much more skilled than everyone combined. When Granny joins the game, even she is better than all the men on the actual team. Act 3 is called Money Talks, and in this one, Granny learns that if she gives team members money based on performance, everyone will suddenly start being better at the game. Eventually, Granny decides to just dress as a boy and join in the game, but when she's caught by a referee, the team is disqualified. Later, Jethro says they decided to sell the baseball team and buy Jed a necktie instead, and Jed says that's probably a little safer. So this issue features a several-page backup comic about Farm Boy. This comic has nothing to do with the Henningverse. Originally I thought I'd review it as a gag, but I really truly found it dull. The actual Beverly Hillbillies backup comic is called The Upside Down Cake. In the story, Granny buys an upside down cake, but accidentally cooks it right side up. So the family flips it right side down when it's done cooking, and everyone likes it. The final sponsored page is more BB guns. Guns for your wife, guns for your children, guns for the whole family.
Hint, just draw a circle around your favorite Daisy BB gun and leave this page next to Dad's place at the table sometime between now and Christmas. If we know Pop, he'll be as excited as you when you open that package on Christmas morning.
Next, let's talk about issue number 9, which has a cover date of April to June 1965.
The opening sponsored page for this comic is a competition for a free art scholarship, with those wanting to enter being asked to submit drawings. This was probably a scam, as most of the ads in this comic were. So Act 1 is called Circus Days, and in this one, a circus comes to town, and mistakes the Clampetts for a group of clowns they were supposed to meet to add to the act. The circus owner notes that if they can't find somewhere to stay, they might not be able to make a profit and make it to the next town. So the Clampetts unknowingly lead the circus to the mansion, where the misunderstanding is explained. Granny invites the circus to stay with them and do the show on their front lawn, but Jet takes Granny to the side and tells her the neighbors won't take kindly to that idea. But they do it anyway, and a bunch of circus stuff happens, until the family find themselves in a funhouse. This leads us into Act 2, Funhouse, wherein the Clampetts are in a funhouse. Finally, we get back to feeling like the TV show, and Mr. and Mrs. Drysdale wake up, with Mrs. Drysdale insisting that her husband stop the Clampetts from running a circus in their front yard. However, Jed gives Mrs. Drysdale cotton candy, and she's apparently so addicted to the stuff that she forgets about busting the clampets. A lion breaks loose from its pen, but it's not a problem as Ellie is there to calm it down, which isn't the first time Ellie's tamed a lion. Mrs. Drysdale comes to her senses and tells Jed to get rid of the circus by morning, or she will call the police. Granny points out that Mrs. Drysdale's high society friends are always throwing parties, giving Jed an idea. To make everyone happy, they will turn the circus into a charity party for Mrs. Drysdale's high society friends. So the next day, they do just that. Jethro watches a sword eater and says he wants to try it, as it would be mighty nice to not be hungry for once. And so Jethro actually physically eats the sword, one bite at a time. Mr. Drysdale uses one of those strongman bell things, and a big guy beats him to show off, breaking the bell off. Jethro responds to this by attaching the man to the machine and hitting it himself, getting him caught at the top. Mr. Drysdale talks his wife into getting on the roller coaster in exchange for a new mink coat. However, once they're on the ride, they see Granny has wandered into the controls and the ride flies backwards. This starts Act 3, Monkey Shines, where the Drysdales ride the coaster backwards but end up back where they started. Meanwhile, Ellie has had enough with all the critters in cages and decides to let them go. So they all attack Mrs. Drysdale and she gets stuck on a Ferris wheel hiding from them, and they have to call the fire department to save her. The next day, the circus hits the road again, and Ellie starts to miss the extra excitement. In the final panel, we see she started to train her critters to make a new circus, with a second appearance by an albino duke. After this, it's a return of Farm Boy, which we don't care about. The sponsored final pages is a bunch of stuff we've seen before.
With that, it's time to move on to the most exciting comic of the bunch. Issue number 10. July to September 1965.
Now you might be wondering why this is the most exciting issue. Well, this front cover is what originally made me want to do this intermission. Here we see a giant silver robot pushing Granny in a shopping cart as Jed chases behind and yells,
"You come back here with our Granny, you overgrown tin can."
Now, is this actually what happens in the comic, or is this cover just a tease? Well, let's find out. So in the one-page black and white intro comic, Jed, Jethro, and Ellie note that there is an amazing smell coming from the kitchen and that Granny must be cooking them breakfast. However, then Granny appears, and they find out that Skipper the chimp has been the one cooking. It's interesting for them to give Skipper such a featured role, and even a name drop, when he had already been written out of the show by this point. So Act 1 of the main comic is titled My Son the Monster, and Jethro is having another Jethro-sized meal when Ellie reads something in the paper. Someone has put out an ad saying that they're going on vacation, and they're looking for someone to watch their boy. Jed says they certainly have the room to board an extra guest, and Granny says she doesn't mind as long as the boy doesn't eat as much as Jethro. So they answer the ad, and end up meeting Professor Dino, who reveals his boy is actually a robot.
This is my child, or should I say my brainchild, Rufus.
I am very pleased to meet you.
His son is a tin can, a talking tin can.
Madam, I resent that. Rufus is not a tin can, he's a robot. And he can do just about anything you can do.
Is that so? I still say he's a tin can.
I sure don't know about all this, Professor. You see, we was expecting a little child, not no robot.
But Rufus will be absolutely no trouble to you, I promise that. Why, he'll even be able to help around the house.
And remember, this is the American comic, so we can't even say this is set in the future. This is set in 1965.
So the Clampetts agree to watch Rufus while the professor is away. So later, Ellie and Jethro are playing with a football when it gets caught in some electrical wires. Rufus volunteers to retrieve it, showing off that he can also fly, but he is electrocuted and falls into the cement pond. They hire a tow truck to drag him out of the water, but can't get the robot to wake back up. Granny decides to try one last thing, and slips Rufus some of her white lightning. This causes the robot to bolt up, and he's a new man. Or machine. This starts Act 2, the Rufus Rumpus, where we see Rufus carrying Ellie and Jethro as he flies around the mansion. The robot is high on life, and wants to keep playing even as Ellie and Jethro are tired. So he goes into the kitchen and begins playing with the electrical appliances. Granny stops him, and Rufus has an identity crisis as he realizes he's the only intelligent machine in the world. Granny asks him to stop crying as he's getting oil all over the floor. So Granny has Rufus loaded onto the truck to take him to the supermarket, although he falls off halfway there. Rufus promises to be a good boy while inside, but Rufus catches a mouse and begins showing it to everyone in the store, causing them to run away screaming. So Granny is mad at Rufus, and he feels so sorry that he sulks under a tree. Ellie and Jethro convince him to play football, but he knocks a bottle of oil all over Granny, and she's mad at him again. This begins Act 3, Raising the Rufus, which is a play on the phrase, raise the roof, and Rufus has decided to kill himself by jumping back into the cement pond. However, Jed uses a lasso to ring him in, and they give him some oil and tell him to have a rest, as once he's had some rest, his intrusive thoughts will have faded. This is actually good advice, except for the oil stuff. So Rufus wakes up and decides to go on a walk, where he ends up at a party being thrown by the neighbors, the Drysdales.
I shall just walk in and introduce myself. How do you do? My name is Rufus.
It's the end of the world!
This is a very strange party. Everyone is running and jumping.
Let me out of here!
I wonder what is holding up dinner.
You'd better check with the chef, dear.
Oh, cook! We're waiting for our dinner.
Coming right out, madame. These people will be very disappointed if someone doesn't serve this food.
What did the cook say, dear?
He'll be right out with the food.
So Rufus decides to become the cook, but when he serves dinner, everyone starts to leave. Mrs. Drysdale yells at the robot, and he cries that no one loves him. Rufus tries to get back to the Clampett estate, but gets lost and is chased by the police. He returns to the Drysdales for instructions, but Mrs. Drysdale is so scared that he runs right in front of the police vehicle, and Rufus jumps in front of her to save her life.
He saved my life, but destroyed himself in doing it.
Most heroic pile of junk I ever saw.
Jed instructs his kin to pick up the pieces so the professor can bury his son. They put the robot back together to the best of their abilities, and the next morning are shocked to see the robot is once again walking around, and has fallen in love with the washing machine.
Professor, do not worry. Fate has caused these kind people to help me find my true self. An accident made it necessary for them to reconstruct me, and now I know that this is how I should have been put together in the first place. I have never felt better in my entire life.
If you say so, Rufus.
Jed decides to give the washer to Rufus as a gift, and they see the robot off.
Every man's got a right to his happiness, even a robot.
Jed Clampett, you're a regular Cupid.
Oh, I just thrill at a good love story.
After this, we get the third act of Farm Boy, which we aren't reading. Then, you'll never guess it, stamps and mail-in guns.
Now rainy days can be fun days. How a Daisy BB gun can be a barrel of family fun. Another rainy Saturday, and Bill was hoping to play outside.
Shh. In the family room. I just stuffed a cardboard box with paper and hung an old blanket behind it. A complete indoor range.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Gee, Mom, Dad's great. Now rainy days will be fun days for all of us.
Your family will have fun with a daisy, too. Bill's dad and I are almost as tickled with indoor shooting as Bill is.
Daisy BB Guns. Daisy Manufacturing Company, BB Gun Division, Rogers, Arkansas.
So this was the best comic out of all these so far. There's something you have to love about the ridiculousness of it all. I presume here that Rufus was supposed to be inspired by Electro, a smoking robot shown off at the 1939 New York World's Fair.
And folks, he's only 2 years old, too.
You can actually go and see Electro today at the Mansfield Memorial Museum in Mansfield, Ohio, as I did a few years ago. So I'm going to go ahead and pull back out that list of things that exist in the Henningverse and write down robots, but only in the comics universe. Update. Sadly, the aforementioned Mansfield, Ohio Museum is no longer in operation, following the death of the museum's curator, Scott Shout. Scott was the collector and investigator who originally tracked down the individual parts to Electro and wrote the book Robots of Westinghouse. Legal disputes have begun over ownership of Scott's estate, but most of his collection will likely either be donated or put up for auction. Scott's contributions to animatronic history and the city of Mansfield will never be forgotten. This ends our second intermission. We now return to your regularly scheduled intermission.
So once again, 10 to 10 rating for issue number 10. Up next is issue number 11, which has a cover date of December 1965. And this next one's a bit racist.
So in the black and white prequel comic to issue 11, Ellie has got herself a penguin, but it's too hot in the Beverly Hills climate. So Ellie decides to stick it in the freezer with the door open, much to Granny's annoyance. So the main comic this issue is called The Call of the Jungle, and Jed announces to the family that he just bought a diamond mine in Africa. Oh boy. Yeah, this comic has the same backstory as Elon Musk, sadly. So the family goes to Africa, and it's a total authentic representation of the local culture and not extremely played out and stereotypical at all. Hey, forget about the Beverly Hillbillies. I want to know what Farm Boy is up to right about now. So Farm Boy is loading up a horse with a couple of barrels of milk for Mr. Baker, but his mother makes him promise not to race their horse Prince, as he's much too old for that. But Farm Boy does race Prince, and the milk barrels fall off the wagon. So Farm Boy decides to spend all of his allowance at the grocery store to buy more milk.
That's funny. This milk you brought me, it tastes like it's already been processed. Doesn't taste like raw milk to me.
Is that a fact? Must be that old cow of ours. She's getting smarter all the time. I'll bet she's figured out a way to do some of the processing herself.
Bless you, Farm Boy. You saved the intermission, even though you didn't sneeze. So let's move on to issue 12, which is a real contentious cover. Here we see the live-action hillbillies in the middle of building a cartoon house, and it obviously looks poorly put together. I find this to be a contradiction, as in the show the hillbillies are very good at building log cabins. So they named this little bird after Donna Douglas, which I think is nice. So in the opening comic, Jethro wants some sweets, so Jed gives him $100 and tells him to go to the candy store. Later, Jethro arrives and reveals that the Candyman wouldn't split the bill, so he had to spend all $100 in one place. And that's about $900 worth of candy today. So Act 1 is called Jed's Little Dream House, and in this one, Jed decides that the family has too much energy and nothing to do, so he wants to build a guest house in the mansion's backyard. This is very similar to what happened in Season 2, Episode 24, where the family had built a log cabin to remind them of home, but here we actually get to see them build a house. So Jed, Jethro, and Ellie go out to a lumber yard and buy a large pile of lumber, but since the yard won't be making more deliveries until the next day, Jethro loads it all onto the truck. A bunch of LA bystanders get their stuff caught on the wood and accuse the family of being thieves as they retrieve it all. So they start preparing all the stuff they need, and Jethro needs to mix the cement somewhere. So he starts pouring the mix into the cement pond, causing Jed to comment that he needs to go back to school, which is ridiculous, as he's already graduated the 6th grade. The Clampetts are visited by their neighbor, Harold Coombs, who wants them to stop building the guest house. But Mr. Coombs ends up rolling down the hill and lands in the cemented cement pond, where he freezes stiff like a statue. They rush him back to his home to give him a shower, but end up dropping him, starting Act 2, Neighborly Nuisance. Now, Mr. Coombs' wife looks like Mrs. Drysdale. Or, that is, she looks like how the comic has drawn Mrs. Drysdale for the past few issues. So she really doesn't look like Mrs. Drysdale at all. Mr. Coombs is freed, and the hillbillies are chased off their property and get back to building their house. So the Clampetts call it quits since it's getting dark out, and Mr. Coombs decides to use this as his chance to strike. He sneaks out to the house to try to pull the foundations down, but ends up falling into the cemented cement pond for a second time. Ellie sees him and mistakes him for a ghost, and she kicks him into the pond for a third time. The hillbillies bring him to his house and drop him again. So Jed decides they need to protect their property, and they all draw straws to see the order of who will be on watch duty with a shotgun. Mr. Coombs hires some thugs to come and break up the house, but Granny scares them away with a gun. The family finishes building the house, but decides that it's a little too small for their needs. Mr. Coombs arrives with a police officer, but actually decides that he loves the house and says he wants to buy it from the hillbillies. He signs an agreement to make the payment, and then the tiny house collapses. Farm boy, stamps, BB guns.
Next, let's move on to issue number 13, which has a cover date of June 1966.
Our issue starts with two advertisements on the opening page. One is for a Polaris nuclear sub, which sadly did not come with uranium, which I think is false advertising. There's a bit of a giant jackrabbit hole with this one. Apparently when this thing arrived, it was just made of paper and was extremely cheap. Stick it in your pool and it'll sink, just like a real submarine. According to this ad, it cost $6.98, which is about $64 today. In 2017, one of these sold on eBay for $5,450. That's over $6,600 today, because inflation is terrifying. Below this is an ad for monster-size monsters, which were 7-foot tall cardboard cutouts of monsters printed on cheap plastic. Act 1 of today's comic is called Flying Granny, and we start off with Granny seeing a helicopter in the sky and becoming obsessed with them. She even starts reading a book about flying, even though a few issues ago she told Mrs. Drysdale that she didn't know how to read. So Jed decides to get Granny flying lessons, and she nearly crashes the helicopter. Act 2 is called Granny Gets Her Wings, and here we see Granny fly even more recklessly, before finally getting her license after many lessons. Granny buys herself a helicopter, which is a little bit odd, as Ellie bought the family a helicopter back in issue 8, but I guess they must have sold it when they got Jed that necktie. Act 3 is called Put Your Trust in Granny, and here we see Granny fly her new helicopter out of the mansion. This shocks Mrs. Drysdale so much that her hair flies off, revealing she's been wearing a wig throughout the entire run of this comic. Mrs. Drysdale calls her husband, who tells her he helped Granny buy the chopper, and she'll have to get used to it. While the family is up in the air, Granny realizes they're out of gas, and they have to do an emergency landing on top of a flatbed truck. Act 4 is called Granny to the Rescue, and in this one, Granny hears on the radio overnight that a group of boys have gone missing at sea. Deciding she has to rescue them, she heads off in the helicopter, even as Jed had told her not to go out past midnight, I guess. The rest of the family chase after her in the truck, and she does manage to find the missing boys and bring them to shore. Granny tells Jed she's going to get rid of the helicopter, as she's bored of it, and reveals she has a new passion: boating. We get more Farm Boy and more stamps, and then, finally, something exciting. Something we haven't seen in ages. Pyramid schemes! Hooray!
Up next is issue number 14, which has a cover date of September 1966.
Up next is issue 14, which has a cover date of September 1966. We start out with a one-page ad for Dell Comics, the very same comic company which was publishing this series. So Act 1 is called Summer Camp Capers, and in this one, Granny gets upset that the rich kids in Beverly Hills don't have any experience with roughing it in the outdoors. Jed thinks Granny is right and suggests they buy a camp in the mountains for the rich kids to stay at. The camp is Camp Womanga, and with some hillbilly magic, it soon becomes Camp Clampett. Soon the camp is swarmed by rich kids being dropped off at all ends. Some kids have brought with them chefs and chauffeurs, but Granny and Jed send them all home and insist that the rich kids are going to learn how to rough it out. Act 2 is titled Play Ball, Please, which means this is another baseball comic, and those are always great. One of the kids rides their bike around the field until it flies into the air, startling Granny. The boy laughs at her reaction, and so she puts him over her knee and whoops his behind. Now just remember, he's rich, so it's okay. Next, Jethro tries to box one of the kids in a friendly match, but the boy fills his gloves up with rocks, and it knocks Jethro right over. Jed figures out the trick, and Jethro chases the little boy until he ends up on the roof. The boy jumps down, hurting Jethro, and says he shouldn't have to apologize because it was Jethro's fault. Next, the camp goes swimming, and the artist made some interesting choices with Ellie's proportions here, even for Donna Douglas. Anyways, two of the boys swim under Jed and Granny's boat and trick them into thinking they're stuck in the water until they're caught by Jethro. Act 3 is called Backward March, and here we see the Clampetts taking the kids out to go camping. One of the kids strays from the path and gets lost until Jethro manages to find him. The kid apologizes for being troublesome, and when the parents come to pick up their kids the next day, we see that all the boys have turned into little hillbillies. There's no ads in this one that we haven't covered before.
Next up is issue number 15, which has a cover date of December 1966. Now, the cover to this issue is from Admiral Jed Clampett, which is the first color episode of the series, so it will be interesting to see where this issue goes.
The opening black and white comic is called Don't Monkey Around, and in this one, Jed and Granny are watching some dancers on TV, and Jed decides they need to get with the times, even if Granny doesn't agree. So they go to see a dancing teacher, and Granny joins in on the dance to show that she doesn't need to exercise. She ends up knocking the teacher over, but learns the dance. So Act 1 of the main comic is called Crazy Cruise, and I guess this one is about a cruise that has mental health struggles. So in this one, Ellie says she wants to go on a cruise, so Jed books them all a trip the next day. However, they accidentally end up on a cargo ship, where they're mistaken as crew members due to how they're dressed. They all do a very bad job, and the captain throws them off the ship on a random island. This starts Act 2, Paradise Lost. Here they meet the island natives, who the Clampetts have to act friendly towards or else they'll be killed. The chief tries to take Granny as his bride, and boy do I wonder what Farm Boy is up to right about now. So the Clampetts end up pissing off the islanders, and in Act 3, Homeward Bound, they're picked up by an actual cruise ship. They start to annoy this ship's captain, and it all starts over. This issue ends with several interesting ads. One page features 200 World War II soldiers for only $1.98, which is $18.19 today. Then a two-page spread advertises an introduction to magic tricks for $1 and high-powered binoculars for 75 cents, which is $9 and $6.90 today. And we end on another beautiful pyramid scheme.
Next up is issue number 16, which has a cover date of March 1967. And be careful, Jethro's eating. You might get your fingers bit.
Now, issue 16 starts off on this massive compilation of so many things that I don't think I have time to look into everything being advertised here. So this issue is split into two stories. The first is called Hold That Line, and we find out that Ellie has been dating a football player, and that the Clampetts naturally think they should be wed. Jed tries to think of something to get them as an engagement gift, and decides to buy her boyfriend's team for $4 million, which is $35 million today. Granny says their last dividend check should cover this. So Jed buys the team and changes their name to the Clampett Oilers. Mr. Drysdale introduces Jed to Van Gilder, the owner of the Dinosaurs, who have won the sports ball playoffs for 3 years in a row. Jed thinks his team could make it there this year, and Mr. Gilder offers to make it a bet.
I say they can't. Tell you what, if they're lucky enough to get into the playoffs, which I doubt, I'll make you an even-up bet. Your team against mine.
I'm not a betting man, Mr. Van Gelder.
Oh, so you're chicken?
Gentlemen.
I'm not chicken. I'm just not into betting.
Forget the whole thing. I don't want to take your money anyway.
Hold on.
Then it's agreed. $1 million. Even up. My dinosaurs to beat your Oilers.
It's a bet.
I'll hold the stakes.
I like how they've written Jed here. It's pretty in character that being called a chicken didn't make him change his mind, but having the chance to give away some of his money did. Also, I almost didn't recognize Drysdale at first. It seems he shaved his mustache. However, the night before the Dinosaurs face the Oilers, there's bad news. Everyone on the team except Ellie Mae and her boyfriend have come down with the mumps. Jed hates to let Ellie Mae down, so the entire family decide to replace the missing team members. Mr. Drysdale and Mr. Gilder discuss the bet, just as it's announced that the team has the mumps. Soon, Jethro, Granny, Ellie Mae, and Ellie Mae's boyfriend are the only members to appear on the field. And after some sports stuff I won't pretend to understand, the 4 Oilers win 61-0, and I guess Ellie's really going to marry that man because they never bring up a reason to call off the engagement. The second story in this issue is called Country Cousins, and in this one, the Clampetts fall victim to a drive-by shooting. The perpetrators are the McGloon brothers, Enos, Olin, and Leif, but not the Leif. So these brothers have apparently come to crash at the mansion for some time, and they figure the best introduction was shooting the place up. As you'd expect, the boys have no manners, and Granny swears to cleaning up their etiquette. She tries to teach them table manners, but that goes wrong. Then she tries to teach them how to dance, and that goes wrong. Then she and Ellie try to teach them tennis, and that goes wrong. So they make the boys put on suits, and then throw a sophisticated party like the ones Mrs. Drysdale throws. But the boys quickly turn it into a hoedown, and they leave the next morning. Jed figures that with the destruction the boys caused, it'll cost $48,000 to fix it all, which is about $428,000 today. Suddenly the family is visited by the McGlags from back home, and as a bullet goes through the top of his hat, Jed says,
"Being popular'll be the death of me yet."
The backup comic of this issue is Walter the Wonder Dog. What the hell is this? Where is Farm Boy? I want Farm Boy. After this, we get another ad for that $7 submarine that's worth $6,000 somehow, and some stamps, and some BB guns.
Next up is issue number 17, which has a cover date of May 1967.
Issue 17 starts with a strange ad for judo and hypnotism, and then the same ad for 75-cent binoculars that we've seen before. This is another book with several stories, and the first comic is called Pass the Skis, Please. And we start out with the hillbillies driving through snow to a ski lodge, which Mr. Drysdale apparently bought for them. Probably part of another scheme of his to keep them entertained so they don't head back for the hills. Granny starts their visit by firing the man working the front desk and taking over all customer relations. A man checking in asks for help with his luggage, and Granny makes him carry the bags up all the stairs to his room. Jethro takes over running the ski lifts, but does a naturally goofy job at it. Later, Granny sees an instructor teaching how to use skis and insists on having a go.
Now then, hand me those thar pig stickers, Jed.
If you say so,
Granny, please listen to me. You need lessons.
I'll give you a lesson, mister, with my foot.
So Granny turns out to be an absolute natural, doing flips, turns, and even jumping Springfield Gorge. Before she ends up on a toboggan track, where she accidentally knocks everyone off a toboggan and is now going down the hill in the sled. She knocks into a box of flares, gets two caught under her arms, and ends up using them as jets as she skis even faster. Then she races into a ski jump contest, does a loop mid-air, then realizes she's forgotten how to ski. At that moment, the man from before is carrying his bags down as he's checking out. But Granny lands on him, and Jed says it's about time Mr. Drysdale sells the lodge to someone else because Granny is going to get herself killed. The second comic in this issue is called A Crazy Story, and I bet it is. We start off with Jethro getting Ellie a gift, a white rabbit, which I guess is the only kind of rabbit she doesn't have yet. The rabbit commences to eating once Ellie sets out some animal victuals, and Jethro says the rabbit has no manners at all. We cut to Jethro eating a table's worth of food, as he notes that the rabbit has been glaring at him, and he can't figure out why. Later, Jethro takes a nap, but is woken by a sonic boom coming from the kitchen.
Sorry if I scared you, Jethro, old bean. Seems that sometimes I forget my own strength. Knocked over the dining room table.
But she was a bunny.
Rabbit would be more appropriate. You might even say large rabbit.
Large is right. But land almighty, how'd you get so large?
I've been watching you. I figured all it takes to get big like you is to eat like you. No manners at all, I believe that's how you put it.
Yes, Jethro has seen a giant white rabbit, not to be confused with a giant jackrabbit, and that white rabbit is pissed at what Jethro said earlier and wants to kick his ass. But soon, Jed wakes Jethro up, and it turns out it was all a nightmare. At dinner, Granny says Jethro has hardly eaten anything, and Jethro says, "Haven't you ever heard of manners?" The third comic in this issue is called Granny's Gang, and we find out that there is a crook named Ma Starker, who, by coincidence, looks exactly like Granny. Ma Starker has just escaped from prison, and a group of criminals learn she's joining their syndicate, much to their excitement, as they hear her food is terrific. Later, Granny is out looking for a store Ellie told her about. She asks a police officer for directions, just as the criminals mistake her for Starker and kidnap her off the streets. Incidentally, Ma Starker is a parody of Ma Barker, who's worth asking Jeeves about. So Granny ends up getting confused and thinks that the crime headquarters she's been brought to is the store Ellie told her about. She thinks it's a disgusting place and says they'll have to clean it up if they're expecting to sell anything. Just as the rest of the family find out about Granny being kidnapped, Granny finds a newspaper about her doppelganger's escape and figures out what's going on. The gang are getting ready to rob a bank, but are interrupted when the real Ma Starker appears. The gang figure one of them is real and one's a cop, so they do some tests to see who the real Ma Starker is. Like, who can beat up the gang and who can shoot the best. It's a consistent draw until the final test. Who can whoop who? Granny beats up Ma, so they tie the real Ma Starker up and plan out the bank heist with Granny. It turns out the bank that the gang is robbing is Mr. Drysdale's, and Granny shows up and follows through with the plan until she has a huge stack of money, which she uses to whoop the gang with. Granny explains that the gang thought she was Ma Starker, and Mr. Drysdale says the two women are twins. Granny takes great offense to this, and she decides to whoop Drysdale for saying she looks like a crook. When these comics are at their best, I think you walk away wishing they were an actual episode, because I bet this would have been a lot of fun on TV. The comic ends up with a backup comic called The Mare and the Moose, and if it ain't Farm Boy, who are they kidding? Most of the ads this issue we've seen, except for a mystery bank which doubles as a toy haunted house. According to the ad, when you put a coin in, a ghost would appear. This thing sold for $5.95, which is about $53 today. I was able to find two on eBay, one for $80 and one for $300.
Next up is issue number 18, which is dated August 1967.
Now, issue 18 isn't the final issue of this comic, but it's the final issue to have original content, as the final 3 issues are just reprints of some of the early comics, but with the extra black and white comics being replaced by ads. So this will be the final issue we look at in full. The cover to this issue says Jed's got 40 million, but Granny's got the cents, which is rather interesting, as his comic has a cover date of August 1967. This is funny, as Jed hasn't had 40 million since 1964, as he's constantly making more money from the oil company, Drysdale Investing, and the interest. Anyways, the first comic in this issue is called Granny's Goodie Wagon, and Granny is tired of everyone loafing around and not doing anything, so she decides to get a job, as she proudly poses in front of the flag of the Netherlands. Granny decides to answer an ad for an ice cream salesman, but the manager says ladies can't sell ice cream because everything was gendered back in the 60s. But Granny makes a convincing sales pitch.
I'll show you what a lady I am. I'll mash your teeth if you don't give me a job selling your goodies.
Okay, you convinced me.
So Granny is now an ice cream truck driver, but Jed swears she won't last a day. And indeed, a group of kids steal the ice cream from her, as does a dog, and then the truck is stolen by a group of thugs who want transportation and flavor. The other Clampetts manage to catch Granny chasing after the truck, and a car chase ensues, followed by a police officer tracking them all. The ice cream truck and the Clampett mobile end up crashing into the mansion, and Jed says the repairs to both cars will cost him a fortune, and Granny says she'll go back to loafing. The cop notes that they'll be paying even more when he's done writing all these traffic tickets. The second story in the comic is called Inferior Decorating, and it starts with Mrs. Drysdale inviting the Clampetts to one of her house parties, and already we're way off. The Drysdale estate has been decorated in a trendy interior decorating style, which involves a lot of stripes and polka dots. Granny hates it, but Jed fancies it, and invites the decorator to come and look at their mansion. Granny responds to this by chasing the decorator off with her shotgun. However, Ellie brings him out of a tree and back to the house, where eventually he decorates it in a new style. Granny hates it, as any sane person would, I think, but she thinks of an idea of how to set things back to normal. That night, the family invites over the Drysdales, only to see all of the new furniture, sculptures, and wallpaper collapse with the slightest touch. The designer goes mad and runs from the house, and we learn Granny sabotaged the whole thing. The third comic is called Jethro's Great Romance, and in this one, Jethro is out shopping with Ellie and Granny when Jethro suddenly falls for a salesgirl. Head over heels, Jethro is so distracted that he nearly collides with a massive gas truck on the drive home. So Jethro eventually gets fed up with the family and goes to be with Judy, which is her name apparently. But he learns she just got off work, so he jumps into the air and does this pose, which I think I saw in a video game cover once. Jethro catches Judy with a man named Charlie and tries to beat Charlie up before the family stops him. They tie Jethro up, but as soon as he gets loose, he runs back to the department store where Judy's manager comes out and is very tiny. Jethro thinks he can whoop him easily, but apparently the manager knows judo/hypnotism, and Jethro gets his ass kicked. Granny hopes that will knock some sense into him. The backup comic for this issue is Shutterbug, and I fear we've missed our last chance to see a farm boy ever reach that beautiful pasture in the sky. The final sponsored page for this issue is for International Correspondence School, and just imagine having a graduating class of 26 people. The back cover is another BB gun ad, which is sad because I was hoping for a pyramid scheme this issue. Maybe they should make a BB gun pyramid scheme. That'd be a smart crossover. Now, if you lived outside of the United States at this time, it's likely you saw these comics published in a different way. Over in the UK, it's extremely typical for franchises to release a yearly book called an annual. This is usually a collection of comics and stories that come out once a year. As I said, these are very common. There are Doctor Who annuals, there are Garfield annuals, and don't forget Parsley, including the Herbs. So this is the 1964 Beverly Hills Annual. This is the 1965 Annual. This is the 1966 Annual. And then there's the 1967 Annual. These books include some beautiful art of the cast, but are otherwise just very high quality copies of the American comics. For most of this intermission, you've often been seeing scans of the annuals because of how shockingly superior they are to the original comics. Some of the annuals even include some Farm Boy comics, so there's something for everybody. So if you want a copy of these comics, I suggest the annuals, but you should be warned, these don't go past issue 13, and they don't include those black and white comics that bookended the early issues.
With that, we have now finished our very brief Beverly Hillbillies and Petticoat Junction comic intermission. I would like to thank all of our editors and all of our voice cameos, including the fantastic Melanie McQueen. But most of all, I would like to thank my friend Brack TV for his contribution. Brack played the important role of Travel Agent number 2. He is a dear friend of mine and is 887 subscribers away from being able to monetize his channel. So I'd like you to go down to the pinned comments and subscribe to his channel. So now, as a preview to Brack TV's content, here is him reviewing the credits to this segment.
Is Russ Reviews related to Quentin Reviews? Because they have the same last name. So I'm pretty sure. Billy Joe. What's he eating? Does anybody know what he's eating? Betty, not Betty Joe. Although Betty Joe was the hottest one on Petticoat Junction. What font is this? Jump cut. And he jumped in the middle of eating something. Hey, there's me, Brack TV. It's Travel Agent number 2. I'm awesome. Linkara, he likes Star Trek, so he's awesome. Still eating. I like Super Banker too. He's alright. Did you spill something? Hey, Roddy Piper. He's my favorite WWF wrestler. And yes, I said F, not E. Oh, they got a misprint in production. What's he eating? Well, those are really good credits.
So up until now, this video has been organized very well and has been easy to follow. But now we're going to shake things up a little bit. For the next segment, instead of reviewing each show one at a time, we're going to review each episode as they aired, which means they will be intermixed with each other. So we may watch a Beverly Hillbillies, followed by Petticoat Junction, followed by Beverly Hillbillies, followed by Petticoat Junction, and so on. It will be a little confusing at first, but I think you will get used to it.